Welcome, welcome, welcome! The start of the championships are here in the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. I'm Sporty FC, you'll be seeing me all night long here up to the grand finals. Joining me for the first two matches tonight is Tazerz. Welcome in, Tazerz, hope you're doing well. It's nice to have you joining in for this first match. And again, I hope your night is going well. We've got our first of three champions to crown this evening.
Thank you, thank you.
And Tazerz now, kind of looking at this bracket, kind of looking at what we see. This is the Ascendant Cup, as we mentioned again, 1,600 MR and below, $100 on the line for these players. Not only could you be ATS champions, which is not a role that a lot of people have had, but also get a little bit of money in return for all your hard work. These teams have been working for well over 2 months by this point. It's been a long, long season. But again, it comes down to this. A final bracket, 7 teams still standing, and a championship to be had. This is the night, if you really need any night to show up to prove who you are, this is the night to do it, Tazerz, and I'm sure you know just as well as any of these players do, just how nerve-wracking it can be to have a whole season lead up to one night of action.
Yeah, definitely nerve-wracking for sure.
Yeah,
I've been in this situation before, so I know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you do. So many people who, come in the stream, talk about how those nerves, they never truly leave. And in ATS, that's been the same. We've been here for so many seasons that this never gets old. But what is new this season is the format. We used to do single elimination top 8. Now, what we do is that we've done an AFL format. How this works is the teams that qualify through the regular season all are put in that upper bracket. They're in the upper quarterfinals. If they lose their first match, they go down to lower quarters. If they win, they go to the semifinals, and from there on out, it's single elimination. Our top wildcard teams, also in the lower section, they're playing in lower round 1. We've got a lot of action here. 3 matches in our first hour here. We're going to be on stream watching Team Evo Vector take on Team Evo Bananas. On the other side, NES Nova Ninjas taking on Hunter's Vanguard. Ukiyo Sora versus Godfall Gaming. We've got so many matches for you to see, but to kind of give you guys a little bit of an idea of where you can see these matches, NES Nova Ninjas, Hunter's Vanguard will be streamed on Def's stream, Atomic Def, ATOMICDEATHVI on Twitch, and Zach Vexel will be taking Ukiyo Sora versus Godfall Gaming on his stream, ZEKVEXOL will be there, so a big match for all those teams in the wildcard. Reminder, they're playing on 1 life. So if they lose, their run is over. They've got to win 4 matches straight. But teams in the upper quarterfinals, you only have to win 3, and you can get a second life if you lose immediately. So it's going to be a great night for a lot of these teams, and I'm really looking forward to how this is going to look as well. So this is going to be a really fun match. But again, our first series of the night is just about ready to begin. We're about 5 minutes from the kickoff. It's Team Evo Vector, Team Evo Bananas. It's been a matchup that a lot of people have been hyping up. And it's gonna be intense because not only are these two teams from the same org, but they've been beefing this season. They've been, trash talking each other. Finally, all the trash talk can be put aside. We are going to crown a better Team Evo side tonight. And Tazerz obviously kind of watching this match. Coming into this one, Evo Bananas were in that really tough Group A that was where they somehow managed to be the top team out of it with a very, very impressive performance over 125 Vortex and NES Nova Ninjas. Team Evo Vector, their group, marked with exploding Cat Gift, who themselves just fell out of the wild card. So Team Evo Vector themselves, it feels like coming into this one, they've been the ones talking a lot more as well. To back up that trash talk, especially in a situation like this, knowing teams coming into the situation and, who are talking like that, as often as these two sides are, what do you kind of put? What do you think about both these teams coming in this one, especially with the fact that they've been talking so much? What is that kind of talking? What is that kind of option? What is that kind of like, that kind of showing, due to a team, especially coming into a playoff bracket like this?
Well, I feel like you said, they're in the same org, so I think it'll be nice to see who gets the crown, I guess, between both these teams, right? To see.
That's one way of looking at it. That's definitely I would say in many ways, I mean, how these teams are talking, it's going to be a tough match for Evo Vector, though. This is a team that's had a lot of roster issues this season. Bananas have the exact opposite. Vector have used, I believe, all 3 of their subs this season to, make a completely different roster. And initially, their roster was, one of the highest ranked in this division, still is. It was Break, Crow, and Crowd. And then they added in a couple players. They added in Crowd, had him be a starter before the season really ever kicked off all that much. Then they had brought in Cody and Ebb. This has been a team that I think now the roster for Evo Vector is oftentimes Break, Crowd, and Ebb, or Break, Crow, and Ebb. We'll see who they play tonight, but often I would expect it to be Break, Crow, and Ebb. That has been their starting roster by the end of the season. For Evo Bananas, they have made 0 changes. This has been their roster since the very start of the season. It has not changed since. But unlike these Vector side, they were added in on the last day of signups. They were a very late addition, and yet they have found their space there. And knowing how the Bananas are playing as well. I mean, they've had an exceptional season, but they've made no changes. It feels like over time that gets old, but I think, coming into this one, do you think, in your opinion, Tazerz, making those changes, do you think that makes a team better? Or do you think the Evo Banana side sticking with the same roster even through the tougher moments, do you think that's the better option?
I think Team Evo Bananas the better option, just because I've gone through switching rosters and it's hard to build a chemistry with them, with the new players, and usually it goes, it's kind of like a balance, up and down,
Definitely,
it's never
it is.
the same level.
Yeah, you take it as a risk. It's definitely a risk to make any roster move this season. But yeah, again, Evo Vector, they made all 3 this season as well. I believe they're the only team in the Ascendant Cup to actually have done that this season. So, again, most teams have not used all 3 of their roster moves. In fact, a lot of them haven't even made many, but they're one of actually 2 teams, I believe, that's done all 3 of them, and the only one in this that actually ever made it to the postseason. So, knowing that about Evo Vector, they made a lot of changes. Their roster had a lot of issues during the big season, specifically later in the season when they started up going against some of the tougher competition. They've got a chip on their shoulder. They've got a lot to prove here tonight. They have not exactly had it easy. I think a player specifically to talk about that has been Break. He's been here since season 0. He has not yet won. He's made it to this final bracket. Now this is his 3rd time in 4 seasons making it to the final bracket. Well, I should say it's his 3rd time in 4 seasons qualifying for. It's actually his 2nd time playing. Last season, he made it to the final bracket, but forfeited out, gave up his spot to another team due to scheduling issues. This is the 2nd time here. He has not been playing. He has not played in the top 8 since season 0. Back when it was on 135 team Evo. Back when I was still playing, and I was actually the captain of that roster. Made a top finish, but could not go any further. Got a pretty big beating by Milky Militia Rush at that point. This is his 1st time back. He's been a long time out of this final bracket. Knowing for a player like Break, knowing that you're not going to get that many opportunities in this final bracket, not knowing that you're not going to get that many opportunities to even play in this final bracket, just with how tough these seasons get, this is going to be a huge moment for him. I mean, this is definitely his chance to prove himself, especially since out of all players in this bracket, out of all players playing in this bracket, he's the only one who's actually been able to make it here. Everybody else is either a rookie or has not made it before. So, knowing that he's under that kind of pressure, Tazerz, what does that experience do to a team?
The experience makes it, I feel like, really good for the rookies, just because they have someone that is experienced in the league in general, and I feel like they can learn a lot from the player that does have experience, and the player that has experience can teach them a lot of stuff. And don't be nervous, you just keep clear comms, just the basic stuffs to make it run smoothly.
Yeah, as you said as well. And as you said, it's going to be an interesting back here, but again, for the Evo Banana side themselves, they are the favorites in this match. Prediction poll is still up. Get your votes on who you think will take this one. Evo, Vector, Evo Bananas. We have seen Evo Vector on the stream before, but the last time it was their loss to the Wobblers. So this Evo Vector team really making sure they play well. They had a relatively simple group. Again, the only tough team that they had in that group was ECG, and actually it turns out now so Godfall Gaming, who themselves actually are in the top 8 bracket as well. But it's going to be a fun one. Reminder for all of you as well for, just what's going to be happening tonight. There's so many matches. 8 teams playing. All matches are best of 7, and tactical timeouts are in play. Just like in the wildcard, teams do have the ability to call timeout once per series. They get an extra minute in between games to talk things out and to try to reset the other team's momentum. We'll see how this goes, but it's all best of sevens night. It's long matchups. We're going to be here all evening. We're going to be here up to the grand finals on this stream. So we're here for the whole night. It's going to be an exciting bracket, though, and I'm really excited for this. Tazerz, I'm sure you are. Coming into this bracket, are there any teams that you are really interested in looking at? Are there any teams in this bracket that you really want people to see, want people to watch? Because there are some teams in this bracket that have had some insane storylines so far.
Well, I am familiar with Godful Gaming and Ukiyo Sora, and I'm also familiar with Vortex. So, kind of want to see how things go and see their progress on this bracket for sure.
As you said again, a lot can definitely happen in a bracket like this, and what we can confirm, everybody is in the lobby, so our night of action begins. For best of sevens on stream, this is our first. The ATS Season 3 is coming to its end. And to start off, the Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. Team Evo Vector, Team Evo Bananas, the match that so many have been talking about, none less than these teams themselves. It's here. Vector is on the blue, Bananas on the orange. And reminder, no one's getting eliminated just yet, but this is for a top 4 guaranteed finish, so it's important tonight to get yourself as far as you can to get these victories and put yourself in a good mindset. It's a huge match, it's a huge series. Evo Vector getting a start with the offense so far, but Evo Bananas, we know this team, they've been scary all season long, and they've proven themselves out of the group of death. Many have called it Group A. Don't count this team out anytime soon, but a goal goes in, and it comes from Break, the captain of Evo Vector, getting things started.
Great shot by Break there. Uses his angle there with the directional arrow and shoots it in. Great shot.
Great shot from Break. First goal for Evo Vector so far, as Banana is looking to clear this one back the other way. Caden sends it up high. Ab will keep that clear away. Break holding on, and for Evo Vector, a team that I think many don't consider the favorites in this match. They are not considered the favorites in this match by any means, and they're going to have a lot to prove here tonight, as Crow is going to be one of those players to really look out for. He's been scary all season long as he almost dimes up Break in front of the net. But Evo Bananas will clear it away, and just for all of you who are wondering, TSW hesitant, that is Juicy of Evo Bananas, and he's not going to have a good time there, but saved by Caden. The pace picking up. Evo Vector so far have been controlling offense, but for Evo Bananas, only getting things started. Expect to see them find a lot of ways to get those mechanics involved.
I like right now how Evo Vector is playing right now. A lot of pressure, but also great defense by Bananas for sure. That's definitely a great battle between the two.
As Juicy back corner here, and yeah, you talk about that battle, and it really has been a battle of the midfield specifically. But Evo Vector have been playing a very patient style so far. They're up by a goal. They don't really need to push themselves anymore than they have to. As in goes Abbott's gonna go off the back wall here, but Evo Bananas will get the flick ahead, and again, it's just a battle of the midfield right now. Bananas on a much more controlled style. Evo Vector playing a lot more of a heavy, hard hit style in that offensive attack, and so far Vector, with the pace that they're bringing, with the amazing challenges that they've shown so far in that midfield, they have been controlling the pace so far, but that may not hold forever. A bit of an open backfield. Up goes Divine to the back. No one there to respond. Juicy was all the way back for boost, and Team Evo Bananas right now is trying to put that rotation under control.
And what a shot by Caden here. Beautiful pass by Hesitant, which is Juicy, correct?
That is Juicy, yes. That Hesitant, their captain of Evo Bananas, and he puts up a great pass as well to get scored on. And what we're seeing two captains really get involved here. Break on one side, Juicy on the other. I mean, and when it comes to a bracket like this, you've got, your team leaders and you've got your experienced players showing up so far. When it comes down to a match like this, I think the players to really show up are going to be those newer players. For Evo Vector, it's going to be players like Eb. Eb showed up at the very end of the regular season. He's not got a lot of experience with this Evo Vector side. He's on the starting roster, though, was named almost immediately after his first time showing up for them. But he hasn't had a lot of experience with this roster. Evo Bananas is going to be players like Kaden, like Divine, who sit back a little bit further. How are they going to play on this offense? How are they going to push up? How are they going to take chances? And really, how are these players going to show up by the end of the night? Because it's going to be important to just see how these players are going to play. As in goes another shot, pinched away. Evo Vector right now playing a lot more defense than they started. I mean, so far, Tazerz, we're seeing Evo Bananas really kind of come into their own, find comfortability. And for Evo Vector, that glimpse of hope they had at the start of the series has just kind of gotten away from them.
Yeah, after that goal, they definitely got a confidence boost, and they almost, oh my, just crossbar down, out. But Bananas, though, definitely got that confidence boost and the momentum boost for sure.
You talk about it as well, that momentum, a huge impact moment for both these teams. Really, no team has momentum at this point. They've been waiting for 3 weeks to play this series. It's been the longest offseason. Longest, amount of time between ATS regular season and the championship in ATS history. So for these teams, they have to deal with such a long amount of time before they play it again. I mean, it's a long amount of time to wait. Anything can happen in 3 weeks. You know just as well, Tazerz, just how much that can happen. These teams have been preparing for this match. So, I mean, just to talk about it, as a player, you know the experience and what it's like. 3 weeks of waiting, that can change a lot about any team, really.
Yes, it does, for sure. For sure, especially for 3 weeks. But I know when it's time for the game, they're so hyped and can't wait to see how they perform. As an individual or just as a whole.
You said as well, and individually, it really matters here. Evo, one of the many orgs that has been a part of ATS for a very, very long time. As Juicy, able to get that block on break, it will be tapped back by Evo Vector, just looking to keep control here, but game one, we might see our first overtime in our first game of the night, unless something changes. Up goes Divine, break whiffed, it's gonna go in. Evo Bananas take the lead late.
Beautiful beat right here by Divine. Break, unfortunately, actually loses his momentum there, and unfortunately does that jump.
Break in this league has got a history. He's got a history of being a pretty heavy talker, and that's going to shut him up. Team Evo Bananas take game one on a huge mistake, but in the playoff bracket, it doesn't matter how you take those games. All that matters is that you take games. A huge mistake, Tazerz, early on here, and for Team Evo Vector, they better hope that doesn't continue, because those mistakes, they can define tournaments.
Yes, indeed, for sure.
So far, well, that's game one here. Tazerz, after kind of seeing what we saw there, it was very back and forth, but Evo Vector kind of just felt like they lost control of the game early on there, and I mean, just knowing how these teams are playing, you gotta have control. It just felt like they lost it in this series. It felt like they never really had it to begin with. What do you see from both these teams? What does Evo Vector have to do to be able to kind of get that control back?
Maybe some demos, I'll say. Especially, like, just to open up some space. And maybe see some infield passing plays.
This Evo Vector team is one of a lot of solo ability. But you're not wrong, this team has chemistry, and I think a player to really look out for would be Crow. He's been really quiet last game, but absolutely a player that we should be watching out for. He is probably their scariest player on their roster. And just as I say that, he comes in and shuts me up. An early goal over Evo Vector. It comes courtesy of Crow. 11 seconds in. That is one way to get rid of a mistake and to put it behind you.
Beautiful pass by Ebb, and also what a beautiful shot by Crow there. Great shot placement, making it a 1-0.
Evo Vector really got to put that game behind them. It's a best of 7, so they've got a lot of time to make adjustments. But Evo Bananas not looking to let them have this here, as Juicy bumped up by break. In goes Kaden. Evo Bananas still attacking. Kaden beats 2. It's tied.
Great challenge here by Kaden. Beats 1 there. And then goes for it right there and just goes in. Beautiful shot. Beautiful decision by Kaden to go for it.
And this Evo Bananas roster, again, we mentioned, has not changed all season long. I think many would find that to be rather stale, but this has been a roster that didn't even know each other at the start of the season. They just signed up They were put up in the tournament by Break himself. Him being the one of the owners of Team Evo, wanted to have one more. We needed one. Wanted to have one more team in the Ascendant Cup. Added in Evo Bananas to see them prosper as well, especially in Group A, which was known as the Group of Death. The group with 135 Vortex, who themselves are going to be going to are going to be in the semifinals. NES Nova Ninjas, who many consider the scariest team right now in the lower bracket of this event. There's a lot of scary teams, and yet they won out that group. And that was only the start of this event. To know they had to go through all that to find their way through. This is an Evo Bananas roster that has had to go through a lot of challenges this season, and yet they've done so well so far. They've got even more challenges tonight. I mean, tonight is what defines teams. Who cares about the regular season when you've got a championship to go through here? As in goes Juicy, looking to put himself on top, looking to really make this a defining moment. Evo Bananas now leading by 1, and just like last game, Evo Vector were the ones that got this game started, but have since had it slip through their fingers. The Bananas just need a little bit of time, and this roster finds its offense.
Beautiful passing play, a beautiful shot. Now it's 2-1. See if Vector can change their style, their game plan to see what they can do.
You said as well, it's going to be a really tough thing, and you mentioned as well that the Evo Vector team, they got to turn things around, and we got to see more just from this team. They've been pushed back. This Evo Bananas team, so good at making you feel safe, but this is a team, so much solo ability. This is just a team of 3 really mechanical players who just work together. And so often, that kind of playstyle just doesn't work. It's so often we see teams of 3 mechanical players fall apart, fail to really prove themselves, but not Bananas. This is a team that has that and more. They've got the chemistry, they've got the teamwork, and they've got what it takes to be a top-tier roster. And I mean, you keep watching how this team plays. I mean, it's just 3 players who really do click. We just find each other in space, who can follow each other up, and have gotten better along the season. And it's so weird to think about this team as being a team that would not have shown up without ATS. And yet here they are in the championship, and so far, they're bringing it to Evo Vector.
Yes, and now we see Caden here. Ooh, that's a close one. Here comes Break. Oh no, leaves it for Crow. I like that. He said, you know what, you can take it. Here comes Juicy.
And while I interject here as well, I mean, I mean, you mentioned the demos as well, Evo Vector. We haven't seen any just yet. But kind of watching how the Evo Bananas are playing right now, do you still think it's those demos that are going to be the difference maker? For Evo Vector, staying at this down, staying down by 1, or being able to tie this game and potentially come back and take it.
Yes, for sure. If Vector gets a demo on any players of Evo Bananas, that will open them up, and Evo Bananas has to align themselves and be in a different position than, in a 3's rotation. And I feel like when Vector actually demos a certain player, like just right there, it just makes them open up more. And that was a close opportunity, but that was a good save though by Divine.
Mention as well, that demo opening up a lot of space so far, but it's Evo Vector. That demo is not going to get them the goal. They've got to find more, and this is not a team that shies away from those demos either. We've seen them do it before, particularly in their last match on the stream against the Warriors. They did it a lot against that team, but in the playoffs, it's a whole different position. It's a whole lot scarier, and I'm sure they don't want to be ones to take risks, but with less than a minute to go, they've got to start considering it. But a miss there. It's wide in, but it's going to be Juicy to keep it away. In goes Break. Chaos on the side for the Bananas, but they will get up there. Caden miss, rolls in front, and in comes Break to score. Evo Vector saw the defense fall apart for the Bananas, and they knew just what to do.
Yeah, just like I said, the demo is definitely what made them panic a little bit for the Evo Bananas, and Evo Vector took their chance and scored, making it tie 2-2.
Once again, I asked the question, do we go to overtime? We didn't see it last game because of a mistake late by Break. Evo Vector, sure it feels a lot like deja vu at this point. We're gonna hope that that doesn't strike them again. Juicy ends up for Divine, will get the redirect. That's gonna go on target. Ab will be there, but he didn't get a very good clear. Caden save, follow-up blocked as well. Crow on the end of it. Here goes Juicy looking for Divine, but the ball is sent away. Crow stands up tall on defense, 10 seconds left. Evo Vector looking for one more chance. Break out. Ebb, that one blocked by Juicy. Crow keeps it high. Evo Vector want one more, but the Bananas strike this one down the field and to the floor. We have overtime for the first time tonight.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful decision there by I think that was Crow to decide to put it down, go to OT. So now we see both these teams, like you said, first time OT this series. So can't wait to see who will score here in this OT.
Ebb finds break. Evo Vector just trying to slow this one down. They know this is a huge game for that momentum, and they are finding openings. Evo Bananas starting to have a lot of issues on those rotations. You talk about it, it's those demos that are hurting them the most right now. But so far, it has not been enough here in OT. Missed there by Crow, but he does set up break. Straight to Caden, though, and here's where the Bananas can find their space. Up he goes. Great block for Ebb, but in comes Juicy. Caden, Divine, calls for this himself. Juicy trying to get the bump on break, but break will evade him. The ATS, player who's been around here since Season 0. He's been used to a lot of that, but he won't be used to this. He gets removed. It's in for Juicy, and the Bananas go up by 2 games in the series.
Let's see here. I see Caden here looking for the bump, which is perfect. Making the net just open, and that's how Juicy scores. So beautiful, beautiful decision by Caden there to bump, and they score 2-1 or 3-2. I'm sorry, and they score in OT. So beautiful decision.
1 minute 18 seconds. That's all that they needed, and that's all that it took for them. Game 2 now over. And this is the Bananas in prime position to keep this going. Evo Vector, mind you, do have those timeouts. It doesn't look like they're going to call it here either. Going into game number 3, just to see how confident this team is right now. That's interesting to me, to see how confident they are. They're not calling it yet. And a reminder, if they lose that next game, they got a match point against them with the chance to go to that lower bracket. The Vector is in a very tense position. This is not exactly where you want to be if you're them.
Yes, correct, Sporty. Definitely not the best position for them. And just from looking at these stats, I see that Evo Banana has more ball possession than
Oh wait, no,
Vector.
they did call it. What am I saying? They just called it, actually. I cursed it as well. They did call the timeout.
Oh, okay.
So timeout called by Evo Vector. So they do have that extra minute now to talk things out. So it was a little bit of a late call there, but they did get it in time, and that means for them, they've got an extra minute to talk things out. This is really important, Tazerz, because reminder, they only get one of these per series. Once it's used, it's done. They don't have any more. They gotta use this wisely, but more importantly, seeing them use this. Seeing them use this timeout, that's gonna be huge for them as well. And really, what do you think they're talking about at this point? I mean, a lot of it is resetting the momentum out of the Bananas, but I think even more so. I mean, Tazerz, what do you see in this timeout for Evo Vector?
I think what Evo Vector needs to do is have more ball possession, because in the first game, in the first minute, we saw just pure aggressiveness by Evo Vector, and I think they just let go of that aggressiveness and they decided to be more defensive.
I think a lot of that also has to do with what we saw from the Bananas. I like what you said earlier about those demos, because that did make the difference. This, in this amount of time as well. So again, here we go. We're back in for game number 3. The timeout is over. So that's it for Evo Vector. That's all you get in those timeouts. It's not a lot of time, and yet you have to make it work. We've seen teams use those timeouts, come back from situations as bad as this. This is where Evo Vector's got to show themselves. Evo Bananas have taken 2 games straight. They took the overtime win as well. Evo Vector took the timeout. Now they hope that it will benefit them here. We go to game number 3. A reminder, I think the fun thing about this, Evo Vector has a coach. They got Retro, who's been coaching them right now. I'm sure he had a lot to say. between them. But we go to game 3. Evo Vector have used their timeout. I like that decision from them. Now, what do they make of it? Can they turn this series around? The Bananas so far have been a very tough team to beat all season. They continue that run, and here in game 3, looking to get things started for Evo Vector. What's really going to matter for them is not getting that first goal, but getting a couple goals early. And they're going to get themselves a good chance there. Saved out by Caden. Eb was trying to get things started, nearly put in the first for Evo Vector. That's a good sign for things to come.
Yeah, what a goal line save by Caden there. I'm seeing more control by Evo Vector actually. So that's good. Keeping it close to their car. More ground plays.
And yeah, you mentioned as well a lot of ground plays as well. I think really this team is mostly a ground-based team, except for Crow, who loves to go into the air. It's a lot of times you see Break and Eb on the ground, and I can tell you from experience, Break's a 1v1 player. He knows how to play on the floor, and he won't need to play that much here though, because it's wide open for him. Goal 1 for Evo Vector, and what really draws in the Bananas is Crow. He's been all scary. He's been scary tonight. He's been scary all season. He can hit double taps. Break, and he knows that. And Break comes in to clean up because the Bananas just too focused on him going for that play, and for good reason.
Yeah, I also saw a double commit by Evo Bananas. But what a response though, immediately by Evo Bananas here. Beautiful challenge by Divine.
Awkward play as well. You talked about a 50-50. Went completely the wrong way there for Eb. Could not recover in time. Evo Bananas taking an immediate goal back. And for Evo Vector, again, it feels like deja vu. They've done this before. They've scored first, and then they've gone down in games. And they better hope that doesn't happen again here, because we saw it last game. We saw it in game 1. This Evo Vector team, they can get off to good starts. They just can't seem to continue those good starts. And what's really going to matter is, can they get this second goal? Can they get a third goal? Can they get multiple goals to keep the Bananas back? Because so far for Evo Vector, one goal has not been all that scary. Has not been all that scary for the Bananas. It's when they get multiple that it is. But the Bananas just aren't going to let them. In comes Divine for the dunk. Evo Bananas take the lead, and for the 3rd straight game in a row, Evo Vector starts this game with the lead, but they can't seem to hold it for long.
Yeah, once again, a double commit coming in by Evo Vector. I think they are not communicating well in defense, and I think they need to work on that so they can be so the defense can run more smoothly.
Crow. Oh my goodness, Crow. He's gonna go for a psycho tap off the back wall. I mean, knowing Crow, this guy can do just about anything. As now Break, oh dear, nearly found himself with an own goal there. Crow back to save him. It's already bad enough for Evo Vector that they lost their lead. They don't want to go down by 2 here against the Bananas. As in goes Caden. Crow able to keep him out. He's going to be the one player to really look out for on that defense side for Evo Vector, because he will be there to block just about any of those mechanical plays that the Bananas throw against him. Now they go up again. Break waiting back. Eb unable to get there, but it will be Break's call, and he'll just send this one out. Crow unable to challenge. Break still goes for this though, and the Bananas are pushed back. Crow around 1. Still Crow, but unable to really find a second touch on this, and the Bananas just waiting here. Team Evo, again, it's a Team Evo matchup here. They will get that ball away and will keep themselves on offense. The Bananas go upfield again, and while they aren't winning all these challenges, all they need to win is one. They need to win one crucial play in front. That Evo Vector team, they've had the tendency to fall apart with a lot of trust for each other, so if the Bananas can just outpace them to one play, that could be enough for a 3rd goal this game.
Yeah, I'm liking now the speed between both teams. I like how Evo Vector is actually looking for more passing plays. That's what I just noticed right now.
But has it been enough so far? We've seen a lot more passing, but even then it just feels like this Bananas team's only getting scarier every single minute. Reminder, with them in the lead, they don't need to score here. Vector does, but it feels like it's the other way around with how these teams are playing. Juicy always whiffed that completely, but in comes Divine to keep him out. He'll leave this one for Juicy, and that's another heavy clear. More time ticking off the clock that Evo Vector are relying on. Eb can't get by Divine. Crow unable to get that touch. It's left waiting in front. Caden now on the other side. Looking midfield. Divine wide open. 3-1. Evo Bananas have insurance.
Great pass by Caden here, and also the bump. Like I said, just the bumps or demos is going to open a lot of space, especially in any rank, I'll say. So, really good decision by Caden there.
And it's another open net here off the kickoff. In goes Caden for another, but break off the respawn. And with a minute to go, Evo Vector, last game, they were able to take this OT, still lost by 1. Now they've got to find 2 in a minute. Not an easy task to do. And you can tell they're pushing heavy. They're overcommitting for offense, but it just doesn't seem to work. That shot goes wide. The Bananas, if they can get one more goal, surely they secure game 3 and match points early in the night. 30 seconds, counting. Evo Bananas with a strong lead right now, and they're looking just to add more onto it. Evo Vector, they've got to rush. They've got to find opportunities.
Yeah, I'm liking what Evo Bananas are doing though. Full pressure, so they don't have time nor ball possession for Evo Vector. So this is good. Just wasting time. Let that clock go down.
They may have to worry a little bit. That shot from Crow nearly found the net, but Evo Bananas with one more save. That will end game 3. 3-0 up in the series. Evo Vector is one game away, but from being sent down to lower quarterfinals. Now, the interesting thing about this series is that whoever loses this will get a forfeit win against the Wobblers. So they'll still get top 4, but you don't really want to be sent down like this. You want to win. You want to have the better matchup, in theory, in that semifinals. And for Evo Bananas, they've been insane so far tonight. They have been amazing. They're only one game away from winning this whole thing. And from going to semis, and that's huge, Tazerz. Talk about, coming into this one, playing against a really tough opponent, a team that's been talking, trash all season, and to sweep them. That would be huge for Evo Bananas.
Yes, it would be huge. And I'm looking at the stats. I see a hat trick for Divine and also 3 assists by Caden. So definitely really good chemistry between all 3 players for sure. And I see the ball possession. Even I see 52% of Vector. So they had more possession at the end than in the start of this game 3.
Well, and this is very important part of the series. It could start tonight. It could start with a 4-0 sweep. The Bananas with a 3-1 scoreline in game 3. Now 1 game away from taking the series. I mean, reminder, the loser of this is not out. They go to the lower quarterfinals in this AFL format, but the life gets a whole lot tougher for whoever loses this series. Evo Bananas, though, 1 game away from proving all the naysayers wrong, from being the little brother of Team Evo Vector to being the one that's been better all season. They've had a very tough group to get to this point. I think a lot of that has helped them into this situation, but Evo Vector have not been able to stand tall against them here. And for Evo Bananas, if they can just get that first goal for the first time tonight, and that might just shut down this Evo Vector team once and for all.
Yeah, like you said, Sporty, just shut them down. But I feel like if I saw from the last stats from the last game, they actually used less boost consumption, so I feel like that will be key in this game number 4 for Key Vector.
Well, you're not wrong about that. In comes a heavy challenge from Ebb, and a minute in, Evo Vector scored first once again, and this time it was just Juicy being a bit careless. The one thing you hear people talk about is never bringing it across your net. I was always looking to do there, and he got burned on that, and I think you'll learn pretty quickly why you don't do that. And well, we go back in again, and Evo Vectors, Bananas, they've done this 3 times already. Can they do it a 4th?
We will see. We will see, Sporty. Juicy.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought you got double reset.
I mean, it wouldn't be out of the question at this league to see someone pull off that in a championship bracket. I mean, these players, they know how to do that kind of stuff. That's the scary thing about this bracket, is that these players, this is our lowest tier division. We're seeing players trying to pull off psychos and double taps in the championship. So it would not be the weirdest thing, or really even too far out of the question to see that happen. But Evo Bananas beating back for this tap. Caden not able to get there. Juicy. In goes Break, looking for Yet another chance on target, but he's missed the net. And here goes Ebb. That one pinched back. Crew pushed up. It's gonna go in. It's another in. Bananas tied again for a 4th straight game. And it's just Crow who pushed up a bit too high. A pinch that goes the wrong way. Unfortunate for Evo Vector, but the Bananas continue to prove them wrong.
Yep. And you actually beat me to it, Sporty. I was gonna say Crow actually pushed up too far up, and that's why it had an open net, and Evo Banana, which in this case Juicy, scored and got the goal. So it's now tied.
As well. No, it's huge just to get goals like that. Important plays, but nobody back here. Team Evo Vector aren't going to take too kindly to that goal against them. They've put up a blockade here, and it was just nobody back. The Evo Bananas, they were all pushed up too high, and it's yet an overcommit on the other side of the field that now is costly for them. And I mean, every mistake, it's adding up. You don't want to do that.
Yeah, definitely no mistakes here. But I like the change of pace for sure by Evo Vector though.
Aiden. Gonna once again find his way back in for the Bananas, and they found space. Divine missed this shot. Drake was sitting petrified on the goal line, I'm certain. I mean, when you see Evo Bananas flying ahead of you like that, that is no easy place to be. Now they're stuck on defense. Break finds 2 defenders. Caden, though, off the spawn, so is Juicy. In goes the play, but the shot not on. Another demo. Now, once again on Caden. The Bananas getting removed from the pitch, but Evo Vector have not been able to hit their shots later in this game. Now here goes Juicy. Break. A very heavy first touch. Straight to Juicy again. Left in front. Surely Caden whiffed. It would have been tied had Caden made contact there, but he missed his shot. And that's a play that you really need to score on if you're Evo Bananas, because that could change the game 4 as we know it.
Yeah, definitely Sporty, like what you said. And like I said, this whole series, demos is key to open up space, but they just can't hit their shots.
Feels like so much of this game is about those shots. Now it's about Ebb finding his. Evo Vector are not gonna go silently into that good night, and just a nice little touch there from Ebb, recognizing the mistake. Evo Vector, I mean, it's mistakes that are going to cost you these teams. Bananas have made a couple this game. Evo Vector, credit to them, have taken full advantage.
Yeah, I saw a little issue on the communication side for the rotation between Evo Bananas. And that's why
that rotation was
they
a bit
conceded.
too close. I think is what you're trying to say, right? It was just too close.
Yeah.
Like, this Bananas team is not giving themselves enough time to react to this play, and now they've double committed on defense. They've got a minute to go to see if they can somehow pull this one back. It's not an easy feat, and so far tonight, we've not been one to see a lot of comebacks in these games. And the Bananas, I mean, they could be the first to do it, but they've got to find ways to score on a very small number of chances they're going to be getting here, but that's been their issue tonight as well. They have not hit their chances so far on Utopia Coliseum, and I mean, with how little time they have left now, they've got to find these shots, they've got to find these goals. It just doesn't seem likely, and with time continuously running out, Evo Vector's going to set themselves up for a reverse sweep in the upper quarterfinals. It's not out of the question, but it has never happened in ATS history, and Evo Bananas would love to end this game here and continue to not let it happen. 16 seconds to go. All they need is 1 goal.
Beautiful pass by Caden there, actually. Touches it up and then waits until the last second to use his flip and gets that pinch middle, and that's where Juicy scores. And we have an open net flicked by Ebb here.
Just left things open. Bananas, they went for the risks on everybody up for that one, but it worked against them there. 11 seconds. At this point, it feels like only a formality. Team Evo Vector going to stay alive in this series just a little bit longer here in Game 4. I think that's a good sign to see them, finally bounce back from that adversity. But now the question, I think, is it too late? They've got to win 3 more games. That is anything but easy. Reminder, Evo Bananas still have that timeout. They can still use it. They have that in their back pocket. Evo Vector's work ahead of them is tough, and that's saying it very lightly. Game 5. Up next here, Tazerz. This is huge because for Evo Vector, they don't really have momentum just yet, it feels like. I mean, this Game 5, I'm sure you'd agree, is really going to be a momentum changer if Evo Vector can do this all over again.
Yes, indeed. Evo Banana didn't call a tactical timeout, correct?
They have not. And I don't.
Okay.
And most teams don't call it until they lose either 2 or 3 games. So very likely they're not going to be calling it until potentially it could be Game 6 or even for Game 7. We'll see what they do. It really depends on the team. We saw Evo Vector use it early, and I think that was a good idea because, generally speaking, for teams when they call that tactical timeout, that next game doesn't always work in their favor, but sometimes over time, so it often does show up here. And we saw it for Evo Vector. There, it didn't work for them in Game 3. After they used the timeout, they didn't win Game 3, but they won Game 4. And now they stay in the series because of it. And I mean, for Tazerz, had they called that timeout maybe a game later, after Game 3, I don't know if we'd really be here in Game 5.
Yeah. And from looking at the stats, like I said, demos are so important. 4 demos coming in by Evo Vector and 3 demos coming in by Evo Bananas.
The one stat line that you've been looking at all series long, and for good reason here, those demos huge. And we're starting to see Break really find his groove as the player for those demos. He's letting Ab and Crow kind of just play a 2v2 rotation. And it's working at times, but now he's been demoed out, and here goes a chance on, but Crow there waiting. Another infield pass, no one there! In goes Kaden, and for the first time this series, Evo Bananas strike first, and you called it. It's the demos once again.
The demos.
They removed one, they got past the other, and the net was open from there on.
Yes, demos definitely break defenses. As we see there, Evo Bananas score. As we see another demo coming in.
Able to get that second touch though, but Evo Vector, talked about the demos, flying through. Now it's Evo Bananas really taking it. Took a page out of the Evo Vector handbook, said, look what we can do what you can do, but better. And they, my goodness, they are going ham, but they've just overdone their rotation. Juicy gets back a huge block. Evo Bananas, that's the risk when you take when going for those demos. You can overcommit a lot more easily with them. They're still going for them though, but that overcommit, just a sign that even for Evo Bananas, this is definitely a more uncomfortable playstyle for them, but they're playing it, they're used to it. It's a sign for, of a good team, one that can adapt and make those adjustments, and for Evo Bananas, they're doing it here. They're continuing to find space. Now in goes Juicy, looking for a net. Crow having to avoid that bump attempt from Kaden, and Evo Bananas just going all out here for these Evo Vector defenders.
I'm liking the back and forth, the aggressiveness between the two teams. Love to see it. Because when I'm playing, I'm an aggressive player, so.
I think people just generally like aggression in a playoff format like this, because so often you see championship matches where teams get defensive. These teams aren't doing that. They want to play aggressive. That's their whole motto this season. You don't turn away from what you've done so well this season. Bananas trying to push upfield. Sets up Divine! Oh, that was just off the back post. Nearly went in for goal number 2. And for Evo Vector, they're already down by 1. You really can't afford to go down by more than that, because so far, as we've seen tonight, they can come back from 1 goal down. They have not done it from 2 goals down.
Yeah, as we see here now, ball possession is mainly Evo Bananas. You see double commit, a demo, which is very good. Open net.
And you talk about that ball possession as well. You've been talking about it a lot tonight as Crow finds the net. You talk about that ball possession. You're talking about these teams controlling Evo Vector. Doing well here with that really nice info pass for Ab. Right to Crow, but that ball possession really is a huge marker of this series. You talk about it. I think everybody really talks about it. And I think people should know, why is that ball possession so important for these teams this series?
It's very important just due to the fact that you can read the feel and read the positioning of your opponents, and see what you can do with that with the ball. So it's all down to decision making. So you can just keep it close on top of your car, or just pull it up on the wall and just go up for it, or just look for an infield pass or corner pass. So it just all depends on field awareness.
These players just gotta be aware of where they are as Break back in from Juicy. Crow will be waiting for it as it bounces off that side wall, but it's straight to Kaden. First touch, able to keep this one out. Evo Bananas still searching for more. That one pinched high. Juicy won't like it, but Divine will be happy to take it here. Now he goes up for Juicy. Bananas waiting for that chance, and this might be it. It was a break in rotation for the Vector side, but it was very, very small. Now they go for a pass. Divine under Ebb in the goal. Team Evo Bananas continuing to prove themselves. It's now their own version of the infield pass. But that shot from Divine, that could not have been placed much better.
Yeah, beautiful placement by Divine and beautiful pass by Kaden. I like the idea of, I think that was Ebb, correct? That was going for that squishy. So yeah, I definitely like the idea, but just didn't time it right.
You go for those saves. I mean, in the past, it used to be kind of a cheat code to get through any of those shots, but nowadays you can't do it too fast because players, they're so accurate with their shots nowadays. You can't show them that you're going to try to block high because they're just going to shoot low, and you saw that there, you know, with that play from Kaden. He intentionally let the ball hit his wheels, kept it light, kept it low, where Ebb just couldn't get it. He didn't have boost, and Evo Vector, they've got to deal with that as Crow that resets Kaden. Let's hold this back. We'll force out Ebby. Now in comes Break. Juicy keeps it away. Up goes Crow. Will not make the touch though. And Evo Vector sitting back as Ebb gonna find the outplay. Break there to help him. The flick on. Juicy gets the save. And back the other way. Crow gets bumped. Can he get to this in time? He will. Kaden near post. Just a little wide. And now they go again. 1v1 the other way. Break unable to get the ball on top of his car. Cannot make a shot happen. But we'll give Evo Vector time upfield. Pass in front. Crow gotta keep this one alive for Evo Vector. Here's his chance. Kaden doesn't have it. Evo Vector stay alive. The score is tied, and it's an overcommit for Evo Bananas at the worst possible time.
I love the commitment by Crow here. Just keep going for it. Low boost, no boost. Trying his hardest here to tie it up for his team, and does.
I'm winding down. Evo Vector still don't want this fight to end. Evo Bananas are actually going to keep this one up for the time being, but it won't stay that way for long. We go to another overtime, our second of the night. Evo Vector were able to win last game by 2 goals. What was it, a 3-1 scoreline, or was it 4-2 last game?
It was 4-2.
It was 4-2? All right then. You have better memory than I do, but we stay in game 5 here, and Evo Bananas, they won that last overtime. They've been here. They've already done it. Evo Vector, this can't exactly feel comfortable for them, Tazers. I mean, they've been here already. They did not play very well that last time around. Now with their, series on the line with that lower bracket, as where they might be ending up, this is definitely a not so feel good moment for them.
Yeah, indeed. Right now, all the nerves are coming in, but I don't think right now it's coming in when it's an offense from Evo Vector. It's more on defense.
As you said, that defense has definitely been an issue, and I will say, I did make a mistake earlier. I said that the loser of this will play the Wobblers. That was a lie. I was wrong about that. The loser of this will play the winner of Ukiyo Sora, taking on Godfall Gaming. So, I said both these teams should be okay with, but even then, you don't want to take chances. We've seen playoff runs before. We know those teams are capable of making some pretty impressive playoff runs, and tonight is no different. They don't want to take chances. They want a top 4 guaranteed finish, and a little bit of time to wait. As here goes the play upfield by Divine. Kaden now looking off the corner. Ebb keeping it away. One mistake could send Evo Vector to that lower quarterfinals. Divine Crow able to get there. Boost stolen by Juicy. Evo Vector running on very little at this point, and that's going to be a concern for them because without that boost, they can't make plays happen. Evo Bananas, they're just going to take this in the air every single time. Evo Vector need boost to combat that.
Yeah, as like you said about the boost, they definitely need more boost consumption and grab more pads.
Juicy, huge dunk. Can this be the chance? But Evo Vector shutting it down once again. Ebb has been a menace off that back wall, has not let any of those plays in for the Bananas, and they've really been attacking that back wall all OT. They're just waiting for mistakes, and we talk about it. Teams often in these positions start to play more defensive, and you're seeing that from both sides. Even though the Bananas might have more offense, they're not playing as aggressive as they used to be. They're not committing nearly as heavily. They're just waiting. They're waiting for mistakes, waiting for those openings, and Evo, Vector, just waiting for the counterattack potential. Ab trying to get things started. Kaden. This one roll back. He's got to get that clear away. Will do just that, but he doesn't get through. Crow, and now 2 commits. In he goes. Crow, one-on-one. Finds it. Overtime ends. Evo, Vector keep the series going.
Beautiful shot here by Crow. Flips into it and then controls it to make it into an air dribble and just goes in. Beautiful shot by Crow.
I just said, it's a great ending there, and that's what you want to see. That's the player you want to show up there. Is Crow. Huge. That's just huge for them. They needed all of that to be in their favor. And you said it as well. Game 5, ending like that. And, I mean, we're moving into Game 6. We're moving into, you know, nearing closer to the end of the series. No tactical timeout called just yet by the Bananas. That's a huge decision from them here, Tazerz. I don't know if I'm a big fan of that, but honestly, what do you think about, you know, no tactical timeout call?
I would call a tactical timeout and see what they could work on better, because obviously they had a lot more demos, but I feel like they really couldn't score on the demos. Like, they had double demos, but they couldn't have that chance. And I'm looking here in the stats, field domination, they had 61% Evo Bananas.
You can
So
dominate the field as much as you want. The problem is,
yeah,
as you said,
great.
you need to
Oh,
score.
my bad.
You need to score.
Yeah.
That's all it really is, I think, is what you're going to sum it up to here. Going into Game 6, they just need to find nets. And I think a lot of it is the fact that when they are doing those demos, they just aren't able to commit nearly as heavily to those shots. And it's a weird balance, because they went really heavy into the demos last game. That's not really the way you win games with them. Gotta be able to balance that. It's balancing those demos with shots, with plays in front specifically. Evo Bananas, they may have done well, you know, early on, just throwing demos at that net. But it's really going to be about being able to time them well, get chances well. Here goes Kaden for his play on net. And that's how a demo can really be used. You remove Ebb, you allow Kaden to walk in. But what needs to happen there is we need to see a second shot for Evo Bananas. Not just one play on net, but we've got to see more. We've got to see follow-up plays, because, I mean, you know this well, this as well, Tazerz. Is that first shot's often not the scary shot, it's the second and the third that really do beat defenses.
Yes, correct. Definitely the second shot or even the third shot. Oh, double demo coming in by Crow. Buys them a lot of time.
I'm
Bangs
going to
it.
move those options right now out of Evo Bananas, and you mentioned as well, Evo Vector. They didn't go for a lot of demos last game. They kind of let Evo Bananas do that. Now they're back in it. Expect to see a lot of the same from Crow. He's going to be a real true team leader in tense moments like these. He's just the kind of player who can just do about anything with that car on his own, with the ball, with 100 boost. He's going to find ways to score against you. And for the Evo Bananas side, I think they've been fearful of him all night. They have reason to be fearful. I mean, we've been seeing all of this Tazerz so far. Crow has probably been the scariest player on the field so far this series, and I mean, that's saying something about this team when you got Evo Bananas with how good all 3 of those players are.
Yeah, definitely. I think what they should do is take their time with it and see if Evo Vector will have any mistakes. And, you know, vice versa, even if Vector sees a mistake by Bananas and they can, as you can see here, a mistake coming in that might go in. Oh no, what a save.
Lucy able to get just back on that. My goodness. Evo Bananas nearly overcommitting once again. They had issues with that all night, but once again, it's Juicy who always finds a way to get back on defense for those. Now, he'll push upfield for the follow-up there, but a bit too slow. And Evo Bananas, again, just feels like that rotation. Spreading out, playing defensive. They're not used to that. Not used to this pressure. You can tell it's taking its toll, but it's the same thing about the Vector side. They're not used to this either. They've, again, got to get a free pass into this final bracket. Now here goes Divine. Juicy. Crow able to keep this one away. And while we just keep watching this, Evo Bananas continuing to attack, but I think a lot of you would want to know about what's happening for the match. Whoever loses this match, who they play against. I mean, Ukiyo, Sora, Godful gaming right now. Pinned by Zach Vexel in the lower section. Ukiyo, Sora right now leading in Game 6, 3 games to 2. So they're in a very good position to, you know, potentially play against whoever loses this series, which would be huge for Ukiyo Sora team. That is another team that Evo Vector have been calling out this season.
Yeah, I just like how what I'm watching from both these teams, they're just controlling that midfield. As you said in the beginning, the midfield is going to be very important to both teams. And right now, it's Evo Vector with the midfield control.
Is and a huge goal there, just a double commit as well. It was Juicy and Divine who went up for the exact same ball. He said it just comes down to a mistake at the end of this, you know, to potentially decide this game here. Evo Vector got the mistake in their favor. Evo Bananas, these mistakes are costing them huge margins. In this game, their offense is just, it's been the weakest so far. A whiff from Kaden. Crow takes a second. Evo Bananas starting to fall apart here. Those mistakes are proven to be deadly.
Yeah, the mistakes is what are killing Evo Bananas here, and they need to tighten up in the mistakes. I feel like it's the nerves coming in, I think, and just the communication.
For Kaden. Divine. In control, will look across the field, but the only player there waiting is Crow. Kaden now will go once again as the Evo v Evo match continues. Great shot for Divine. Strikes the net. That's the first of the game for Team Evo Bananas, and boy did they need it.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Divine there. Shot placement. Perfect. 2-1 with a minute and 5 seconds left.
Use that minute very, very well because there's a lot of pressure resting on them to perform. Break off the back wall. A bump there on Kaden as Eb there flick to the back wall. Juicy's been bumped, but it wasn't him who had the boost there. It was Divine, and now he goes upfield. It's a really nice touch there, but probably the one waiting back. He's not going to let him get away with that. Double commit for Evo Bananas again. It was Kaden who was looking to leave that one, but Juicy got a bit overconfident. Crow off the bar. Braid can't find the net. Now he looks in front, waiting. Eb finds it. Evo Bananas had the clear and then lost it. And again, it's just mistakes. They're panicking. They're playing with this pressure against them. It feels like that tactical timeout needed to be called after Game 5. They didn't call it, and things have only gotten worse.
Yeah, like I said, the mistakes, the panics, nerves, definitely getting it into their head, and I feel like they should have called that tactical timeout.
You don't get to call it back now. Game 6 will be for Evo Vector. Only one game away from ATS history here. The first ever best of 7 reverse sweep I can think of in ATS history. I believe it's the first ever in ATS history. We don't ever see best of 7 reverse sweeps in league history. So ATS be the first here in what would be a huge, huge milestone. Team Evo Vector one game away. No, Bananas might as well use it now. Do call the timeout.
Yeah, I think now with this tactical timeout, what they're gonna talk over is about the mistakes and this panic. Just relax, you know, drink some water or whatever beverage you have, and just get those nerves out of your body and fix the mistakes.
Said it's really fixing mistakes. I think a lot of it is really just being able to play under pressure. Pressure's against them. They're dealing with it. A lot of people, I'm sure, on this field are dealing with it. It's only our first match tonight, and man, things are getting quite close here. But you mentioned it. It's the pressure that's getting to these teams. They're definitely feeling it. And for Evo Bananas, I'm sure they are definitely feeling it because, I mean, that's the kind of pressure that can definitely hurt teams. And now now that we go to Game 7 with the reverse sweep potentially against them here, what do you think they're talking about here, Tazerz?
I think oh, my bad. I think my game is bugged. Hello?
You're here.
Okay, okay. All right. I'm sorry. I don't know
worries.
what just
I mean,
happened to my game.
What do you think, of this timeout? What do you think this Evil Bananas team is talking about?
Just mistakes, and I feel like just be aggressive. Because when in game number 1, when Vector was aggressive, they were in the more defensive side and passive side. But then when game 2 came in, they became a little bit more comfortable and more aggressive.
Well, it just comes into play. You're just saying that they should just throw in the confidence, just go all in on this, right? As well. I mean, it's game 7. Yeah. It's Champions Field. It is the game of games. It's the field, I should say, of fields for Rocket League. And I mean, our first start of night here gonna be quite interesting, as we can confirm Ukiyo Sora waiting lower bracket for the loser of this match. So they just beat Godfall Gaming 4 games to 2. So these teams now, I'm certain. I'm gonna assume that they don't know, but if they are paying attention, they now know who they're playing against. Ukiyo Sora waiting for the loser of this match. So it all comes down to this: game 7, Champions Field. Team Evo Bananas, Team Evo Vector. This is it. Winner moves to the semifinals, gets an auto-qualified top 4 spot. The loser will be sent to play against Ukiyo Sora. It's a huge match here. These teams are ready to play, and my goodness, this night, it has not started off. It has not started off quietly. This has been an amazing match so far, and of course, it goes the distance.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 3-1 lead, correct?
It was a 3-0 lead for Evo Bananas at one point.
Or 3-0.
As well, and
yeah.
I think that's what's crazy about this as well, just knowing that the momentum is really against them. I mean, we've had Bananas as that favorite coming in this match. Are they the favorites still, even in this game, Tazerz?
We'll see. I mean, just fixing mistakes. But I like how Evo Vector didn't let their guard down and just, saying like, "Come on, guys, we can do this," I like the mentality that they have.
Oh, think about that tactical timeout and use after game 2 that made the difference for them. It feels like that, at least for the very start. And now that confidence, you said it, just kind of coming in, really feeling it themselves here. I think for Evo Bananas, now more than ever, they've got to be the ones to score first. They have rarely scored first this series. It feels like a game, but they have to. The nerves are really getting to them. That's the one way to really get rid of those nerves, or at least be able to help yourself with those nerves. Score first, score early, and force Evo Vector to come play against you and with your style, because Evo Bananas, they need a goal. They need something to put this Evo Vector team a little bit off put.
Yeah, agreed.
Save early. Able to collect here. Evo Bananas trying to find their way through, but the midfield closed for business, and just like last game, it may take a while for that first goal to go in. That shot from Crow nearly changed my mind, but Evo Banana is able to see that one bounce harmlessly off the back post. Now in goes Juicy. He's got space to work with here, no early challenge. But with Crow waiting on the back wall, with all this space to work with, and he has just kind of come into himself this series. Now break, no demos still for either side, and rare to see, such a lack of bump plays, but all these teams kind of sitting back, playing more defensive, as we saw in Game 6. Anything will happen, but it's open! Oh, it's saved by Ab! Evo Bananas snuck through, and yet the shot was pixels away from going in. It stays tied, it stays even, but for Evo Bananas, that could have been the start they needed.
Yeah, indeed, definitely what a goal line save. Amazing save.
Ab.
It was still 0-0.
Aiden. Oh, he's backflipped there. It's a wide open chance the other way. It's break to score. What on earth happens back there with Caden? First of all, he commits too high, and then he backflips not once, but I think twice here. Oh, he does. Oh, it's just terrible positioning, and it's only made worse by that backflip. Evo Bananas, once again, overcommitting when they don't need to, and those mistakes have cost them already a huge amount of this series. That could be the game. That could be the series winner. And for Caden, I mean, he knows that's a mistake he cannot make. Juicy actually stopped moving here, and I don't know what that's for. If Juicy's having some technical issues here, we haven't heard of any so far, as in goes Caden. Divine trying to keep the offense going. Juicy running right into break as Ebb trying to find even more upfield. And for your Evil Bananas, I have to think one of the big issues right now for them is that mentality. Every single game has been a battle, and they have not been able to win that crucial 4th game. I mean, Tazerz, you know it as well, how this Bananas team is feeling. They cannot. This has to be an all-time low for them here in this game.
Yeah, definitely an all-time low. And like you said, it's all mentality. And I think they still need to tighten up on the mistakes. The mistakes is costly. Not just for Evil Bananas, but just for any teams.
But Evo Vector not looking to make any more. Shot on by Break. Saved there initially by Caden, but they've got to get the clear and find offense soon. Divine forcing out Crow. Still no follow-up there. Juicy just sitting back way too far. He's been... it's been one of the big gripes I've had with this Evil Bananas team all season long. It's how defensively they sit with that 3rd player on offense. They need to push up. They'll do just that. No 3rd player needed. The game's tied in the final minutes.
Beautiful pass here by Caden. Great positioning by Divine. Making it 1-1 now for his team, tying it up for his team. With 43 seconds left on the clock.
And you said it, and the Bananas, that hope still alive for them. But they've got to find more offense. 1 goal surely will be all that separates these teams by the end of this game. Our first match of the evening, it goes the distance. But who has the say in just who can win this one? Who's going to be the player that shows up when they're needed? Caden. Not able to get that one away. Here goes Crow. Shot on. Saved away by Divine. Low boost here, but not for Break or for Crow. He'll keep this up, looking for one more chance. Caden with yet another backflip there. Crow looking. He's hit the ground. That could have been the winner, but time has expired. And for the last time in this series, we're heading to overtime once again. It's been 1-1 in all overtime so far. Who wins it here? Bananas going to get the offense started, but not in just yet. And I mean, with it being back and forth like this, Evil Vector 1 goal away from completing a best-of-7 reverse sweep. The Bananas are 1 goal away from ending this nightmare.
Yeah, it's just OT again, and especially in Game 7, this is all it. We'll see Evil Bananas or Evil Vector take this victory. And like you said in the beginning of the series, they have some beef, so we will see who will win the beef.
Oh, that nearly went in as well. Break nearly able to shut down the arguments. Now the other way. They've overcommitted on the side of Evo Vector, but Break able to get back. Now trying to flick it away. Gets over Juicy. Space to work with here as Caden finding the sidewalls, got room to work with. Pinch goes high. Chance in front. Here's the pass. The shot. Not there from Juicy. Pro will keep this one away. No pump from Evo Bananas either on him in that space, and it's just time so that they can work with Juicy. Caden keeping this one away from his own captain, and maybe for good reason, but what a play there from Ebb. 2 touches. All of that pressure now gone for Evo Bananas, and this ball trying to be set the other way. Evo Bananas might be holding this one, but they haven't seen shots, and if they don't see shots, there's no chance they're going to win this one.
Yeah, definitely no shots, but they're also controlling the midfield, so this is good rotation.
Before, that midfield hasn't had a difference sometimes in some of these games. Bananas may have held the midfield for the majority of this series, but it doesn't matter. In Game 7, when all you need is just 1 goal. In it goes. Pass in front. Break will be the one standing there. Now Crow's whiffed. Up goes Juicy. That one. Break able to get on the end of it. Crow, space to work with, but he doesn't have an easy touch. We'll need Ebb's help for it. Juicy, the last one back, will be there. A huge block. He was the only one there to get to it. Bananas better be thanking their captain, because that saved them in Game 7. Crow again. Make a flip reset. Won't have it. Won't have the shot either. And well, the Bananas do kind of struggle to them. Who's going to get to this ball? Getting to it is all they need to do. That's a mismatch touch there, and unable to shoot on. Crow 50 with Caden. The offense continues, but now it's Evo Vector's turn to play. This one kept out by Divine. Evo Bananas. Not a lot of boost to work with here, and Evo Vector gonna keep lowering down those totals. And if Evo Vector, they just keep offense. What we've seen is they've been a lot more direct with it as well. Things are gonna get tough. That one, what a save for Juicy! Got to the crossbar in time. Evo Bananas, a huge effort from their captain.
Beautiful save there by Juicy. And definitely now Vector with the aggressiveness.
How long does it hold? Break. Big play there. Second to none, but it is going to be still capped out over 3.5 minutes now. Still no deciding goal just yet. But the Bananas have held the vast majority of the play, but they have not had the vast majority of the shots. Evo Vector's defense has been rock solid so far, and it continues to play that way. Juicy. Big booming clear. Straight to breaks open arm, but he doesn't really control that very well. Offense still for Team Evo Bananas. And a miss there! It's open! Caden wins it! Evo Bananas are heading to the semifinals!
Not the best of touch by Crow. Definitely off his top of the car, and Caden just reads that bounce and it goes in. Beautiful shot by Caden. Wins it for his team.
Mistake from Crow. It was Crow who made the last mistake there. For Evo Vector, their run not over, but they're heading to that lower bracket. What a start. Just what an incredible start tonight here. To watch from what we were looking at, Tazerz. 4 games to 3. Game 7 overtime to the max. That's only the beginning of this bracket, but to see that, that was incredible. And now we get to see our bracket while we were, calling that. Onyx Vanguard with a huge upset win over NES Nova Ninja. So Vanguard, the second X35 roster to go to the top 4. X35 Vortex playing against the winner of Team Evil Vector and Ukiyo Sora, but that is about as important of a game as it could be.
Yeah, indeed. Let me see this bracket now.
I mean, while we're doing
So
that
now
again,
Team Evo Vector, Ukiyo Sora. And now it will be in the semifinals, Team Evo Bananas against 100X Vanguard.
well, that's a huge win. So see these teams do that, to play that well. What a start to the night. Game 7, the distance. And reminder, that's only our first of 4 matches tonight. We're going to be watching that lower quarterfinal, Team Evo Vector, Ukiyo Sora. And a huge match here. But again, it's going to be important here. My goodness. I mean, this was, what a start. I mean, I don't know what to say.
What a start.
That was incredible.
What a start, what a series. It was just back and forth for sure.
Well, while we're going to do that, we're going to go to a quick break here. When we come back, the lower quarterfinals will be on the stream. Team Evo Vector, Ukiyo Sora. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back to the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. I'm back. Tazerz is going to be joining me here for this next match as well. The lower quarterfinals is here. Team Evo Vector taking on Ukiyo Sora. I mean, Vector just came off a huge Game 7 loss, so for them, that momentum cannot be in their favor.
Yeah, and like you said, both these teams are really good, so I just can't wait for the series.
Me too, as well. Again, we are going to be waiting on these teams. We did get a call that one of these teams might be taking a lot longer than expected to join on in, so if that is the case, we'll be going to another break. But, I mean, obviously, before we have that confirmed, we might as well talk about, what we saw already tonight. What a Game 7 that was. Evo Bananas holding down the fort. That was impressive, to say the very least, for them. And I think what's no less impressive is that we already have our semifinals guaranteed as well. Hunter's Vanguard be playing against Team Evo Bananas. So we're going to be seeing the Bananas later tonight. They play against Hunter's Vanguard. But for the lower quarterfinals as well, we got to see a huge upset. Hunter's Vanguard taking on NES and the Ukiyo Sora winning over Godfall Gaming. So Ukiyo Sora trying to definitely prove themselves. We already had, again, Hunter's Vanguard, I think, is a bit of a surprise team, making it into the top 4. To take on Team Evo Bananas. But I mean, Ukiyo Sora trying to be another surprise team, and honestly, it's not out of the question that they can do it. I think what really is the question is, obviously, will they do it?
We will see, Sporty.
Well, I'm asking. I mean,
are you looking for Game 7 here?
I'd love to see Game 7. It's already been a very late night, so why not just, I guess, throw all the plans out the window and have every match start like 20 minutes late. That seems to be the plan for ATS every single time. And we always go this late. So, again, while we're at this as well, I mean, this is, again, I don't know what to say, but there's a really good chance we could see Team Evo Vector go out early. And I mean that momentum, that's not going to be in their favor. I'm sure you, again, you're a player, you know how that momentum works. It is a killer. You're not paying attention, and I'm sure you know just as well as anybody else does just how annoying it is to play against that kind of momentum when teams are feeling good and when a team isn't feeling good. When you're stuck in a rut, it is really tough to get out.
Yes, indeed. But as soon as you score a goal or have a nice little team play, I think that's when things change. And it's all about reading. It's all about, I'm about to cut you off, but it's also about reading your opponent's playing style. For sure.
You mentioned
analyze.
As well. Your opponents, the other players, gotta read them. I think what's important about this match as well is that 175 Vortex is waiting. They're playing against the winner of Team Evo Vector, Ukiyo Sora, for the next semifinals matchup. So, I mean, that's the fun part about this series as well, is that, again, 175 Vortex is another really scary team. There's a very good chance they could be playing against Team Evo Vector. That's a team, I don't know if they played that team during the regular season or not. I don't think they did. They didn't. I was gonna say I don't think they did, and they didn't. But like that's a pretty fun matchup as well to see, those teams show up. I mean, we talk about the scariest teams in the Ascension Cup this season. Bananas are there, Vortex is there, NES Nova Ninjas are there, Wobblers were considered a pretty scary team. Evo Vector is considered a really scary team. But yet we already have a surprise with the Vanguard making it. I mean, I want to hear you Tazerz, in a biased opinion. Do you want to see a huge upset at this point, or do you want to just see Evo Vector play against it and have the match that this season's been hyping up?
I think the hype, Evo. That'll be nice, because obviously this is my first time, and getting to know all the teams, all the players, and from the information that I was given by you, this will be nice. To see the hype.
And this Ukiyo Sora team is an interesting team to talk about. Ukiyo, this is the first time Ukiyo Esports is competing in ATS. This is in Season 3. So they're very new to this system, but yet Ukiyo Sora came in. There was a team that, again, the Evo Vector did have some beef against in the regular season. They definitely were pretty vocal about this team. I don't believe they played them, but they definitely called them out. They didn't think that this was going to be they mentioned how they thought this Ukiyo Sora team was not all that good. So Evo Vector making it very well known they don't exactly care for Ukiyo Sora, and they did beat them as well in week 6 on a forfeit. So they have played this team already. Technically, it wasn't a forfeit. That match doesn't really say anything. But this Team Evo Vector team has been calling out Ukiyo Sora. Now the question is obviously that can they follow it up? They didn't do it against the Bananas, but they looked pretty good. And against Ukiyo, there's definitely reasons to think that this Vector team, if they can play like they did in their last series, should have no issues.
Yeah, for sure. Also one thing, Sporty, if you can do the prediction.
Oh, you're right. I can do a little prediction. You're right. I forgot about that. You know what? Thank you for reminding me. That's why I have you here with me. Uh, as we'll get things momentarily here. Ukiyo, Sora, again, definitely the underdogs in this matchup, but this is going to be fun. I mean, we already had one prediction, but we're going to have two. We're going to have three more tonight. Again, reminder, this stream's going to be here for the slow quarterfinals. We're going to be here for semis, and then for grand finals. It's going to be that kind of a night for all of you. And reminder, we're doing this 3 nights straight. It's going to be, the finals are all going to be on this stream. It's going to be 3 nights straight. It's going to be a lot of hours, and it's going to be me probably losing my voice. But you know what? It's worth it for ATS. Again, here's our schedule so far. We've already guaranteed what our semifinals is going to be. Team Evil Bananas versus 100x Vanguard. It's going to be a really fun series. This Vanguard team has surprised everybody so far. This is a team that has really solid players. We've just not been able to put it together this whole season. And yet now they have. It really feels like they have. You know, and Tazerz, I'm sure you know, and Tazerz, knowing that these teams can kind of click. Some teams just play really well late in the season. Feels like Vanguard are one of those teams. You know, what does that say about this team and how they're feeling?
I think it's all based on just mentality. I feel like, because like, you know, you could play good in the beginning, but then just play, you know, below average after. You know what I mean? Because it's just all mentality. You know what I mean? And I feel like if you play okay in the beginning, but then play just cracked out of your mind at the end, it'll be a boost, a morale boost.
Yeah, as you said, for the, you know, morale that these players are looking for. Well, mind if you do want to see the main stream for this match, it is on Red Falcon stream, RedFalconSS. So go show support to Red Falcons. He'll be streaming the other semifinals as well, so and he'll be joining for finals as well. He's a great person. You're gonna like him. So go join the Red Falcon stream. Show him support. He deserves it. But while we do that, we are getting call again about that this match is slightly delayed more than we expected. So we're gonna go to a break. We will be back soon with the lower quarterfinals, so don't worry about that. We're gonna be back soon with this match. Just give us a little bit of time. Give us a few minutes while we sort out some technical issues. All right, welcome back. We have got confirmation Evo Vector is here, so they will be playing after all. And again, apologies on that long delay, but and we had to make sure that everybody was ready. They are here, so it's gonna be a really fun match here, Tazerz. Again, best of 7. Tactical timeouts are still in play. These teams, they gotta go to. Who knows? We might see another match go to distance. And honestly, for tonight, we already started off with a huge first round. See how round 2 goes between both these sides.
Yeah, let's see how round 2 goes. Can't wait to see and cast this series.
Be a fun one. Lower quarterfinals. Reminder: this is for elimination. And again, that's what it comes down to as well. So, and again, we get to see some really fun, entertaining series here. Again, we are going to get confirmation. Everybody is in here. For Ukiyo Sora, it is Demon playing tonight along with Diz and I believe Frog Socks. So, Ukiyo Sora's got their roster in. Evo Vector's got their roster in. We're back in for lower quarters. And Tazerz coming into this. Now that Evo Vector's kind of having to play off a loss. How are they going to deal with this?
Just put it to the side and just keep grinding, keep going for it.
I feel like
they almost got the reverse sweep, or right? A reverse sweep, is it?
Do you find that series, even though they lost it, as a sense of confidence for them? Is that the kind of momentum they're kind of bringing into this series?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yes. I often hear players say the exact opposite. So it's an interesting way to look at it. Why do you say it's kind of that almost reverse sweep is where the confidence is going to come for Evo Vector?
I just think that Evo Vector, oh, never mind. They just joined it. But I just like how they almost did a reverse sweep, and even though they lost, they still have that confidence, and they were still a pretty strong team even in game 7. I mean, it definitely took OT to 3 minutes and I think like 45 seconds. So
it was close that amount as well.
Close,
you mentioned it. But here we go. Ukiyo Sora on the orange, Evo Vector on the blue, and mind you, this is for elimination or upper quarters. No one was going to get eliminated. Now from here on out, it's elimination. If you lose the series, your time in the ATS Ascendant Cup is over. So these teams, it's a lot more simple now. You win, you go to the next round. You lose, your night is done. That's it. That's all these teams are going to focus on. Ukiyo Sora trying to get things started. Frog Socks looking for that dribble against Crow, but just a little bit back and forth. I think for Evo Vector, most of this series is just to be early on. Can they, forget about that loss to the Bananas? Can they rebound off it? Well, obviously, you're pretty confident in them, Tazerz. Oftentimes, I see teams in this situation not do so well, but it's obviously a question for Evo Vector. How are they feeling now? Are they going to be able to get themselves back into this? And, find that confidence, find that space for themselves, and find a way to kind of pull this series back in their favor.
Yeah, we'll see. We go saved by Frog Socks here. Good challenge by Crow. Double coming in by Ebb, doubling Diz. Nice touch by Frog Socks.
I mean, so far we're seeing this kind of back and forth boomer ball, positioning here, Tazerz, as well. And I mean, it's just going back and forth. No one really able to control this all that much. I think that's not going to favor Ukiyo Sora. I mean, Evo Vector just trying to play that offense. Still, in Ukiyo Sora right now have been sent back to defense a lot so far. I mean, this is a team that Evo Vector has been pretty confident that has confidently said that they will beat no questions. So, knowing that they're in this position, knowing that they've kind of called them out, it feels like Ukiyo Sora are the team that has to show up here early on in this series, has to show up early here, just getting some goals, getting some plays in, and already looking for chances as Demon, but a shot not going to be able to test the Evo Vector that much. Ukiyo Sora just needs to kind of attack that net. They just haven't found space.
Yeah, no space at all. As we see
wait a
break.
second.
Oh,
ooh, that hit the post. That was wide open as well. That's a huge miss for Ukiyo Sora. Evo Vector just not looking all that confident here on defense. Break specifically, you can tell. Playing a lot more towards the net, and for a player like him who was, last series round was playing all in for a lot of those demos, very weird to see him kind of turtle up, shell himself on defense. It really is it's showing the difference here that it's making, that Evo Vector just aren't as confident as they were at the start of the night.
Yeah. Good demo by Break. It's up in the air. Break shoots and scores.
Great first
What a
strike
shot
there.
by Break, yeah.
It's a great start for Evo Vector and Yazis, and I mean, they've had offense for almost the entirety of this game. It comes as no surprise to see them put that goal in when, you know, again, they need to have that confidence. Taking game one would be that confidence. I think you mentioned they have that confidence. They're obviously proving it here at the start of this game, and I think a lot of people expecting Evo Vector to be that very likely team to move on through. But Ukiyo, Sora still with space and time, and have proven they have that ability. Evo Vector have not exactly looked comfortable on defense so far this game, and Ukiyo Sora just trying to find that opening. Infield it goes. Up goes Crow, and he'll dribble this one down the field. Stopped by Frog Socks though. Ukiyo Sora is playing for time and space, and Evo Vector at this point just, I think, playing for the win here. They're up by 1. They don't need any more goals. I think they'd love to make this series quick, go to the semifinals, where they'd be like they'd have to play against 135 Vortex. Well, that kind of mindset doesn't always work well for teams. Evo Vector, if they're confident in this series, that might be the mindset they bring into this. Just thinking about 135 Vortex, knowing that would be the team they'd be playing next if they were to win this. And knowing that that's a match that they've got to be focusing on, because it's going to be tough. Because so far right now, they've been able to keep control, and although they are only leading by 1, they've been looking like the much better team so far.
Yeah. Indeed. Here comes Demon now. Oh, off the crossbar, down, out. Good clear. Here comes Frog Socks now. Middle, good clear by Break. Crow, big boom. Great touch by Demon in the corner. Ebb, with a nice little touch. Here comes Demon. And Crow with the 50. Pass back by Demon. Frog Socks. The waterfall, good touch by Break. Here comes Crow now. Taking it slow. Good challenge there by Demon. The backboard. Frog Socks is reading it. Against in the backboard. Diz is up. Nice little save by Break. Good challenge by Ebb.
And right now, it just feels like it's Ukiyo Sora meeting a brick wall. Can they at least find something here? I mean, what we've been seeing so far is just they have not been able to put that many shots, and when they do, Evo Vector, their defense, which is one of the big key points to them being able to come back against the Bananas, that showed up here. A 1-0 scoreline was not exactly a very great game for either side, but Evo Vector is going to win it. That's all they really care about. They have not exactly had an easy time tonight, so every game will matter. Evo Vector, the 1-0 scoreline in Game 1. Tazerz, it's a good start for Evo Vector. I mean, it's not perfect. They didn't play amazingly, but for a team that just lost in Game 7, I mean, that's respectable. That's really going to put the pressure on Ukiyo Sora, and that's exactly where Evo Vector wants to be.
Yeah. I mean, just from looking at the stats as well, pretty equal, I'll say. I mean, 7 to 8 shots, 6 and 4 saves. So.
And as we're moving into game number 2, Team Evo Vector would love to keep this one going. I mean, they won Game 1, but a 1-0 scoreline is not exactly going to hold up forever. They've got to find ways to just get a few more goals. They've really got to find a way to allow their players just going to get that confidence back, ride high with their momentum now that they've taken it after Game 1, and just be able to pull themselves back. It's going to take a while for them to do it, but Game 1 showing a good start for Team Evo Vector, proving that they are one of the scarier teams in this tournament. Now it's just about being able to not only just do that, you need to do it again. Now in Game 2, and try to do it even better to really force out Ukiyo Sora, because what's scarier than, what's not scarier than taking one game is now taking 2 games, taking everything that they can, throwing, Ukiyo Sora in for a loop, and if they can just hold them back like they did in Game 1, bring in that really solid defense, bringing in that midfield that has been a pain that for even the Bananas to deal with, Ukiyo Sora are really going to struggle.
Yeah, as long as Ukiyo Sora controls that midfield, it'll be perfect. And Diz with the nice shot, Frog Socks, the nice little flick. Diz with the shot, hits post and in. Beautiful shot. And making it 1-0.
And slowly but surely, I expect Ukiyo Sora to pick up that pace, get a little bit faster, a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more easygoing, I would say, with how Evo Vector wants to play. Evo Vector wants to play that fast-paced. Ukiyo Sora is willing to give it right back to them, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Most teams don't want to play nearly as fast as Evo Vector are. It's not exactly easy to get comfortable with that, and for good reason, because look at what Crow's doing. That was disgusting from Crow. Flick over one, bypassing the other with a bump. I mean, that's what Crow can do. He can do that stuff, and he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, beautiful bump by Crow there, and then just flicks it over the second defender. Crow gets the reset. Good touch by Diz. In the air. Frogsox. Passes the torch. Diz. Nice little back pass to Frogsox. It's middle. Good clear by Crow. Nice little touch. Pass to the Ebb. Good challenge by Frogsox. Here comes Diz. Has boost. Passes one, and what a pass! And beautiful challenge by Frogsox to get that shot in.
Evo Vector right now are leaving themselves very thin on defense. Ukiyo Sora, they may not be winning in control, but they're definitely taking advantage of these counterattack positions. Evo Vector leaving that backline very empty at this point, and there's leaving a really empty midfield, I should say. Not a backline that's empty, a midfield that's empty. And you can tell, I mean, both goals so far have just been from fast breaks, you know, that Evo Vector have given to them. And I mean, that's not to say it's a bad thing, because Ukiyo Sora obviously making it work, but Evo Vector, they're just leaving that midfield open. What Ukiyo Sora is waiting on right now is for that opening, those open chances, because so far that's where their goals are coming from, is when they can play those odd man rushes, when they can play on breakaway chances. Doing that right now, but gotta make sure they keep doing it. They keep finding pace, they keep luring in Evo Vector to offense, because at some point you would expect Evo Vector to start to realize that, and you can already tell, keeping the offense going is Ebb. But the shot not finding its mark, not yet at least. Evo Vector just trying to keep the offense going, trying to keep the shots going.
Yeah. Now we're in the corner now. Crow demos Diz. Break with a nice little touch there. Crow and Frogsox with the 50. Nice clear by Diz. Nice little 50 by Ebb and Diz. Even with the pass, Frogsox with the shot, and it's in. Making it 3-1.
And it's yet another passing play here for Ukiyo Sora, and this is the Evo Vector defense, you know, really struggling. And we've seen that already, that they have issues on that back line. That's only been exacerbated here in this game, and it feels like Ukiyo Sora just has the perfect counter right now. They're just throwing the ball in front, and Evo Vector just can't get to it, it feels like. And I know this is an Evo Vector team that just isn't feeling it right now, but from what we saw in that first game and from the series before this, their defense was really solid, so this is a huge, you know, change to see, but it's what Ukiyo Sora is playing to, and I mean, credit to them. They're scoring on it, they're making these plays happen, and they're really exploiting what has been right now, a big weakness for Evo Vector.
Yeah, also, Sporting, I don't know if you saw what happened, but Diz also got a bump on the goalie. So, that was a pretty good bump. So it can be 3-1. Crow with the shot. And it goes in. Nice little touch by Demon, but it's just a little awkward.
Was that shot had so much power on it as well. It just kind of fell through, even with that save from Demon. He just could not get enough behind it to keep the ball out. And in that position, if the ball, you know, that shot's so powerful, you have to leave it off, kind of push it to that back corner. Even trying to hit it straight outward, it's just not an easy place to do that, and kind of gets burned on it there as Evo Vector pulling their way back in. Even though this has not been a good game for them defensively, their offense has definitely found its mark. Gotta be able to find another goal. I mean, offense can only do so much in a series like this. They've got to find goals, they've got to find chances, and they don't have a lot of time to find it here. 90 seconds to go. They need just one, but this is not an easy goal to get for themselves, and Ukiyo Sora will force them to play that way to get it. Evo Vector are going to have to take chances. They're going to have to play upfield. Maybe get a couple bumps. Just finding plays to really play, I think, one-on-one. If they're going to beat this Ukiyo Sora team, but it's not an easy thing when Ukiyo Sora right now finding plays as a team, and Evo Vector just doesn't seem to have as much of a sense of urgency as you should expect from them, but here they go. In goes Break, a minute now called on the board as FrogSox will get the clear. Blair did jump in there for Evo Vector, but it's Crow to clear it back. Demon trying to just find his way back upfield. Break keeping it away from him. Now gets over Diz to the back wall in front for Crow, but FrogSox there. And Evo Vector just trying to play for time, play for those chances. But Ukiyo Sora just faster than them right now, and Evo Vector, they've got to find a sense of urgency. They just aren't picking up that pace. They have to. Time is running out.
Here comes Break now. Keeps it close. Flicks it over one. Tries to look for the demo. Crow with the shot to bang, but what a save by FrogSox. What a pinch by FrogSox. Nice little touch by Crow. Nice touch by Demon. It's in its middle. FrogSox with the demo on Break. Here comes Ebb. Passes it. Crow is there. Crow misses it, but it might go in. No, it's not. FrogSox with the save. And Ukiyo Sora wins game number 2.
As you said, it's game 2. It's Ukiyo who will be the happier team off of that one. Tied up, and, you know, just seeing what we saw in game 2, it just felt like Team Evo lost that steam, lost that energy, lost that movement. It's an exhausting night, but it just felt like they kind of lost that energy. They lost that urgency as well, and that really hurt them. This is a team that wants to play fast. They just didn't have it. They didn't show that in game 2.
It definitely didn't show in game 2, but we will see in game 3. What do you think they need to work on, Sporty?
Like I said, they just need to find some sense of urgency, and maybe it comes down to, you know, getting that talking with Retro, that coach of theirs, again, that could really make the difference, because it just feels like the Evo team just gotta find that confidence again. They just don't have it. And without it, you're not going to find yourself being all that successful. The pressure's on these teams. It's pressure's on Evo Vector, sure, but when the pressure's on, you've got to be able to show how confident you are. This is a team that wants to be confident, wants to be in there, wants to really show up. So it surprises me that they didn't really play that way in game 2. I want to see that confidence come back, especially in game 3 here, where it is going to probably change the course of the series. To take that lead in the series, Evo Vector, if they can snatch it back, if they can show that confidence, as I said again, I think they are the better team on paper. If they can play that way, Ukiyo Sora is not going to have an easy time beating them, and I would not bet on them winning if Evo Vector plays confident.
Oh, a nice little touch. Demon whiff, but also Break with the whiff. Unless he got faked by Demon. Break now. Shoots. Nice little save by Diz. Nice little doink by Diz. Here comes Crow. Nice little touch by Diz. I don't know if you noticed, Sporty, but Ebb switched from Fennec to the Octane. And Demon scores. Beautiful pass by FrogSox here.
Maybe that car jams didn't really help Ebb so much there. It just couldn't get to that ball off the back wall. Ukiyo Sora scoring first again. And Evo Vector now, there's the question. Do they have that energy? Do they have that pace in them? This is where they need to show up with it. Because now they're down by a goal. This is when you can really show up to Ukiyo Sora, fight back, and really kind of stick it to them and tell them that you're not out of this one yet. But that is if Evo Vector does bring it in. I mean, as we saw in game 2, they have not been consistent with that kind of energy.
Oh, Diz bumps FrogSox there. Nice challenge by Break here. Gets to that challenge as well. That's nice. FrogSox just bangs it in the corner. Good touch by Crow. Controls it. Has low boost. Has no boost now. But still goes for it. So I like to see.
And you mentioned it. You like to see that thing. You like to see it. I think it's the confidence that's really speaking. Oh, but that shot spoke as well. Ebb and Break working together. Because Break got rid of the defensive threats. It was Ebb who found the shot on. And it's Evo Vector who... they needed that. I mean, this has not been a good start to their series. They need to pick things up. Is a goal like that? Is that the goal, Tazerz, that you think is going to be the goal that kind of brings them back into this? Or do you still think Ukiyo Sora are going to be able to keep kind of with their confidence and not let that goal affect them?
If they keep doing the bumps, I think it'll be fine. Maybe not so much the demos. I feel like just the bumps is enough. And break with another shot. See what happened here. Crow with a nice little pass. Break just shoots it bottom. This tries to reach to that but couldn't. But now it's 2-1.
And you mentioned it as well, Evo, Vector, taking advantage of Ukiyo Sora without their defenders in the right spot there, and now Ukiyo trying to find their way out from defense as a bounce off the back wall. Break will be waiting under this one. Now Ebb, Break, finding Crow. That's a really good pass. That is
really
beautiful from Evo
Oh my
Vector. That has
goodness.
probably been the best they've looked all night. 1, 2, 3. That could not have been played any better. Ukiyo Sora were none wiser to seeing that play happening, and they couldn't do anything to stop it. That was perfect.
Beautiful passing play by Evo Vector. Three won the score. Here comes Crow. Passes it to Break. Break is there. Ebb. Nice little touch. This has their boost but gets the save. Nice touch by Break. Keep it in the corner.
Good control here from Evo Vector as well. I mean, we're seeing a lot of this back and forth, but Evo Vector making sure that when those challenges do come, they can win the important ones. When it comes to that midfield, sometimes it only is just a couple of 50s that you need to win to take over. And again, it's those important challenges that they need to win. It's the important challenges that right now Evo Vector are the ones winning. And reminder, to take the lead in the series are 2 minutes away from doing just that. But Ukiyo find their way back in, but they're not getting nearly as many odd man rushes. This Evo Vector team that got a couple goals on them have now stumped the Ukiyo Sora team and have forced them to play a very different way. And I think that really speaks to how important that first goal is. You know, not only is it just confidence for Evo Vector, but it allows them to play that playstyle that they want to play. And for Ukiyo Sora, that's not a playstyle that really favors them in any way.
Crow with the shot. Good save by Demon. Crow demos Demon. Nice touch by Ebb. Nice little flick. Good challenge by Demon. Crow and Frostlocks. That's a pinch. Oh, it's just wide. Thought that was going in. Nice 50. Ebb looking for the demo on Demon. Nice little touch and shot by Demon. Shot coming in by Frostlocks. It's just off. Crow has boost. Definitely don't want to see him with boost. And especially in the air. Because that's his playing style. That's what he loves to do.
Yet this ball just continues to float harmlessly in front of that net. Ukiyo Sora, they've gotten close here, Tazerz, but they haven't exactly hit their targets just yet. Evo Vector continually able to force them back again and again and again. And Ukiyo Sora, and this is what I mentioned, if Evo Vector can play with confidence, this isn't the most confident we've seen them tonight, but it's definitely more confident than in game 2. If they can play with confidence, as we are seeing, Ukiyo Sora is going to struggle. They're not going to have an easy time even getting games against Evo Vector, nonetheless taking a series against them. So for Evo Vector, that's what I mean. They need to play confident. They need to be willing to take these chances to play up on offense. That's where they're their strongest. And I mean, right now you're seeing the difference that it makes for a team like Evo Vector against a team like Ukiyo Sora.
Yeah, now Evo Vector is just playing time. Let that clock go down. And that will be it for game number 3.
Evo Vector in the lead with the lead in the series once again. Now only 2 wins away from moving on to the semifinals. So I mean, we're getting down to having this series getting, you know, a little bit more sketchy for Ukiyo Sora, Team Evo. Although they have taken game 3 again, it feels like they need to find that confidence still. I don't know, Tazerz, if you think that they've already found their confidence, but I might as well ask you anyways then. Do you think that this Team Evo team has found their confidence just yet?
I think they found their confidence, and also another thing that I noticed from the stats, this game compared to all the games that Evo Vector played from the previous series, this is the least boost consumption they've used. So that's a good sign, because you know that you're not stealing each other's boost, or you know, leaving one with 0. So perfect. And then I see also the ball touches, a lot more ball touches by break. So it's just more about the ball touches, in my opinion.
As you mentioned as well, ball touches, getting on the play. As long as you can hit the ball faster, better than your opponents, you're probably going to be winning games. And I mean, that's something that this Evo Vector team can do. If they can play fast, if they can play controlled, they can do it. We know they can. We saw them do it against the Bananas. They do it well here. This is game 4, potential for a match point for Evo Vector, and a chance in that semi-finals. Reminder, loser of the series is out, as what happened to Eb there just didn't move off the back wall. It gave Demon an easy net, and 4 seconds in, Ukiyo Sora are very happy. Oh, he got bumped. Fox ran right into him. That's a great bump play. Ukiyo Sora, no wonder they scored first.
I couldn't quite see because of the camera angle, but was that a team bump or was that a...
That was Fox that got him there.
Fox,
that was Ukiyo. That was Ukiyo Sora. Oh, definitely. Who made that play happen? Huge goal.
Perfect.
Great play in front as well. And Evo Vector right now being forced back, but Ukiyo Sora holding them right now. A 1-0 lead.
Here comes Eb.
Oh.
And gets the goal. I think he played it slow and didn't rush things, which is perfect. Because I think Diz and Frost were expecting something quick and not slow. So that was a good decision making by Eb.
And we keep on going
we are
here.
tied.
It's tied, yeah. 1-1 the scoreline here as Evo Vector just want to wait on back. Ukiyo Sora trying to keep the offense going, but it's Eb. Roxox. This one pinched away from the nets, but in comes Demon. To the back wall he goes. Demon not hitting the net, but in comes Diz to keep the offense going. Finds Eb though. That long shot. Just wide, but he beat out Frogsox there. More plays like that from Evo Vector that could catch Ukiyo Sora napping. And again, their speed. We mentioned it a lot. It's showing up here. This is Evo Vector playing fast. And, I mean, it's a part of Evo Vector we haven't seen yet so far this series. And if it is something that does show up here, we'll see how well it works. But it almost feels like Ukiyo Sora won't be expecting it.
Yeah, now I see here break. Nice little touch. Damon, beautiful catch. That's his one defender. 50's it. Now it's in the middle. Pro. Grabs the boost. Break or Eb with the shot. It's just hits the crossbar and out. Here comes break now. Tries to get Doomsy dish. This with a beautiful clear. Pro. Shoots. Just wide, but break is there for the rebound and scores.
And scores, he will. That's a huge second goal. This game's been relatively close so far. That's big for Evo Vector. They needed something to separate themselves. And now their confidence is back in them. I mean, it just feels like there isn't too much to shut them down at this point.
Yeah, I'm just examining both these teams right now, and I think they need to play more ball possession.
Maybe quantify that a little bit more, Tazerz. You know, not just like about ball possession, but how are these teams going to get that ball possession? Because obviously you talk about how important it is. Can you describe maybe what these teams should do to keep that ball possession? Because right now, Evo Vector are controlling it. They're leading 3-1. Ukiyo Sora, you mentioned it, don't have possession. You know, tell me more about this Ukiyo Sora team. What about them not having enough possession? What do they need to do about it?
They just need to, like, let's say the ball's in the corner. They just need to grab that corner boost and just hit it up, and then off the ceiling, and then just land, and then just control it from there. Or even if it's in front of their net, just control it. And Crow with the shot coming in. Let's see this. Gets a nice little touch. Gets a nice little doink right over Frost Sox there.
And it just feels
4-1 the score.
You mentioned a ball possession specifically, and I feel like we could get a little bit more in depth about how that's been working so far. Evo Vector, I mean, just again, they're reaching these plays a lot faster, playing a lot faster. It feels like they're playing at the speed of Ukiyo Sora. And originally, it felt like Ukiyo Sora was actually going to play at that speed, but so far they just have not been able to here. And Evo Vector keeping them back, and now an overcommit break. Surely this is number 5. It will be. He's not even going to miss this net. And Ukiyo Sora starting to overcommit. It just feels like it's all falling apart here, Tazerz. This has been their worst game so far. Evo Vector, this has been their best so far. I think we can see that distinction made very clearly.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of mistakes. Definitely the communication. And just their morale is down, but I feel like they need to change it up. You know, there's still so much time left, and you know anything can happen, especially just down by 4.
Well,
As
what
we
is going to
can see
happen?
there was a double commit by Ukiyo Sora there.
And I was going to say, what is going to happen here is almost another goal here for Crow. Evo Vector, I mean, they've already had enough of those. They're still looking for more. Ebb, able to get through Frog Sox, but he does set up, break that shot. Going towards the net, but it won't hit the nets. And it's Ukiyo who will continue to just wait under this. Reminder, 125 Vortex plays the winner of this series in the semifinals later tonight. As in goes Crow. That's going to find the net. It's 6-1. Team Evo Vector. Unprecedented domination right now in Game 4. Reminder, this is for match point.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Crow. Making it 6-1 with 1 minute 20 seconds left. I mean, there's still lots of time if they just try and do it quickly, but if they take too much time with the ball, then this game number 4 will go to Evo Vector.
It is. Great clear back from Crow. It's another open net here. Ukiyo Sora kind of the overcommit, and it's going to be Crow for his third. 7-1 of Brazil here on Manfield Dawn. Team Evo Vector. I mean, I don't know if there's much else we can really say about this, Tazerz. This is just them playing at their style. And this is Ukiyo Sora who is meeting it and is powerless to stop them.
Yeah, I mean, I just like how they switched it from game 1. You know, game 1 it was kind of a little slow, but then they said, "Come on, we can be quicker."
It felt like they finally woke up.
At our speed.
Felt like they finally woke up in this series. You said it. They brought the speed. Now they bring in the goals with it. 7-1 right now. We'll see if they can get anything else here against Ukiyo Sora. I mean, with 30 seconds to go, anything can happen. And I feel like anything is can Evo Vector score? Will they score again? And the answer, I honestly don't know. They might find another one here very soon. As Ukiyo Sora, I mean, at this point, I think they've given up on this game. But the series not over yet. We will be going to Game 5. But for Ukiyo Sora, they haven't used their tactical timeout. This is a team that can use them, and very likely we will see them probably use it here because this game gets away from them. An 8th goal goes in. Ukiyo Sora's going to let this thing drop and let the game end. But Team Evo Vector had other ideas. They add another, and now officially this game is now a blowout.
Yeah, and just a miscommunication there from Demon and Diz, but I mean, the game 4 was over, but we will see in game 5. See if they can change something up, and hopefully they will use their tactical timeout and see what they can do.
As well, and again, thank you for the raids, by the way. Everybody out there, huge raids from a lot of people. But thank you all so much. Thank you, what was it, Zach Vexel, I know who raided earlier, and then thank you as well, 888 Flow, for joining in. You guys are joining the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup. Sponsored by Variety Esports. This is the lower quarterfinals of the final day. It's a $100 prize pool. Team Evo Vector right now trying to fight for a semifinal spot. They're only 1 game away. Timeout called by Ukiyo Sora, so they will be using it here. No major surprises. I mean, you might as well use it now when you've got the whole series against you, but it means that they've got 2 minutes to talk things out. Let's just see how things work out with them.
Sporty Frankie said, "Who's casting bananas in Vanguard?" Because
Oh, don't worry, we will be doing that. That's going to be the next match on this stream. That's a semifinals match, so those teams are going to have to wait a little bit, unfortunately, but all right, they'll be back. We will get that match next, so don't worry. You will be seeing the semifinals on this stream. Right now, we got the lower quarterfinals to determine our other semifinals matchup, but once this is over, we're going to semis. We're going to be seeing, yeah, as you mentioned, Hunter's Vanguard, Team Evo Banana. It's going to be a great match when we get there. so here we go. We go to game 4 here, and again, while that timeout continues here, I mean, Ukiyo Sora calling it. I feel like it's a bit late, though. They have to win 3 games straight. Not an easy feat here, Tazerz. I don't know if you agree with me on this. Does it feel like they've called this one a bit late?
They called what? I'm sorry.
Timeout. You think they called the timeout late?
No. I think it's the right time. I feel like it's good for slow down the momentum. You know what I mean? Because I think I would do the same. Slow down the momentum and see what we can do. You know, get good comms, good comms, good passings. You know, just no mistakes. You know, it's just same thing as I said with the previous series on Evil Bananas, which they won the series. So we will see.
As you said as well, we're going to get right back into this one. So timeout now over. Team Evo Vector can take the series here and go to the semi-finals. Could be a very quick 5-game series. Evo Vector had been like the much better team last game. 8-1, that was that scoreline. Now it's game 5. They're on match point. Ukiyo Sora did take their timeout. We'll see what changes, but with how last game went, if Evo Vector can recreate that, there's no chance here that Ukiyo Sora can stop them. And that's me saying this here. Ukiyo Sora has a lot of work to do. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, what a save on the goal line. Crow with the shot, just wide, off the post, and Bray comes in with the rebound and scores, making it 1-0.
And that's the fireworks already for Evo Vector, an overcommit for Ukiyo Sora. They've had a couple of those so far this series. They've just gotten really, I think, careless with those rotations. It just feels like Ukiyo Sora has been stepping on them. I don't know if you've seen the same thing, Tazerz, but it feels like they always seem to have 2 players or 3 players all punched up in the same place. And with that kind of opening with a team like Evo Vector who's playing really fast, feels like they have the perfect playstyle to exploit that. They're just going to take advantage of any of that open space, and it feels like Ukiyo Sora's given a lot of them because they just haven't spread out enough as teammates.
Yeah. Demo with a nice little touch. Frog Socks. Have a nice little 50. Here comes break. Good touch by Diz there. Crow beats Demon there. Ebb with the shot. Nice save by Frog Socks. Diz demos break.
And I think what's been so interesting about this night as well for Ukiyo Sora is just as a team, they don't even have their captain or even their secondary captain available tonight. Their captain for the most of the season was Karai. Then for the wild card they had it, the Kiwi's Reflex. Now tonight it is Frog Socks, who's kind of standing in as the captain. Ukiyo Sora, this is a team that's had themselves, they didn't have as many roster issues, but every team that's had their own roster problems, especially nearing this playoff bracket. So I think for them, making the top 6 finish, they're going to be pretty happy about that, but obviously, you know, they want more. But with these roster issues that they've been having, I mean, now that you know about that, Tazerz, as well, and that you've kind of been able to learn about all these different changes they've had and who's leading, what does that do for a team? You know, for any team, especially a team like Ukiyo Sora, who still feels like they just need to find someone to take that lead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if no captain was available, then I feel like Frog Socks will take that position. I think we would just talk and say, come on guys, like, we need to wake up.
And sadly enough, it's just not an easy thing to do. It's, you know, that captain's role. I know every player wants to take that role, but from experience, not an easy role to take. I know for a fact for Evo Vector, they've got Break, they've got Retro. They're both known to be very vocal. They've got leaders. Feels like for Ukiyo Sora, I can't say the same on their side. Who's going to be taking over for this team? And right now for Evo Vector, a 1-0 lead. And this was the lead that they held in Game 1 and took the game because of it. They can do it all over again unless Ukiyo Sora has something to say. But with 2 minutes to go, this is all that Evo Vector needs. Obviously, they're still looking for more, but we know Ukiyo Sora have already struggled having to come back against Evo Vector. Does Evo Vector continue to find ways as in comes Zeb? That shot not hitting the back of the net, but Ukiyo Sora facing the pressure right now. Evo Vector really feels like it's their game to lose.
And nice little touch by Ebb. Nice little touch by Break. Here comes Crow. What a save by Frog Socks. Oh my goodness. Here comes Ebb with the shot. What a save by Demon. Bro with the shot. It's a bouncer, but what a save by Demon.
Defense holding on tight, that's for sure. Ukiyo, Sora, Evo Vector. Do it again, and we've seen that Ukiyo Sora defense. It's been strong so far, but they needed offense here, Tazerz. We haven't seen much, and I know you wanted to mention demos for Ukiyo Sora, but it just feels like they haven't had the space to get any. Now they have so little time left. You know, they've been a counterattack every team. How do you lure in a team like Evo Vector?
I mean, just be more aggressive.
Well,
as you can see, Demon being aggressive is what I like. Zero boost, goes for it. Goes for it again there. And ties it up for his team. 103 left on the clock.
An Evo Vector who's been controlling this game, but it's tied at this point, and anything can happen. You mentioned it, it feels like it's your catchphrase now. Anything can happen with all this time we still have left. Who knows, maybe it's Ukiyo Sora's time to find their way back. FrogSox trying to do that quite literally by going through a defender, but it won't work there. Now goes Break to get the offense started. The initial shot won't hit, and neither will be that any sort of follow-up as Ukiyo Sora have intercepted this play. Ebb bumped, Demon hit the back post. Ebb will clear it out. Evo Vector will be the one still on this with 30 seconds to go. Maybe a chance to take something, a goal, a play, something that they can take in this game. I don't think they want to see overtime again after what they had in their last series against Team Evo Bananas. Crow. It's a great first touch. Looking for the double tap. Won't be able to hit the net, but he will find the pass. No, close angle shot. You know what? Ukiyo Sora jumps, but that shot not on target. Time running low here, but a big clear. Ukiyo may have pushed everybody up a bit too high there. This ball landing and staying there. Overtime in Game 5. If Evo Vector can score, they're heading off to the semifinals.
We have Break now. Nice challenge by Demon. Here comes Ebb off the corner. This with the clear. That might roll in, and it is saving his team. Ukiyo Sora catching Crow too much, or too pushed up, and scores an OT.
Yet again, we have a series that goes to Game 6 here, so yet again, the series stays close. Ukiyo Sora trying to find that comeback position. But yeah, you mentioned it was just an overcommit, and Crow himself has been, and I'm sure you would agree, has been uncharacteristically quiet this series. He's been very, very quiet, and I don't know if this is a mental thing or if it's a decision from Evo, but quite surprising to see them just kind of have Crow sitting back when we know what he can do. He's been a standout player. So surprising to see him so quiet in a match that really needs him to step up at times.
Yeah. I mean, we can just see from the stats, is Evo is just pushing and pushing and pushing and being super aggressive, but that break wall of Ukiyo Sora.
I think the call to brick wall may be somewhat characteristic. They've got 9 saves. I think more so, it's Evo Vector just couldn't score. They couldn't find the chance. They couldn't finish their shots. It's been inconsistent so far for Evo Vector. They were perfect at that in Game 4. Game 5, that timeout used, it really did reset Evo Vector. They did not appreciate that very much, and you can tell that game, just very little to show for themselves. They didn't get that many goals, and now we go to Game 6 with a potential to have the series end here. Can Evo Vector come back from what was a relatively disappointing Game 5, take Game 6, and, send themselves to the semifinals?
Right, game number 6, correct?
Yep.
Yes, this is game number 6. Alright, FrogSox. Oh, what a touch. I think that was Ebb. Break. Misses it. Oh, a nice little touch. FrogSox bangs it out. Demon's there. Gets a crazy redirect there. This is up. Nice little touch in the corner. Demon with a nice little touch. Break with the pass. Here comes Crow. What a save by Frostsox. Here comes Frostsox. Ooh. Nice little touch. Crow with the challenge. Diz is there. Nice little touch by Ebb. Demon bangs it out. Nice touch by Break. Tries to get a flip reset, but Frogsox was there. Ebb. Middle. What a save by Diz.
Feels like a game like this, with how back and forth it is, it may only come down to just a single goal. And we saw Evo Vector, they were able to score early in Game 5. Didn't make too much of a difference, obviously, in the long run, but the team that, again, I mean, I don't know how important you think that first goal is for both these sides. I mean, keep talking about how important it hasn't been for Evo Vector, but for Ukiyo, Sora, just trying to get out here. Again, they're stuck on defense, just like how last game felt for them at times. Just stuck waiting, as Ebb doesn't have this one. Oh, the shot from Diz could have been a lot better. Missed the net. That felt like that was it for Ukiyo, Sora. That's just a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah, definitely a missed opportunity. But we see here Frogsox being a little aggressive here. The bump. Crow passes out to Ebb. What a save. Ebb. Throws up. Gets the dunk, but saved by Demon. Right. No 50. Crow now. Nice back for defense by Demon. Good touch by Frogsox. Crow.
With half the game having passed by so far, still no goals. I mean, this is a situation we have not been in since Game 1. We've not been in a position in Game 1 where we've just seen so little on either side. You know, playing this one, it just feels like it's brick wall versus brick wall, defense versus defense. It was a game that Evo Vector won, but it was definitely a bit tense, I think, even for them. And they did score a little earlier in that game as well, so coming into this game, seeing them having had to face this all over again, do you think this favors Team Evo Vector this time around, against Ukiyo Sora? Do you see Ukiyo Sora, after how they've done in Game 5, have the advantage right now?
We'll just see on who does the first mistake. Because with the first mistake, it's crucial to not make a mistake, but if someone does make a mistake, it'll be crucial for the other team to punish that mistake and score the goal.
You mentioned it feels like it's a battle at this point for who's going to mess up first, and I think a lot of tonight has been a battle of who's going to mess up first, force their team to have to play against the grain here. Ebb. How do we get the double tap? We'll leave Break to wait on this one. Miss there! 3 players whiffed! It's rolling! It's gonna find its way in! Oh man, a tragedy for Ukiyo Sora. 3 players went up for it, all of them missed, and Evo Vector will take that.
Like I said, the mistakes. All it takes is one.
And with less than a minute to go, Ukiyo Sora, they've got to bounce back, and now they're the ones, as we mentioned, are pushed on that pressure, been pushed to play against Evo Vector to score. Great shot. What a block for Ebb. Demon now waiting. Ebb keeps this going. Will keep the offense. Look at number 2. Oh, he's got it. That was beautiful from Ebb. A masterful play. And Evo Vector double their lead.
Yeah, beautiful play here by Ebb. Making the lead 2-0 now, with 39 seconds left on the clock. Here comes Demon. It's a backboard. Frogsox. Nice little flick. Tries to get the bump on Ebb. 20 seconds left. It's a waterfall. Nice little touch by Diz. Crow. Just buying time. Fakes 2-player out. Dunks Demon. And that will be it.
as this ball hits the ground, Evo
for this
Vector.
series.
They're moving into the semifinals here. 4 games to 2, yet another game 6. Every match so far tonight has been down to the wire here, but Evo Vector, after a Game 7 loss, now winning Game 6, they move to the semifinals to play against 135 Vortex. And on this stream, it's 100 Vanguard, Team Evo Bananas. But, wow. Tazerz, another very close match for Evo Vector. And moving to semis, and again, it was nice having you joining this stream as well. We got to have you join in for 2 matches. Obviously, before you leave, Tazerz, and before we go to our next match, we're going to have to hurry this a little bit, but do you have anything you want to say? Any last messages? Any final things that people hear? Any shoutouts, maybe, for people out there that have been watching you?
Well, first things first, I just want to thank God for giving me this opportunity to cast with you. Second thing is shout out to Quinn because she's a W mod for my channel, and she handles things for. She handles my channel, and obviously shout out Ascend Tournament Series for letting me join their league, and also I just want to give a shout out to you because you're the one that offered me to dual cast with you, and I really appreciate that.
As we go to our schedule here, again, our next match, Team Evo Bananas taking on 100X Vanguard. A big match here, the semi-finals of tonight's event. We've got 2 matches left. Semis is here. Again, RedFalcons will be at the other one. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, semi-finals action, top 4, we're going to be finding one of our finalists today. And we are back with the semifinals of the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. I'm Spotty FC, you're back here, we've got our top 4 guaranteed, and from here on out, single elimination as usual. Team Evo Bananas will take on 100x Vanguard, and on the other side of the bracket, Team Evo Vector will be playing against 100x 35 Vortex. A big series here, a lot of competition. Red Falcons, we got that, we'll be on the other side, 135 Vortex, Team Evo Vector. But for us, we've got Team Evo Bananas taking on 100x Vanguard, the surprise matchup. 100x Vanguard, a team so far that has had excellent players, but can they keep that impressive run going? What I think is also interesting is the fact that at our final bracket as well, we've got 225 teams, 2 Team Evo teams. That wasn't planned by us, by the way. Just so happened that that's how things went for us. So it's 135 and Team Evo playing against each other on both sides of this bracket. Single elimination, still best of 7s from all the way out. And a lot of pressure that these teams will be facing here in the championship. Again, mind $100 prize pool, waiting for the team that wants to take it here in this series. So again, while we do wait on both these rosters showing up, it's gonna be a great match here. We're gonna enjoy this one. Again, all of our best of 7s continue, and again, Team Evo 135. We didn't plan on this, but this is where it is now. Do we see that matchup continue in the grand finals, or does one of these orgs really prove themselves as the better team here? Because so far, well, we've seen impressive stuff tonight. Team Evo Vector staying live in lowers. They lost the Bananas earlier. We might be able to get a rematch in the grand finals. Could be a very fun time if that happens, but right now, Evo Bananas, they've got to win against Vanguard to do that. The Vanguard team, definitely a team that they're expected to beat, but I don't think the team that they've played yet this season, so see how things are going. Vanguard, part of that weird Group B that people have not been exactly pleased of this season, but they got through. I mean, to think about this team, who ended their regular season with a losing record, found their way through, scrambled their way back in through the wild card, through the 8th seed qualifier match. They didn't even get to go through the regular Swiss bracket. And then win against the Nova Ninjas. Now get to play against the Bananas here. This is a huge match for 100x Vanguard, trying to prove themselves as a worthy team, but we'll get them in, we'll get this match underway. Enough me yapping, let's just get to gameplay here. Team Evo Bananas had a long wait, they had an hour to wait. So did Vanguard. Both these teams now get to go back in for the semi-finals, a grand final spot. West rests in the balance, waits for who wants to take it. The Bananas are back, they're on the blue, Vanguard on the orange. It's Team Evo versus 100x 35 Esports, and a best of 7 to determine which of these two orgs will find themselves there first. And Shizo gets things started, a big pop in front. It was Caden who had a few issues there actually getting to that ball, and just a little pop-up. Vanguard, they've been waiting a little while. Their match against Nova Ninjas was a long one though, went to game 7. It was a long series, it was a tough battle. They made their way through, found that spot, and again, they had to wait a little bit. Now they get to play it. Oh, another whiff here from the Bananas. It's a second goal, this time for Peak Legend. And I don't know what kind of a start this is, but the Bananas roster, that hour wait really hasn't helped them, because that's a huge whiff for Juicy, and not one that he should be making. 2-0 for 135. We go back in again. Evo Bananas pick themselves up here. I mean, this is awkward to say the very least. Flo's gonna shoot this one on. Here goes Peak Legend, but I don't know what to say right now. Evo Bananas, I mean, they played phenomenally against Team Evo Vector. I wonder if they had any warm-up in between hand, because it doesn't look like they had any with the way that they're playing right now. I mean, it's just a lot of awkward play, but next Vanguard, they're gonna take any time, any goals they can get, any games they can get. This is a very tough Team Evo side. And this is a tough match in general here for next Vanguard, but they will look to fight through it as Caden to the sidewall. Keeps it high, now we'll look to play in front, but hit back by Peak Legend. Up goes Divine, but Team Evo Bananas, they've got to work a little bit faster than that if they want to get goals, and if they really want to make sure they can allow people to actually be confident in them, because this is not the game one that you would be wanting if you're a fan of this Evo Bananas side. They're the heavy favorites in this match by a pretty solid margin, but I mean, if they can't seem to find their footing, it doesn't matter how good you are on paper, you're going to struggle to find wins. And right now, for Evo Bananas, it may just be the long wait they had in between games. It definitely is, at least right now, definitely coming back to hurt them here, as in goes Juicy, Kaden, goal one for the Bananas, they needed that one. Team Evo, able to find the net finally, and it just comes from great tenacity from Juicy, follows through on that relatively weak touch from Flo, finds Kaden resting back post, and they've got to go back. They definitely were needing that, and Vortex Vanguard now only leading by 1. If Team Evo Bananas can just find some space, find some time to work with, we might be seeing the time for Vanguard slowly disappear in this first game of this series, as Shizo whiffed on this one. Kaden gonna find the net, a triple commit for 100x35, but they will get that one away, as up goes Juicy. Flo not able to be there. Peak Legend. Kaden able to challenge as Divine through the back wall. Shizo. Juicy waiting, but Vortex Vanguard just trying to find that net. Says a whiff there from Kaden. He'll clear it away, but Vortex Vanguard just trying to play with space. Kaden's gonna take this one. That's gonna find the net. It's tied at 2 each. Team Evo Bananas waited, played for it, and that touch from Peak Legend just flew over Shizo. Vanguard didn't have a setup play at the backfield. That is bad communication, and a great job from the Team Evo Banana side to fully jump on that one. Now that it's tied, that's a huge opening to take. A huge goal as well. Oh, but Team Evo still not done. They would love to have a third, take the lead in regulation. Just still have half this game to go. League Legend. Kaden, giving this one all the way back. Flo will send this the other way. Double in for the Vanguard side. And the lead is back in their favor. And for Juicy, just too hesitant. Waiting too far back. That's the confidence that Evo Bananas need to have. They need to jump for that earlier. Didn't show it there from Juicy. And Team Evo, it's a bit of a giveaway play there, and one they're not going to be happy with, as they'll look to keep attacking Shizo. Vanguard just waiting, holding. Gonna play for that time, but in Vanguard side's proving they will definitely take full advantage of you if you don't have the play in your favor. I mean, it's an interesting side of this Vanguard team, because again, this is a Vanguard team with some really top-class players. A team themselves that has not been a top-class team so far this season. They have struggled, to say the very least, this season. This has not been a Vanguard side that can exactly say they've been happy this season. I remember talking to Shizo as well. During the season, they were not exactly happy, but we're preparing for the playoff brackets. They've brought their best. I mean, they've made top 4 now. And if you are wondering, only the top 2 get a part of that $100 prize pool, so you've gotta definitely find that space, find that time to work with. Gotta, again, do pretty well to get a part of that prize pool, as Divine, a good pass, Peak Legend, does get there at the end of that play. And Evo will sit back as Divine again. Ump on Juicy. Peak Legend saved by Kaden, as he'll prevent the Vanguard side from locking in a win there. Still a 1-goal difference as the demo's starting to roll through, but it's Team Evo. We're just trying to get this ball out at this point. But it's Vanguard who are putting them in circles. Flo. Kaden whiffed it. Ooh, Divine wasn't ready for that. Still, the shot bounces off the front bumper of his car. Team Evo Bananas, can they just get out of defense? Right now, they're struggling with just doing that. Uh-oh. We may have had a technical issue. Is everything okay? I think my game's crashed. There we go. Apologies on that, everybody. It seems like my game nearly an issue there. As we go back into this, I don't know what that was. That was a new one for me. As in goes Evo. One more play. Shot wide from Kaden. Juicy can't keep it going. It's going to hit the ground for game 1. Apologies at the end of that game. I don't know what happened there with 10 seconds to go. The game wasn't happy with me for whatever reason. But, oh, there we go. I wasn't connected to the servers. That will do it. As we end game 1 there, Vortex Vanguard still looking to make the incredible Cinderella story continue. We've had a lot of those, but none more, I think, impressive than the Vanguard side with, I mean, them literally being the lowest seeded team in this bracket. We're one of the lowest seeded teams in the wildcard, had to go through in the tiebreaker match, which only was originally scheduled for, which was only made because this division only had 11 teams make the make it to that postseason. And yet they're not only playing to that extra, playing with that, knowing that that was their extra life, but they're absolutely making sure that when they go out, they're going to go out knowing that they put in their best foot forward. Again, apologies to everyone in the chat who saw that. Is everything okay now? I knew I knew my stream didn't DC because I saw that on my I saw it on my other monitor there that it was still running. Is everything okay now, guys? Can you hear me? I haven't gotten a message yet from chat. Let me know if you guys are here, can still hear me. So, we are going to move into game 2. I'm going to assume that you guys can hear me. But if anybody in chat can confirm, let me know. Please do. Game 2 here of this best of 7. And it is back to the drawing board for Team Evo Bananas. A bad start to game 1, just a lot of mistakes. It's definitely a team that has made a lot of mistakes. Vanguard. And I was playing the team that's not making that. You can hear me. Perfect. Great. I'm happy that the issue didn't cause any more issues, because that sometimes happens. As we go into game 2, hopefully that doesn't happen again. That was scary. As Team Evo Bananas just need to find some space, need to find some sort of outplay, as this one left waiting in front. In goes Kaden, the early shot. How is that falling through it? It must have bounced off the post and gone in, because I thought Shizo had that pretty well, not Shizo, sorry, Peak Legend had that pretty well covered. What happened here, Kaden? Oh, it did roll off the post. That was a perfect shot. You could not have asked for much better from Kaden there. And Team Evo Bananas scoring first, less than 30 seconds in. Gonna keep this series in their favor. As this ball will roll up for Juicy. Chizo getting dunked on there, but Team Evo still holding the ball. Looking now. That Doomsday Dish! Kaden! That was magnificent. And beautiful at the same time. Little roll as well, little air roll. Kaden tucking that in. That was... you don't expect that kind of stuff anymore, and that's the weird part about it. You don't expect it. But that's what we got there. He used it well. It's a mechanic that's so underutilized by so many players, but good on Kaden to use it there, because obviously, as we've seen now, it works. And for Evo Bananas, who started off last game 2 goals down, now have gone up 2 goals early in this one. And they're still looking for more, as Kaden has the net to look at. Can he find another touch? Oh, he won't, but Juicy will, and he'll tuck it in. A third for Team Evo, as Kaden, off the back wall, sets it up for Juicy. And this Team Evo side, after having a weak first showing, have come back in with game 2 and have brought in confidence. 3 goals so far. Not only this is meant to be just confidence for them, for the people watching, but it's really meant to be a message to Vanguard that game 1 was just that, game 1. We saw Evo Vector do it in, last series in game 4. These kind of games can really prove to be, in many ways, a statement game to your opponents, to let them know that you're not exactly going to let them have any more. Team Evo Bananas not rolling over lightly now, even if, with how badly game 1 went for them. I think there's definitely going to be some worries, but I think they're starting to calm down their fans a little bit more by getting themselves in the way of the play here, as up it goes. Team Evo pinching this one off the corner. Shizo, Peak Legend, not able to find the nets, but Team Evo still trying to go out, but 100X holding them. A pass there to Shizo. That's never going to miss. 3 minutes to go, but 100X Vanguard trying to get this comeback started early. As Flo pinching this one, saw the commit from Juicy. Well played. Vanguard had a lot of options there. They used the right one. For Evo Bananas, they may be confident with these 3 goals they got early, but they cannot be certain with them. Still a you know, still Vanguard, and it's still a very good team waiting ahead of them that can take them down. I mean, they took down NES Nova Ninjas earlier tonight, which many consider a top 4 team, so they can take down teams like Bananas if they can take down teams like Nova Ninjas. But, again, they've got to be able to prove it. This Bananas team has been lights out so far. We saw them earlier tonight against Team Evo Vector. This is definitely not a team that you would want to take lightly here on Team Evo, and again, who knows, we might see them find that space, find the room to work with as Caden. Not a very good first touch. Shizo pushing it midfield, but Evo will clear it away and will give themselves a lot of space. Actually, in fact, a lot of space there. Shizo almost didn't get back to that in time. Kind of left it, went for a boost, and nearly paid for that with a goal. Next Vanguard, playing with fire there, but they'll survive that play without getting burned. And they keep this going as Peak Legend. 50'd with Juicy. Can Shizo get there? He's missed it off the back wall. Shizo, can he recover? He will not have to worry about it. Peak Legend to the rescue. And it is Vanguard who can go the other way. No one challenged. They're going to take a second. And now only 1 goal away from tying this. Team Evo Bananas sat back, waited, and in comes Flo to take that one and to prove why you should not be doing that at this point. Big goal for Vanguard. 1 minute, 44 seconds left, and 1 goal separating these two incredible sides. And what could be a tied series, or a 2-0 lead. Bananas are looking for the former, and with a goal like that off the kickoff, they put themselves back in a more comfortable position to keep it that way. A minute. Again, a minute 34. Literally only 10 seconds after that last goal. And Team Evo being the 2-goal lead, at least for now, but we've already seen this Vanguard side. If they can find space, they will use it. Good shot. Caden able to get the block. Juicy will prevent Shizo from being able to put that one in the net. Now a follow-up play. Caden is there for it. And Team Evo will clear as Juicy off the corner. Peak Legend. Good first touch, but Caden's on the block. Flo is on the collect. And this one keeps going. The sidewall. Peak Legend. Juicy will go airborne, but Vanguard, no matter what happens, they just can't seem to get out here. Time running out away from them here. And so too are those opportunities to come back in this game. They've got to get offense at this point, it feels like. They've got to get it now. Peak Legend, not able to get through. Juicy, he's got space. And will catch Hendrix Vanguard waiting on defense. With less than 30 seconds to go, feels like this is the Bananas ticket back into this series. As Caden will dribble, unable to find Juicy, but Team Evo not overcommitting. Just going to keep the offense going as it is. At this point, just playing for time. They have the win. As long as they can just get a few more blocks, and that may have been it. Shizo is going to send this one down the field, but time will run out in Game 2. Team Evo Bananas even the series scoreline. A long battle, they almost lost it there as well. It felt like it was slipping away from their fingertips, but that's Game 2 of this best of 7 series, and Evo Bananas 4-2, playing well in Game 2. They need 3 more wins. It's a long night. These teams all know it. I think for Evo Bananas, I mean, they might have been trying to rest a little bit in Game 1, but this is a very restless Vanguard side. And they're making things very close. Nearly came back in that game, but Bananas were able just to get a little bit more than them. Now we go to Game 3, and the same question occurs for us here. I think it's on the Vector matchup. We know Bananas, on paper, the better team, but this has not been exactly the easiest start for them tonight in this series. They just find that opening, find that space, find that play. Well, they're not going to find it there because they whiffed off the ceiling, and Peak Legend will read that one. Team Evo, and I like that they challenged early, but Juicy wasn't even close to that one, completely overshot it. I don't even think Peak Legend saw him jumping for that one. Well, maybe he would have had a second choice on that one, potentially leaving that one. There's the confidence that he goes for. I think that really caught Juicy. Team Evo not gonna be very happy. Their captain's had a couple mistakes so far tonight. That one could be detrimental with how this series has looked so far. But, of course, time. We'll see how it works in their favor. Still a lot of it left. And all they need is one good chance, and they can forget about what happened back there. But Vanguard looking to not let them forget as they set up Peak Legend. Whoa now. Now the Bananas have already committed out of that defense, but a miss there. Flo's able to get back to keep it away. Vanguard running themselves from being the ones that give up a goal by mistake. And Team Evo playing very aggressively, maybe a bit too aggressive. Shizo couldn't find the open net. It was a relatively tough shot for him, but Team Evo, once again, struggling on that rotation. Now that they're down, they do not like to be in this position. And we've seen before what happens when they're put back here. I mean, even against Team Evo Vector, who themselves have struggled to maintain leads, Team Evo Bananas, their defense doesn't play better when they give up that first goal. And right now, it's Vanguard trying to find a second for themselves. But Team Evo clears it away. Peak Legend. Back wall. Kept up by Divine. Caden won't have this. Divine rolling through. You can see Caden trying to... It was not Divine, sorry, Juicy. I don't know why I'm saying it's Divine. Divine's this one. As Team Evo. I'm gonna find those bump plays, but not enough time given to Caden. And for Team Evo, just about finding that space. And for them, finding that one goal they need. Now they'll get the bump on Shizo. Juicy. Pop up high. Great recovery, Shizo. And Hunter's Vanguard will thank him with that block, because they're only up by one. They can hold this lead, but I don't think they're going to be happy about doing just that. Left in front, Caden, surely! Oh, he missed it. It was an open chance. Peak Legend wasn't even there initially, but the shot was not good enough. And Evo Bananas, they needed to score that one. That was their goal for the taking. The shot was too weak. They'll go again. They won't miss this time. Caden on the end of it. Team Evo Bananas, after a long almost 2.5 minutes of trying, do hit the net. And it's tied at 1 each. Team Evo, I mean, they never gave up. But that is a very long amount of time for this team to find that goal. But as I said again, they just need some confidence. That might be it for them, but better not be too overconfident. We've already seen before, their mistakes have had consequences. And it might just show again as here goes Shiza. Oh, he's hit the crossbar. Onyx Vanguard having a couple chances this game to get that second goal. Have not converted on any of them so far. But definitely should be worrying for a Team Evo Bananas fan to, see those kind of chances for Onyx Vanguard, because they're close. They're right in front of that net. And I'm surprised they haven't exactly taken that second goal just yet. For Team Evo, I think they're gonna let them forget about soon, because then it goes. Divine couldn't hit the back post. He instead found Peak Legend on the goal line. Now it goes the other way for Vanguard. Caden. Blow. Divine waiting on this one. Gets around Peak Legend. Still Divine. Juicy. It's not Peak Legend waiting under it, but Team Evo playing for control, and that's a smart play to do here with this kind of time left, with them being that scary team. As scary as they are, ball control's been that name of the game in the Team Evo Vector match. It will be the name of the game here against the Hunter X Vanguard. Especially with the game as as close as this, tied up right now at 1 each. They've got to just keep that ball close and look for opportunities, openings, outplays, anything to beat Hunter X Vanguard. They will look for it. Juicy now. Able to put that near the nets, and use it with full tank of boost. And keep them back. Caden does get bumped, but he finds Juicy. Now he'll look. Divine unable to hit the net. It was a good look on the passing play too, but obviously not good enough for Divine. And Evo Bananas will try again. Now they'll look off the back wall. Yizo there, and again, he's had a lot of boost on defense. And this Vanguard team has been playing from their own back line for the majority of this match. But again, with it being tied, obviously it's working in one way or another. Against this Banana side, maybe that's just the way you have to beat them. You have to play counterattack, counterattack-based style. I mean, they've been also looking for the passes. Juicy overcommitted. What was that from Juicy? on the captain, who I would consider the reason that they gave up that first goal now might be the reason for the second here. That is a huge misstep. Got too confident pushing up, got too confident pushing out. And is that going to be the game winner? It will be. Another, in goes another for Shizo. That is a tragic end to this game because, I mean, you got a feel for Juicy here. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure we don't have to. I'm sure he doesn't need to be reminded just how bad that give up is. Because Vanguard, man, they've taken another game here, and Team Evo Bananas, they're slipping. Those mistakes, it almost cost them their series against Vector. It could cost them their series here against Team Evo. So against Vanguard. And man, this is not the place you want to be if you're Team Evo Bananas. Game 4 of this best of 7. It's just mistakes for Team Evo Bananas. Simple mistakes. They're being put under pressure, and they're definitely starting to crumble. Reminder, Team Evo Vector on the other side. Here we go, game 4. And for this Evo Bananas team, I mean, they know coming into this one they're the favorites. Does that have something to do with this series? How they're feeling right now. By the way, thank you all those chips for the raid. We just saw you guys jumping in. Thank you so much. Joining the ATS Season 3 Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports, $100 prize pool. Up for grabs. This is the semifinals. Right after this, we're going to have the grand finals. RedFalconSS is streaming on the other side with 175 Vortex, Team Evo Vector. So winner of that will also be in the grand finals as well. It's our third of what will be 4 matches tonight. It's a long night of action. But I think everybody is here for to see this kind of gameplay find its way through, and Team Evo right now, definitely the ones feeling it right now because, I mean, so far, it's Vanguard who are coming into this as the underdogs, as a team. I don't think anybody's expecting to win this match. But it is, so far, been close, but it's been Vanguard who've been surprising people so far tonight. And who knows, they might continue to do so. They already beat NES Nova Ninjas earlier. And who knows? But things can definitely change here as things keep going. Caden to the back corner. Set things up here for our next Vanguard to keep the offense as Juicy. Back wall, left for Caden! It's an answer for the Bananas. And again, with how close the series has been, they're going to need every single goal they can get. Juicy forcing Shizo to commit to him. Hayden forcing the Vanguard to commit, so just letting that goal go in. For the Bananas, the offense has not been their issue so far. It's been that defense that's been an issue. Again, it's been those mechanical mistakes, those misplays. That's really been their undoing, and well, maybe that is their offense. Those are 2 open net shots that have just gone wide. I mean, the pressure is really there for these teams. I don't blame them at all for feeling that stress, but in a playoff bracket, the question is obviously not who plays well in the stress, it's how you play under that stress, and here goes Evo Bananas. It may be Vanguard who find themselves in the stress because they had no one back. Flo jumped in for that challenge, but Shizo wasn't even at net yet, and when you do that, you leave it open to plays like that. If you're going to commit in Flo's position, you have to get to that challenge in time. And Team Evo, not about to let 100x Vanguard get away with that kind of stuff. Flo. Oh, it's a really good shot. That's going to find its way in. As soon as he hit it, you knew it was going in. Again, Team Evo, once again, committing out of their nets. And again, it's Juicy, who's caught himself there. He's been their most offensive player, unfortunately for him. He's been a bit too happy to go out of his goal crease. That was a great shot, though. I don't think he was expecting it. That might be the reason why he stood out so far. But I think it's going to be a lesson that why you shouldn't be doing that. As now Vanguard looking to take the lead. Shizo left off the back wall for peak legend Kaden. Waiting under this one as Flo dunked away. Team Evo, who have space. What do they make of it here? Shizo. Back pass for Juicy. Oh, but he's ran into his own teammate. This is a Hunter X Vanguard play, but what will they make of this as Flo? Left now. Demo's in front. Just trying to find any space for Vanguard, but they're sitting back. They're going to play the defensive here. Game tied at 2. Half the game still to go, and if we've had a combined 4 goals already, who knows how many more we're going to add to that by the end of regulation. Peak Legend dunked away. Up goes the shot. No one there to defend it. And Team Evo, it's been back and forth. They'll take they'll take this one back their way. Again, Vanguard caught with no one in net. And it's such a tough thing to do to time those rotations. Vanguard definitely having issues, but again, this is a Bananas team that wants to play fast, is willing to play fast. A lot of time we've seen all these fast teams really catch their opponents off guard with that pace. Next Vanguard again. Should find their way back in this one. Not a very good touch from Shizo though to do that, but they'll be waiting in the back line. Shizo goes to play, but it's Flo. Will look to go out of the nets, but Kaden bumped into this by Flo. It's gonna be a relatively routine save for the legend, who himself has been here before, but again, I don't know if this is his first time in this championship bracket, but it might be the first time he's actually made it this far. Him and Shizo both part of the Goons roster that back in season 2 could not get to that final bracket. Didn't have a very good regular season. Obviously now finding their way to top 4 in a season that again looked like it wasn't going to be very favorable to them. These are not new players, but maybe new to this kind of placement. A look again, but the shot's not fast enough. Team Evo just waiting patiently. Really all it takes is just taking time off that clock, but I gotta get back. Shizo finds bottom right. Less than a minute. This is where it comes down to. Again, halfway through this game, we had 4 goals combined. Now we've got 6 with a minute to go. And 100x Vanguard. Oh, they may not get out of that play, though. Great save for Peak Legend. Himself not too shy to those 1v1 opportunities. He's had a very defensive role for 100x Vanguard. Now they're cleared away. Shizo 50s it! He leads his team again. And you've got to give respect to Shizo just to commit for that. I mean, I wouldn't have even done that. I didn't think he even stood a chance to win that challenge, but he obviously knew something that I didn't. 100x Vanguard with the lead late. Can they hold it? Peak Legend. A great pinch. That's actually found Shizo. They'll find themselves space upfield, but not the time to work with. Juicy back in. Half a minute now. And these goals have suddenly picked up. It's Vanguard with 2. It's Bananas with 2. And 100x Vanguard, if you thought they were out of the woods, they've only just entered it. They still have to win 2 games in this series against the Bananas team that we already know how they can play. And now they'll go one-on-one. Flo gave the space to Divine. Divine will punish. And it's Flo who went for boost. And in that position, you just can't challenge there. You have to wait in net to make the block. In the first place, you should have... I mean, realistically, Flo should be challenging in the first place, but... I mean, you can always think about what you could have done. Now they gotta think about what they will do. 17 seconds, it's counting quickly here. Team Evo Bananas could tie this series up. And essentially force the series to be yet another series that goes at least to Game 6. Tonight has been long, it's been arduous, but it's been exciting. And Vanguard now trying to find any way back in at 0 seconds. Play in front for Shizo! He's found it! It's tied at 0! And on X Vanguard, the ones to find it. A true captain's effort. Shizo puts it in, forces the goal. Overtime. And a chance for Vanguard to flip the script and take match point. I thought after game 2, this would be a routine series, that the Banana side would be the better team coming through to it. Vanguard said, no, look at it our way. And so far they're proving it, but they may need to get back. Peak Legend waits on defense. Now Shizo doesn't have a lot of boost left. Flo not jumping, and as we already had Juicy committing for the challenge. Juicy now in. Divine was the one who committed. Peak Legend bumped out. Caden, the back wall, gets the bump. Peak Legend can't get there in time. Team Evo, it's an 11th goal this game, but it's their game at last. 6-5 in overtime. The series is all tied at 2 each. This series has now become a best of 3. We're going to game 5 with the knowledge that match point hasn't even been decided yet. What a night, my goodness. Semifinals material. And Team Evo, an overtime winner. Game 5 up next. And my goodness, things have been... What a game. Match point could be decided. And we go to Urban Central, game 5 of this series. Knowledge that, again, match point decided here. Whoever wins it, yet another series that's going to go to at least 6 games. I mean, this has been quite the night. Competitive, to say the very least. Yet, I don't think yet no one in our finals has been decided just yet. Team Evo Bananas, and coming into this as the heavy favorites. Proven by Vanguard that heavy may not be the right term to use for them, because it's a lot more competitive than I think people first assumed. Team Evo will hold offense first. Can this be the turnaround that they need? Both teams still have their tactical timeouts as well. Neither side has used it just yet. Peak Legend, Flo, Vanguard, who generally won the odd games in this series. It's been literally back and forth. But no telling where this game's going to go with how these teams have played. I mean, last game was 11 goals combined. And speaking though, Vanguard are going to have done better when the matches are closer, when they're more defensive, when they're lower scoring. If they're looking for anything this game, it's going to be keeping this game low scoring, keeping it, relatively close in terms, and Vanguard to forcing Team of Bananas to, respect the fact that they could win in a close matchup, and one especially again one that's low scoring, one that relies a lot more on the defenses of these sides. Something that Vanguard can even this matchup with, really utilizing, because that offense out of Bananas, it is scary. But Vanguard, they're the ones with that space, they're the ones with a chance, they're the ones with the save now for Vanguard. As it will be Shizo back. Now he'll go for offense. But it's Peak Legend. The back corner will look midfield. Divine, Caden, Evo Bananas will keep this one for Flo. Shizo will keep this one out with that pinch, but no goals just yet. And again, this is how Vanguard wants this game to work out. They don't want a lot to go in. They don't want a lot of goals to go through. In game 5, with match point to be determined, the Bananas will still find that first strike. Vanguard may be playing the way they want to, but doesn't guarantee anything. And as that shot flies in from Divine, 100x, Vanguard got a lot of work to do now. And while it may seem like one goal isn't that much work, and in many ways it may not be, on a team that, again, wants to see it go very high scoring, they've got to answer. And especially in a game like this, I mean, whoever could take this game, they've got Game 6, they've got Game 7, they've got a lot of reasons to take this series, and, well, it's Team Evo Bananas who've got a reason to take Game 5. Yet another goal goes in, it's Kaden now at the open space. Next, Vanguard. I mean, it feels like whoever loses this game is going to use that tactical timeout, no question. Just, how badly is this game going to go for either side? Is it going to stay close? I mean, so far, these games have almost entirely stayed close. No blowouts, no major, winners, and again, I think that's credit to the 100 Vanguard side, who again came into this one into this final bracket as essentially as a nobody, and now everybody knows who they are, and for good reason, because in comes Shizo to tie things up, or not tie things up, to take a goal back to allow Vanguard the chance to tie things up. On the other side, mind, the winner of this will be the winner of represented by Vortex, Team Evo Vector. I don't like to think that we could see a rematch in that final bracket, but we'll see how things go here as Team Evo unable to break through. It's Hunter's Vanguard who would love the opportunity, but we haven't seen a lot from them to prove that their offense can find those answers themselves. And a lot more of it just patience. They're waiting on the banana side to be able to mess up. And, I mean, it works. That's a mistake there. Flow on the end of it. All they're doing is playing patient here, Vanguard, and it's catching the bananas. As Juicy there needed more touch. Given straight to Flow. Eric's Vanguard not giving up on Game 5. They've went down early, have come right back into it. And again, a much lower scoring game. Vanguard proving that these are the kind of games that they can definitely win so far as Flow. It's by Divine, Kaden. Left for Peak Legend and Flow. Both commit. I think neither one of them called the other off there. And but on the end of that play because of it as Team Evo. Oh, again, Kaden. Peak Legend. Team Evo. At this point, just playing to play keep away, and again, it's defensive here from Evo Bananas. As the series gets later and later, you can tell it's going to sit back further, sit on that goal line, play more defensive, wait a lot more. Definitely I think it's more of a choice that they're making unconsciously. I mean, I think everybody out here can feel that pressure that they're feeling, and understand why they're feeling it. But they're finding openings. Yet another open net here. Juicy. And so far, every goal this game for the Bananas has been off an Hunter's Vanguard heavy overcommit where they just clear the ball back. I mean, you could say it was Flow's fault at this point, but it was Shizo and Peak Legend both hugging that right side, neither of them getting to the challenge. That is a big opening. And Team Evo Bananas now up by 1. All it takes for the Team Evo Banana players to take their chances. Another overcommit. Although this one, it felt like Flow could get back to it. But obviously, he was still far too high up. And again, Peak Legend and Shizo hugging that left side now. Flow pushed up too high. And when you have two players committing that heavily to a challenge, you need to play defensive in case it goes badly. Flow didn't. 4-2 now with 29 seconds to go. Team Evo, the opportunity to take match points. It's not secure just yet, though. Right off the kickoff, Vanguard keeping themselves in this one as Peak Legend with Flow right behind him. Running low, but maybe this is the opportunity that the Bananas need to take. Or more rather, the Vanguard needs to take, but Bananas are going to take it nonetheless. A kickoff goal their way. And that has definitely put a dampen on the Vanguard confidence. Straight in. Team Evo Bananas. Hey, thank you very much. Point almost in their grasp at this point. Need to hold on a little bit longer. 10 seconds now. Just playing for time. Oh, but they have overcommitted. Kaden bumping out Shizo. Will bump him again. That is a huge play because it's just won them the game and it allowed them to take match point. Team Evo Bananas 1 game away from taking the series. Hunter's Vanguard, with the pressure against them now. They can use a tactical timeout if they decide to, but that is obviously their choice. We'll see how it works, but we go to Neo Tokyo for Game 6. So far, no call from Vanguard as we are getting an update. Team Evil Vector right now leading 2-1 in the series against 135 Vanguard. 135 Vortex. I mean, that's the other semifinals happening right now. Grand Finals awaits the winners of these two matches and wait on Vanguard, but it doesn't look like they want the timeout after all, so no timeout called. They don't want it. Means we're moving into Game 6, Neo Tokyo, and where Team Evil Bananas can take this series. Game 6, match point for Team Evo. This is their chance. This is the opportunity. They really need to take it here. Would love to not go to Game 7 all over again. I mean, that first series against Vector was exhausting for them. Definitely hasn't been any easier. It's Game 6. Can Hunter's Vanguard stand tall and fight through the pressure? Or is this Team Evo Bananas, you know, is this their tournament? Peak Legend. Able to block that initial chance, and here goes the follow-up play for Divine. And again, so far, Bananas again last game was all about them watching Vanguard on their overcommits. On their heavy overcommits on those challenges on the sidewall. I don't know how reliant they can be on that this game around. Now, Vanguard have noticed, but still Vanguard's overcommitting there, and oh, these shots have gone wide of the net. Team Evo, once again, just waiting on Vanguard to overcommit. Play comes to them, they'll take it. Team Evo, and they've got something that's working. This Hunter's Vanguard side just doesn't have exactly prime rotations, and Team Evo trying to take it. What a pass! Caden slotted it in. And a huge start for the Bananas. Less than a minute in. It's Caden with the finisher. Four minutes to go, but Vortex Vanguard. Definitely facing the pressure now. Oh, but the Shizos has put it in back, and well, you can't call this game just yet. It was slow, and it was just wide open there. And Juicy got there, but he was just a bit too slow. Shizo waiting in the right place, and the one thing they weren't counting on was that pass. Viva Bananas. Now looking midfield, Peak Legend whiffed it! It's in! Oh, Team Evo weren't going to take that goal lightly. Right back at it, and the first mistake made, they score on it. A statement right back at the bases of Vanguard. They will not take their goals and wait with them. That's a lead right back. It's a quick response they've been looking for here. As now Divine back here. As an update actually for all of you as well for next 35 Vortex, I'm actually wrong I think on the score. They're actually leading 3-2 now in the series against against Team Evo Vector. I'm having a tough time reading team names. They're in Game 6 as well. They're really facing that pressure. And Team Evo gonna get themselves into that Grand Finals. Jizo. Flow. Redirect going wide. Now he's popped it up. That is on target, but Aiden beats him. And it's Team Evo who just trying to play with this space, play with the time they have. Peak Legend. Missed it here. Caden would have scored there. There was no challenge coming in from Shizo, but the shot bit too high. But I love that, you know, this Team Evo Banana side, even when they're up, they're not taking a 1-goal lead and trying to hold it. They're trying to extend it. They're trying to add more. They know that they don't want to play safe, that their defense has been their issue this tournament. They're not looking to let that defense control it, but they won't have that block. Whoa! Caught them pushing a bit too high. And it's a tie game now. 2 minutes to go. It has been back and forth every single time. Two minutes and counting. Team Evo, they have not been able to catch a break yet this game. A multi-goal lead. Not much to really say. As the Vortex Vanguard. I mean, they're recognizing again. I think it's recognizable to see that both these teams are going to keep trying to find that offense, keep trying to find those goals. They're willing to take those risks, even if they have the lead. The kind of confidence you need to bring in a semifinals, the kind of confidence that you can win championships with. The kind of confidence that you should be all too familiar with for both these sides at this point. But with time, you know, it's gonna run down very quickly here. This is not exactly a series it's not exactly a game that's gonna be lasting much longer. Who's gonna find that decisive touch? Caden. Divine. Kept in front. It will be Juicy. Back wall. Juicy again. Missed it there. Shizo now. Caden to the back corner. Team Evo. To take this series in Game 6 to go to the Grand Finals. It's Juicy. It's Divine. It's Team Evo. We're just trying to find some space. Pass across. Caden will not outpace the defender. Now he'll leave the pass. Juicy. Actually on target. Shizo. Already up to it. Great recognition from the team captain. But Vanguard leaving Peak Legend to get the clear now. Full trust and confidence here on all the players playing. As time ticks away. Who's going to be the one to find that nail in the coffin for the other side? Pop up. Caden. Not able to put it in. Oh, some demos. Onyx Vanguard fighting for Game 7 to have a chance to win this series. Team Evo battling for a spot in the Grand Finals. They whiffed it! Two players jumped, neither of them connected. And for Team Evo Bananas, we have been without a mistake from them for a while. But again, it strikes at the worst time, it feels. They panicked. Simply put, they panicked. 12 seconds. Is there any hope for them to find a way back in Game 6? Caden. Whoa. He'll hit his shot, but Team Evo, they've got to keep the ball up. Caden. Up goes Juicy. Can't get to it. And we've got yet another series going to Game 7. Intense night. A tense night. Timeout called by the Bananas. I mean, we saw this one coming. They've been calling it every single series when they've gone down by 3. When they've gone down like this, but Champions Field again. They did this in the series against Vector, and it worked to their favor. And we got a prolonged break in between. Mind that Grand Finals waiting again. It's 135 Vortex taking on Team Evo Vector right now in the other semifinals on Red Falcon stream. Game 6 here, ending in favor of 100x Vanguard. What an upset it would be to see Vanguard take the series, and that is not out of the question. 7 shots for Flow this game. 2 of them went in. As we have heard confirmation, 100x 35 Vortex will be going to the Grand Finals. 4-2 series victory. So they'll be the ones meeting whoever wins Game 7 here. The Grand Finals. Again, 135 Vortex win their match. But this semifinals, it's going to its extra minute now. It's tactical timeout usage. Again, Vanguard never used it. And as obviously will be. Again, this is what they're hoping to be the turnaround. Game 7. Champions Field again. Bananas have already gone here once. They've got to do it all over again. Man, their night has not been easy. It has been tense. It has been tough. It has been marked by Game 7 after Game 7. And unfortunately, whoever wins this one, they gotta go straight into the grand finals, or maybe fortunately, because so often we see Game 7 as that confidence-boosting game. Whoever can win it, take full confidence in knowing that they're into the grand finals, and they're gonna come in with that momentum. An extra minute. We go to Game 7. Timeout is over. Champions Field is here. Game 7 on this best of 7 series. We're here all over again, and again the Bananas show up. Can they win yet another match on Champions Field? But as 100x Vanguard continue their Cinderella run. This team has surprised everyone tonight. Continuing to surprise everyone even now. Chizo. The legend, demoed out by Caden. No shot there for Vanguard. Now Team Evo. 2v2 the other way. It's Caden. Followed up by Divine. Caden, though, in his own way. Divine. Can he take it? Nearly did too. Peak Legend waited on him. But he'll finally take the chance. And Team Evo Bananas will clear this outward as Juicy. Caden. Off the back wall. Will keep it with Divine. Team Evo. Playing for pressure. Peak Legend. Still waiting, but it's Team Evo Bananas who will hold this one, as it will be sent away by Juicy. It will be the Bananas who will keep under control. League Legend now, keeping this one up high. No goals in the first minutes, but a lot of back and forth. Where's that open chance? That was it! Caden walks it in! First strike, it's for Team Evo. They've been here already tonight in Game 7. So has Vanguard. They went to Game 7 against the Nova Ninjas. They're here again. Team Evo Bananas have fought through. Vanguard needs to find an answer. Oh, they almost did too with Shizo, but it was just left waiting in front of Divine. He will get the save. Again for Team Evo, now they're up in the lead. Now just looking to add on to it to force Vanguard out of this series. Team Evo waiting, but it will be Flo. Shizo in the flip reset. Space for this Vanguard offense, but they still cannot find time to thrive. Game 7 of the ATS Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. The semifinals. Next 35 Vortex waiting for the winner of this series. They've played against the Bananas already this season, part of the exact same group. Part of and part of a roster of a very impressive quality. As Flo will clear it away. And I think what's also interesting to say about this Vortex team is that they are the 4th seed. They actually have to play in the wild card to get that 4th seed's finish. Again, through the tiebreakers, made it to the grand finals, a team that deserves that spot. And as again, a team that I think has beat them before. Having their issues right now because Vanguard bringing that offense against them, still no goals. It is 1-0 and 1-0 only. As Shizo, kept back in by Divine, with from Peak Legend, dumped away, saved out. Next Vanguard keeping themselves in this one, and they're really playing. They're playing as if this means their life, because it, in many ways, could mean it's their tournament lives on the line here. As they just keep asking questions of themselves, can they just find one more? Bananas who used their timeout before this game, it's come to great effect. But only one goal to speak of it. Next Vanguard just need one opportunity, one breakthrough chance. As Divine finding Caden, but not finding Net. Now here it goes. This is in. Juicy takes it. And Team Evo Banana is now up by 2. The next Vanguard slowly losing their grip on the series. Is this it? Is this where this semifinals ends? Last time we were here, it was a 3.5-minute overtime. Bananas were able to get that win against Evo Vector. The issue has been quite literally back and forth. And Onyx Vanguard find a way to keep this one close. Right now, they're just not able to get themselves on offense. Not able to get shots, they're not able to take chances. Not able to get goals. And for Team Evo, they're just waiting. That clock it can't seem to move any slower for them. For Vanguard, it can't seem to move any faster. Chances are minimal. They're none. Evo Bananas is just taking over. 33 seconds. Is this it for the series? Is this our grand final set? Does Team Evo Bananas take on 135 Vortex in our championship? 30 seconds to figure that one out here. 30 seconds for Vanguard to figure out if they will be able to stay in this bracket. It's Divine. Almost a fourth. Now it's Juicy. Shizo. Long clear away. Kaden won't get there. 13 seconds to go. Vanguard with their backs against the wall, but still they fight onward. "13 seconds. Onyx Vanguard. It's a glimmer, a glimpse of hope. A glimpse, trying to make it shine bright, but it just won't happen. Your grand finals is set. Team Evo Bananas will be there. They'll be taking on 135 Vortex. Went to Game 7 all over again. It went to Champions Field all over again. But Team Evo Bananas, all over again, are clutch. What an ending, and another series that goes the distance. We have had quite the night for matchups here. This semifinals goes the distance to Game 7. Our grand finals now set here on our bracket. Team Evo Bananas, again, a team that was signed up on the very last day of the signups. They have been an unbelievable side so far, and they take on 135 Vortex, and I think it's a Vortex team that many have considered unstoppable at the start of this season. And their regular season, 5-2 in scorelines. In their scoreline, and one of those losses in Week 3 was against the Bananas. It was a 3-0 sweep. They meet again here in the grand finals. It's Team Evo Bananas who will be taking on 100x35 Vortex. We're in for the match of a tournament, the grand finals. Who cares about what happened earlier? All that matters is what happens now. What a night to watch ATS action. One more match. The grand finals will come up next after this quick break. Welcome back to the ATS Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. I'm joined now by Red Falcons. We've got a grand finals to decide, our first of many. And I mentioned to this during the break, but this has probably been our closest bracket yet for a championship date. The Ascendant Cup comes down to the wire. Team Evo Bananas taking on Sora Vortex. Tonight has been an interesting night because we've had every single match played on a stream go to Game 6 or later. The only match that haven't were the forfeits from the Wobblers. So it's been a close night, and I expect this series to follow suit.
Yeah, no, the fact that every single game went to at least a Game 6 just shows how intense the competitions are, how intense both players are for every single team. And there's a lot of history, Sporty. I'm sure we'll talk about it throughout the series, but there's a lot of history. There's a lot of vengeance to be sought here if you are Team Evil Bananas. You got to make up for your Vector team. They just lost in the semifinals against Vortex. So Vortex is a very strong team. I just finished gassing them, but you had bananas through and through from the upper quarters and to the semis. So yeah, we got to talk a little bit about some action for Team Evil Bananas. So Sporty, well, how was Team Evil Bananas in like the beginning half of this tournament?
Well, I will say this, they've been inconsistent to say the very least, but they've been clutch when it matters. They've gone to Game 7 in both their matches so far tonight, including their last match against 100x Vanguard, a match that probably shouldn't have gone the distance, but where they were obviously taken to really have to battle for their life. It was a very tough tournament here, but we're into the grand finals. We're into this bracket again. It's a best of 7, one match and one match only. So this is where it all comes down to. We go down to the grand finals, to the championship here, all sets and to a match that is going to be extremely important here as well. But again, we've got a great match here, a best of 7, a championship to the side, and Falcons, the night's been long. Do we see this match also going the distance? Because I feel like, for the Bananas, they've gone the distance so often. Last time these two teams played, it was a sweep win for Vortex, but that was week 3 of the regular season. And this Bananas team was able to win the group instead of Vortex. So, knowing
right
that,
now,
it's a long match.
Granted, we did see a win. We did see a sweep the last time they played against each other, but these are two different teams. I mean, the last time they played was week 3, like you mentioned. But they've had a lot of time since that first encounter to where they are now. Plus, they're coming off of 2 semifinals matches. They are as warm as it can possibly be. And right now, there's a lot on the line here. Team Evil Bananas looking to redeem Team Evil Vector after 100x35 Vortex. And right now, the main difference right now is who can really start off strong. Because both teams, in my opinion, are very solid, especially for Vortex, because I can say more about them. Vortex, they are a team that kind of capitalizes whenever they get the opportunity, but if they don't start off strong, they lack. In my series, the semifinals, they started off strong and they kind of held it through. Team Evil Vector, they had times where they kind of broke through. They had strong counterattack plays, but it's that possession at the midfield that kind of shut them down and kept the possession in their favor. So it's just a matter of if Vortex can keep it up that way.
As you said as well, we've got a grand finals to decide, and a lot of teams playing in this one. A big deciding point for both these sides. Who can win when it matters so much? And we've seen both these teams. You mentioned these teams have been clutch. They've been clutch tonight.
Yes.
For this Vortex side, they didn't get a lot. They didn't get the play until just last hour. So they've been waiting a long time. They kept their chance now. They prove it against, you mentioned, a very good team. They're going against Team Evo Vector, who themselves took the Bananas to Game 7. But I don't want to waste too much time here for everyone as well. We've got a grand finals to watch. We've got a champion to crown. This is it, the grand finals. Team Evo Bananas on X35 Vortex. One match, one champion. ATS Season 3 will crown 3 of them, so this is huge. Our first of 3 champions. Night has been long. That, I think we can both agree on that. It's been a long night. It's been a close night. We get one more match to decide our champion here. Bananas on the blue, Vortex on the orange. It's an age-old classic battle. Team Evo versus X35 Esports. Who wins here? One best of 7 to determine who will crown themselves the best of the Ascendant tier.
Indeed, and right now, I mean, that was a fantastic way to start off. Team Evo Bananas, the only banana team to have a color blue dedicated to them. Usually bananas are yellow, but they're blue today. So Team Evo Bananas, they have been on top since the start. Upper quarterfinals, they won a Game 7 against Vector, and they won against another Game 7 against Vanguard. They haven't been in the lower side of the bracket yet, unlike a team like Vortex. They won their first round, they went to the lower semifinals, and then they won in Game 6. But if it is one thing that I know about Vortex is that they are resilient, they are strong, but Team Evo Bananas, they're going to be the team that strikes first here off the passing play from Hesitant. And yeah, I mean, right now it's a matter of if we can see that team synergy from Vortex, from Chrono, and Astron. If we can see the pop-off potential from Onster with his mechanical prowess on the field. But yeah, Team Evo Bananas going to start off strong here. Legend Killer Divine. Feel like he might got some Randy Orton inspiration there, but Caden is going to get the second goal here for for Team Evo Bananas. Beautiful beat there on the 50, forcing it through, and Chrono left in a little awkward position on the side post. 4:13 left on the clock here. Team Evo Bananas getting home the second goal.
I just said as well, a big second goal. Team Evo Bananas off to an incredible start. I think in many ways, I mean, we mentioned already that Vortex has already beaten this team. This kind of feels like a revenge match for Bananas, but obviously they don't really care about taking revenge when there's a $100 prize pool up for grabs for both these teams. I mean, both these teams have already guaranteed a little bit of it, a little bit of that money, but obviously you want to be champion. I mean, I don't think, you know, the money's important, but what's really important is, you know, being able to say that, hey, you won ATS. That's not an easy thing. As home, what a great response. That's a tough shot to tuck in. And game one, starting off, and it's a lot of offense. And I'm going to just say this, Falcons, that's what these teams are known for. They're known for offense, they're known for scoring. So I think it is the least bit surprising to see them do that here.
And can we just talk about style points real quick? Olmsted, the drop-off, too, off that pass from Chrono. That was a beautiful finish to that goal from Vortex. And, yeah, honestly, right now, yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of, you know, taking home the win. The biggest win, or the biggest title, I guess you can get, is the championship. But, in my opinion, the biggest title you can get is if you can hit the most stylish points in the grand final. Let's be real. The spiciest of plays happening in the grand final will win the hearts of many, many viewers out there. But we got to talk about the score right now, because Team Evo Bananas, they're still leading by 1 point here. We got Juicy half volleying it up high, but Chrono in the corner. But yeah, again, we got to talk about points here. Still, a 1 goal differential here for Team Evo Bananas, as they are slowly creating even more passing plays. You see a drop down here. Juicy almost getting a finish there, but Caden able to get the full volley finish here as he gets the 3rd goal. Caden, shot to the back wall, beautiful drop down by Legend Killer, as Caden able to get a finish. Juicy, of course, having to get out of the way as soon as possible. 3-1 goal differential lead here. 3 minutes and 8 seconds on the board.
As you said as well, and again, a huge matchup here as Team Evo trying to keep themselves on offense. It will be left in front for Juicy, but it is pinched away. Team Evo leading 3-1, a 2-goal advantage. You know this Vortex side isn't going to let them take that very easily here, as Bananas team, I mean, people have been making the joke they've been playing Bananas, but they have been in this, been a very inconsistent side as well. This season. When they're further up, you always worry about them on defense, that they can make a mistake, but we'll see. They have already had a couple series get close because of errors, but right now I'm not seeing any mistakes from them. 4-1. This has been an incredible start.
Indeed, yeah, I mean, that was a good challenge here by Caden in the grand finals, setting up Juicy on the follow-up play. Also, you saw him trying to go for what I like to call a swan dive save, basically diving in for the save off the back wall. But yes, a 3-goal differential now here. That's got to be a strong start here for Team Evo Bananas. If you're 100x35 Vortex, you've got to kind of recollect yourself and kind of come back strong. You still have the entire second half of the game to work out whatever happened in the first half. But here's an opportunity. It's a one-on-one play, a little bit of a style points here, but Ulmster is going to get a free save. Also a demo onto Ashton as well. Caden throwing a shot on target. That's going to be far post. It's going to go wide, actually, as Ulmster worse than 50 here. Legend Killer Divine's going to rotate out of the play. Chrono going to clear it down the field over to Ulmster. The team synergy I was talking about beforehand working in favor, but they can't quite get it finished. They start on a play, but then they don't finish the play. They have that team connection, but they're not getting the finish that they're looking for. And Caden, he's going to get the 3rd goal. He's going to get a hat trick to his name and a striker and score medalist as well. Caden, beautiful control off the sidewall, flicking past that second defender. Ashton unable to get to the ball in time, and now that 3-goal differential just turned to a 4-goal differential. We're talking about a lot of bananas here. Big banana bunch right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're scoring in bunches right now, and you know, I had to steal your joke as well. 5-1 here. Evo Bananas looking extremely solid now. Now they'll look for another chance, but it's 175 Vortex to clear it away. Chrono. Midfield. Astrin. Goal 2. We haven't seen a lot of Vortex on offense. I mean, this Team Evo team has shown that they've got the offensive striking power, but Vortex has it too. We haven't seen a lot of goals yet, but I mean, we shouldn't be thinking about what this team can do on offense. You saw it. A lot of people have seen it all season long. This is definitely a team that we should not ever take lightly.
Indeed, and yeah, right now, especially since we still have plenty of time left to go. I mean, 100x35 Vortex. Again, they just need to kind of collect themselves. They need to make the Bananas team play at their own pace. They need to make sure that they can be comfortable on the field and they can be confident with their challenges right now. Because right now, you got players like Juicy, you got players like Caden, who are players who got that team synergy going. You look at the stats right now, Juicy, 2 passing plays so far to Caden's 3 goals right now. The synergy between them 2 players is good. And then, of course, you can't forget about the player Legend Killer Divine, an amazing name, by the way. Triple striker medalist, or 1 striker medalist, 3 shots to his name. But here we go, a counterattack play. It's off the side post. Ohmster just wide. And that, again, is the thing I was mentioning earlier. They have a team play. They have the team synergy. They just can't find the finish. And that's where I think Vortex is struggling right now. They hit the shot. They threw it down the field. It unfortunately did go off the side post. No goal was scored. And, yeah, time is dwindling down here. They still do have pressure. And, of course, the brick wall defense of Team Evo Bananas, they're still holding strong. But we have 37 seconds remaining here. It's a demo on the field, but it's taken away quick to the opposite side of the field.
Space here for the Bananas, but sorted by Vortex. Oh, it's a great save early on there by Ohmster. Had a lot to face off there because he was the only one in net. Team Evo, at this point, just with confidence, they did so well to waste out time. I don't think we even realized just how much time they ticked off that clock. And 35 to play their way, but Team Evo trying to challenge. 10 seconds and counting. Chrono to the sidewalk, and 35 Vortex breakthrough once again. They won't. At least they won't win this game with anything. Evo Bananas, what a start in game 1.
Indeed, and what a start indeed. Team Evo Bananas, we saw it ever since the very first start of this game. They started off strong, they held it strong, and that is something I said Vortex needed to do to start off. Considering Vortex, I do believe the first time they met, they did lose to Bananas, and that's something Vortex needs to do. They need to start off strong. They need to hold on to that lead. They don't want to concede a goal early on, especially if you want to win. You gotta shut down Caden. I think we can all agree on that, right, Sporty? You gotta shut down Caden and Juicy with that team synergy, because 3 of the 5 goals, 60% of the goals were scored by Caden. They were able to find a finish. Vortex, they had the team plays, but they just couldn't finish the goals that they started.
And you mentioned it as well, yeah, Caden. I mean, we mentioned it. I haven't mentioned it too much, but he's been clutch so far tonight for the Bananas. He has been that kind of player for them so far. But, again, so far, Team Evo Bananas, it's a good game 1, but that consistency is going to be the question for this. It doesn't get much more intense than the grand finals. And in game 2, Team Evo, they've been consistent tonight in winning matchups, but it has not been easy during those matchups. Game 2, chance to keep this going. Again, Vortex are a scary team. Bananas have to show up when it matters here, and this is really when it matters. Really take an early advantage, something that isn't easy to do.
Indeed, and yeah, we are going to be starting game number 2. 5 minutes on the clock here. A neutral kickoff, a cheat here from Astrin. As Juicy, a misflip there. Here's the early start I was talking about. Vortex, straight off the kickoff, 3 seconds in. That is about the best start you could possibly have. Astrin, beautiful cheat on the follow-up, and Juicy, a misflip there. He was definitely in a position, just a misflip there. And yeah, Vortex, they're looking to put down whatever rumors, whatever myths, whatever ideas to rest. They're here to make a name for themselves. They're here to perform. They're here to pop off. And game number 2 is definitely where they need to start doing that. Because game number 1, it was a 5-2 victory here for Team Evo Bananas, but it's a fresh new game. Team Evo Bananas, they're going to look to tie it up. They're going to look to get the second game in a row. Because again, any team ideally would want that clean sweep. They want the quickest route to victory. But right now, 100x35 Vortex, they are looking to shut that down as soon as possible. Ohmster, beautiful clear outwards, looking for the follow-up as well. He's a great player mechanically, and he's a great player in rotations when he needs to make team plays happen. And Caden, he's also a player that is very good striking-wise on offense. You mentioned it a little bit before, how he might be a little bit of an underrated player. I think he is perfectly rated. He's popping off on the field. He's making opportunities happen on offense. He's also overall on defense as well, creating saves, creating these counterattack opportunities like we see on the sidewall. Chrono popping the ball up high. Here's an opportunity for Olmster. It's a shot down the field. It's off the back wall. Here's an opportunity, but Juicy clearing it back over to Caden as we already are 1 minute in.
You mentioned it as well. I mean, well, you talk about maybe Caden being that kind of player. Do you have anyone on the Vortex side you think is kind of the match for Caden? That player that will score whenever it needs to and will be that clutch kind of scoring type player on offense for Vortex. I feel like, you know, if there's going to be a player like that for Caden, there's got to be someone like that on Vortex.
Definitely. So I know Chrono. I always refer to Chrono as the underrated player. I mentioned that in my semifinals. He is the, oh my goodness. And then, like Chrono, he's definitely the underrated player. But Caden, again, his presence is just very known here. I mean, this is a beautiful setup play. A nice dunk here by Legend Killer Divine. I mean, he has Legend Killer in his name. No matter how big of a legend you are, even if you're Randy Orton, he is the original Legend Killer, and he's still popping off better than Randy Orton. But WWE reference aside, I'm going to go back to my match. Vortex. Who do I think is the best player? I think who can score is possibly Chrono. He can pull out miracles whenever you need it to, but so far, Ashton, he's been a pretty well-rounded player. I think Ashton so far is really good in making opportunities happen, pushing forward when you want to create space for your team. And also, I do think Olmster, I think, in my opinion, is possibly the best scoring player just because he can pull out mechanical plays whenever you least expect it.
Well, you talk about maybe the unexpected thing, and this 125 Vortex team, it's like a three-headed Hydra. This team was designed to win this tournament. These are players that know each other. It's a team that is, again, very solid. And again, this is a team that was made to win the Ascendant Cup. That's what they were here for, and that's what they're only one series away from doing. But Team Evo Bananas are made to play, to fill in a spot, have exceeded all expectations. Now they've got to get that ball out. Divine stuck waiting. Caden there with them. A bit of miscommunication, and this is a space that Vortex can use, but cleared back by Juicy. Chrono. Straight to Divine, and while Team Evo might be a bit slow right now on that play, 135 Vortex aren't getting any closer. It's just time that the Bananas can use. Juicy, flip reset, looking for the bomb, won't need it. Shot on, shot in. Caden takes a second, but you gotta give credit where it's due. That play was made by Juicy.
Yeah, no, Juicy definitely popped off there. Flip resets is set up on the back wall, double touch for Caden. That was an insane play. I mean, Team Evo Bananas, they put their banana stickers on. They're ready. Game number 2, they're leading. Caden, a good finish there. But yes, Juicy did set that play up from the get-go. As Juicy looking to set up another counterattack play. Chrono is already meeting for the challenge. And yeah, Team Evo Bananas, they do have history. They are a pretty solid roster. Vortex, of course, also. It's quite literally kind of like a lab experiment. I refer to Vortex as the Thrifty's lab experiment, throwing a bunch of players into a team to create victory here for the tournament. But again, right now, Bananas, they're high in potassium. They're looking to make a victory known here as Caden takes it down the field. Ashton in the corner, trying to clear it down the field. Juicy there for the play, throws it to the back wall. Here's an opportunity. Olmster and Chrono both up to the ball here. Legend Killer, sharp turnaround, full volley to the back wall, making use of that space that they have. As Chrono able to clear it away. As one thing I have noticed a lot from Team Evo Bananas is that they like using that back wall whenever they create opportunities for their team. They try putting the defense into awkward positions, trying to basically get them out of position and make them into awkward saves. And of course here we see it now on the opposite side here, dangerous territory. Caden able to get a save out of that. Olmster's shot, that's the center play here. Ashton's shot on target is going to find the back of the net here as Vortex finds the equalizer. 2-2 game, 53 seconds on the board here. And Chrono, just like what we saw from earlier, setting up the play. Ashton able to find a finish, and we are back to a tied game. 53 seconds left to go.
It is. It's close in game 2, and it feels like a must-win now for Vortex. With how things have been going, Team Evo back the other way, though. They haven't lost hope, but this is where that pressure really comes down to who's going to be clutch in these clutch moments. Is Divine will find this one upfield. It's only met by Chrono. Caden now. Pop to the net. Caden, back wall. No second touch. Does leave it for Juicy, but his play far too weak. Won't get very far as in goes Juicy. Chrono, challenged by Divine, but time running out here. 135 Vortex think just playing for OT at this point. They don't have any reason to wait in this series, have any reason to rush this game. They are the team that came back, that's now have the Bananas on their front doorstep. They're just waiting, playing for overtime. Caden, though, doesn't want to look at it. It's awkward in front. Bump there, wide open. Divine, 2 seconds left. Have the Bananas taken game 2.
And that was a beautiful setup here by Caden. A huge unfortunate double commit there from Vortex. That must have been off of miscommunication, because you saw a player like Astron who had full boost in his tank going for the attempted save, double committing with his team, and then of course you got Divine. He has voices in his head. He goes for the shot when he needs to. The legend killer himself, Divine. Team Evil Bananas taking home that win here, and now leading the fray 2-0 here, as we are going to be seeing an early timeout here actually from Vortex. A smart play actually to shut down that momentum that Bananas has in the first game 2, or the first 2 games here. But yes, we are going to see a timeout here by Vortex, so that's going to give them some time to kind of recollect and re-strategize what to do in this game 3, because you cannot allow Bananas, if you are Vortex, you cannot allow Bananas to get game 3, enter into that match point territory, and get any of the future 4 games as a potential clean sweep. You cannot allow that if you're a Vortex. You got Caden, a very strong offensive player. He has 4 shots and 2 goals. That's a 50% goal shot ratio. And he's also a team player. Every single player on the roster getting at least 1 passing play to each other. Really good team synergy all around the board here for Team Evil Bananas. But yes, we are going to be seeing a timeout called by Vortex, and we're going to be getting ready for game number 3 right around the corner.
It is game 3, and it's not a surprise that Vortex would use it here after losing 2 games. So close as well, these games have been, and I think that's really the sad tragedy of how this series has looked so far, is that these games have been close. They've been winnable for Vortex, but it doesn't matter how winnable they are, Falcons. If you don't win them, it doesn't matter if you lose by 8 or you lose by 1. You lost in the grand finals. People only care about who wins those series. Now the Bananas, they've been able to do it just a little bit better than Vortex every single game. That's all they need. That's all they need to do is to do a little bit better. But this is a timeout call from Vortex. We'll see how this goes, but it does mean an extra minute right now, Falcons, so I'm sure they're going to be using it wisely. They don't have a coach. Actually, no, they do have a coach in their back pocket. They have Sergeant Blump, another really high-ranked player as well, so they've got a coach as well. And it's going to be, I mean, this is again, the grand finals. This is where you really need it. Again, Team Evil Bananas, they don't have a coach on their side, so that's the advantage that this Vortex team has, but obviously the Bananas don't really care. They've been winning in Game 7. Obviously, coach isn't exactly needed if you can win matches.
That's true. And I mean, granted, you might have the coach on your side. I mean, you got players like Juicy and Divine who have been popping off. I mean, you got Caden as well. It feels like it's hard to pinpoint one exact player who has the most goals, who's been the most influential player in like the past couple games, but every single player, they have stats to their names. They're kind of even on each side. And right now, I mean, it's just a matter, does that timeout work in favor of Vortex? Or does it give Team Evil Bananas some time to cool down, talk about strategy for their own right, and then, you know, not only do what they already have done, but emphasize that strength that they have? Because, again, team plays is their strengths. Using the back wall efficiently is their strengths. But starting off early is actually 100x35's Vortex strong suit. We saw in the semifinals where they would start off early with goals and they would hold out until the rest of the series. But Astron is going to get the first goal here for Vortex. And again, this is a start that you want. But like last series, or like our last game, game 2, we saw that they started off strong. But again, that lead didn't mean much when Team Evil Bananas was in their face and they reclaimed that lead.
And here goes Astron. Well, what about a 2-goal lead, Falcons? If a 1-goal lead isn't good enough for you, is a 2-goal lead good enough? Vortex, take another one here, and it's just a whiff from Juicy. And just great job from Vortex. I mean, we've seen it all night. These teams are going to take advantage of any mistake made. That was a pretty obvious one. 15 seconds, 2 goals. Is a 2-goal lead good enough for you now?
And yeah, I mean, it's still too early to say, because I feel like Vortex, they start off strong, but then they concede a goal or two. Team Evil Bananas, we've seen them where they're down. We see them when they're down, and then when they do come back, they do come back strong. 100x35 Vortex. This is the first time I do believe that they started off with a 2-goal differential. So it's just a matter of kind of just showing up, being in your face. If you are going against Team Evil Bananas, you want to be up in the face. You want to be on the challenge. You want to shut down any potential speed that these players have, because we see players like Juicy and Caden. Same thing with Divine as well. Like all three players are very fast in the field. They're up to the challenge. They're very quick to it, and they link to each other pretty well. As we saw an attempt from Chrono, Juicy able to save it. Dashin on the left side of the field here. Dodging a potential bump there as Umster. Ground to aerial play gets bumped away by Caden, and Juicy a free clear off the back wall. We're already a minute in already, and still a 2-0 lead.
And I remember earlier talking with Tazerz, and he was mentioning a lot about those bumps and those demos, about how they really are sometimes just the difference maker in matches as well. It was the difference maker between that Evo Vector and Evo Bananas match in some of their games, and we haven't seen too much of the bumps since for Evo Bananas, but it worked well. It worked very well against Vector. Maybe they'll do it here because they do get one back. It was a bit more of a Vortex fumble there rather than Bananas actually forcing this play. As it was just awkward there. Umster just left it. Divine will take this. It's a mistake for Vortex. Every mistake's going to be counted. The Bananas are included in that.
Definitely, and yeah, if you're a Vortex and if you are in that possession, or if you're in that position, you do not want to just like clear the ball right into the opponents. You want to clear it back into your corner and set up a counterattack play. Ideally, that's the thought behind a back post rotation. But yeah, I mean, we gotta also speak about the accuracy of Divine's shot there. Divine, he had most of the net covered from Vortex, and he chose a spot in the near post to put it to the back of the net to get the goal. So great accuracy on the shooting there from Divine from Team Evil Bananas. But Caden passing back over to Divine. Divine looking to make some more Divine magic happen as Chrono reverse half flip to clear it away. Juicy able to clear it away. This dangerous territory here. This is a triple miss, I believe. Juicy able to get the second goal now for Team Evil Bananas, and yeah, like you mentioned, back-to-back now. Mistakes here from 100x35 Vortex. 2 players missing, and Juicy able to get the second goal now for the Bananas.
Yeah, it's just mistakes after mistakes here, and we saw the Bananas have issues with this earlier. Every team, it feels like in this division, has felt that pressure. It's a real thing, and it absolutely will end teams' runs. I mean, there's nothing like the pressure in the grand finals, especially 2 games down off of a tactical timeout, and still struggling to take goals against their opponents. And that's the scary part for Vortex. Reminder, they only have 1 tactical timeout per series. They've already used it. If it doesn't work here, they won't have a chance to use another one. So, I mean, Evo Bananas just trying to play for offense here as Astrin. In comes Divine, but we're waiting on the end of this, and it will be a demo as well. Evo Bananas trying to play for space here as Juicy pinched along the way. Chrono will send this all the way back, and 135 Vortex looking for a net there. Umster trying to fake into the pinch, but Team Evo not letting them have space here. 2 minutes to go, and just feels like that whoever scores next can be the ones to win. A miss there from won't go in. It was a great chance for Evo, but I mean they're closing in on this net as well. It feels like they've got the better chances so far. Oh,
And the way they're approaching this right now, if you're Vortex, you definitely just want to ease up on the stress, because they're playing like they're panicking. And you can see that in the way they rotate. Rotating back, you see that there's opportunities being made by Team Eagle Bananas, as we see here, for example. Divine clears it down to Caden. Caden shuts it down. Divine with the classic 1-2 passing play. But if you're a Vortex, right, you're playing stressed out, you're rotating same side as well on recovery. You have to stop that immediately, because there was 2 instances, right, where both players from Team Vortex, where we saw them kind of rotate into each other, causing a bump play, putting not 1 but 2 defensive players out of position, making it even easier for Bananas to capitalize. And another thing Bananas is doing that's very fantastic, what they're doing right now, is that they are controlling the boost management on the field right now. You see opportunities every now and then from Vortex, but Bananas controlling that boost and controlling the pressure, and also Vortex just constantly slipping up. We saw not 1 but 2 goals back-to-back where they had huge misses that should have been clear saves, but did not. They threw 2 goals out of the gutter, and now Team Evil Bananas on top here. Last minute on the board to go, and again another double commit. Homester and Astron that time. Caden looking for the finish. Chrono has to get up to the save, clears it to the left sidewall. As Chrono now looking to regain some momentum here for the Vortex roster from 100x35. Astron having to rotate back to Caden off the sidewall. Divine looking for a demo onto Chrono. Chrono, the only one on the roster right now with 100 boost to his name, has to rotate to the back post. Umster on the back wall. Another double commit right in front of the box here. Juicy looking for that drop down. Chrono there for the play. Soft touch setup here for Astron. And again, you see boost. Boost management is a struggle right now. Omster, the only one with 100 boost to his name, trying to conserve whatever boost he has in his tank right now as Juicy pops it up high, gets demoed by Omster. Astron, quick counterattack play over to Omster. Now some space has been created. Shot to the corner, but Caden shuts down that play as we close out the last few seconds of this game.
10 seconds counting. Can they get one more chance? Oh, a couple whiffs there in the backfield. Chrono, dangerous play going right straight to Caden, but X35 Vortex are going to try to keep this up. Omster does have this one here. Maybe one more chance here in a regulation. Gets dunked. Caden wants this drop down. Chrono waiting. Keeps it up high. He's got another touch on this, certainly, but he won't get any more. It's hit the ground. Team Evo Bananas are 1 game away from winning the Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. 1 game is all they need. They did this against Vector. Had to go to Game 7 to beat them there, but I mean, this is the Grand Finals. This Evo Bananas team, they're playing just a little bit better. It's the same thing all over again. A little bit better, and again, Caden's leading. 2 assists, 2 saves, MVP of the game. Team Evo Bananas, it's not really that Caden's winning it for them. They as a team are just a little bit better right now.
Indeed, yeah. I don't want to say Caden is the one that's like the superhero of the team, the one that should take all the credit, because everyone on the roster has been split evenly. But the thing is, right now with Vortex, as I mentioned a little bit about it earlier, they have been messing up specifically with the touches. The consistency has definitely been an issue with getting saves on defense, but also rotations as well. Whenever they recover back from a good offensive push out, maybe a counterattack, and then, it fails, they have rotated back into each other, same side, which is something, it's like a cardinal sin of rocking. You're never supposed to do it. And yeah, that's something Vortex has done a lot in this game, especially when they had the lead. They've already used the timeout, so that timeout, I feel like, was rendered not really helpful. Vortex, they use their timeout. Bananas, they're not going to use any timeouts because they're on a roll right now. And yeah, I mean, right now, Bananas, they've been on top of the game. They've been pretty strong. And, this is a question for you, Sporty, actually. If you're Vortex, right, and you had a history with Team Evil Bananas, you have to make a statement, right? The only way you can make that statement is pulling off the reverse sweep. But an even larger statement right now that Bananas can make is every single game went to Game 6. They're looking to close out the Grand Finals with a clean 4-0 sweep here. And that's what Bananas' statement is right now. They're trying to end. The only match to have a clean sweep was the Grand Finals. That is a large statement for Bananas to have. But here is Omster getting the first goal here from 100x35 Vortex.
I don't even think he was the last one to touch this one as well. He wasn't. I think it was Juicy own goal. He hit it down. Oh no, it was not. It was Caden. It goes in the net nonetheless, though. Vortex with the first strike. And yeah, you mentioned as well, maybe a real statement here in the Grand Finals to win 4 games straight. You mentioned Game 6 only. For Bananas, it's only been Game 7. They've only gone to Game 7 so far this event. So they've had a long night, and yet they've been able to somehow keep their energy within them. Vortex have had less matches overall, but obviously have not found their stride here against Team Evo as Chrono now. Good ahead for Omster. Drop down for Astron, but no touch made there. It will be Juicy with a big clear as off the sidewalk. Left for Divine. Caden. That's going to be a very tough shot. He won't even be able to make contact on this one. Team of Banana still attacking though and looking for that tie game. Caden has this. Can't shoot. He had Divine right behind him there, and I think it would have been a better option just to leave it for Divine in that position because Divine had a much better angle, but Bananas obviously didn't want to do that. They wanted to go for pace there. It definitely came back to bite them, but especially by Vortex, that 1-goal lead, it doesn't feel like it's going to stay for very long.
Indeed, and right now, Omster is on the sidewall. We're definitely seeing a lot more possession here from 100x35 Vortex so far in the early part of the game. They have 1-goal lead, but again, last game they had a 2-goal lead, and they still conceded a lot more goals, and they did lose the lead that they had. You did see a double commit with Juicy just now, but 100x35 Vortex looking to keep their consistency going right now. Early on in the game, we did see a lot of team play chemistry, so there is still some linkage of the team plays that we do see from Vortex, but it kind of is dwindling down. The finish still hasn't been there. Ever since that first game of this best of 7, it hasn't been a true finish. There's been team plays, there's been passing plays, nice linkages between teammates, but no real conclusion to that team play setups that they have. As we see another one here, Omster looking for the shot here. That's going to be the second goal. Vortex now again with a 2-goal lead, but Team Evo Bananas, again, they're still playing pretty strong. They're still controlling the boost here. This time it was Omster who got the second goal. Second goal to his name, actually, as Astron able to get assists on their game so far. But yes, Team Evo Bananas, there's still plenty of game left to go, and for Vortex, you have to pull off a reverse sweep here. You have 56 boosts in the tank for Chrono. He has to control the ball well, and you have to kind of just fight back against Bananas.
Said they've got time to do it, though. That's the thing. 2.5 minutes. Enough time for the Bananas to come back, but it's a pretty tough ask even then. So as it's cleared away, Caden Ohm will go to the back corner here and will look for that second touch, keeping that ball away. Vortex on offense, but they may have pushed a bit too high. Caden waited upfield. He'll drop it, but it won't go in. It won't be good enough. I mean, he was already asking a lot even with going for that play, but Team Evo Bananas, I think you can still appreciate that confidence that they have, but 2 minutes to go. I don't think it's about confidence anymore. It's about just getting goals, getting results. They went 3 games up against Team Evo Vector as well in their first match today. Almost got reverse swept, so it can happen, but not looking to let it happen. Divine takes over, and for Vortex, the one major thing they've had issues with is just in front of that box. They just don't know what to do because Evo Bananas just are holding them on a string, playing them like a puppet, and whenever the ball just waits there, Vortex just kind of stall.
Indeed, and we got to talk about that play as well. Team Evo Bananas, I believe that was a controlled double fake out that we had from Juicy and Caden, allowing Divine to be the main person to strike there. And yeah, I do have to follow up on what you said. Vortex, they do panic a lot, especially when it's in that like prime scoring box here. They do struggle in not only clearing it away, but being consistent in their rotations. Again, they've done this a lot in the past 3 games where they would not only rotate into each other and bump each other out, but also panic whenever a counterattack play is on the field. And Team Evo Bananas, they've been calm, cool, and collective all throughout this best of 7. There have been, again, moments where we've seen Vortex break away and get these early goal leads, but they've been slipping up every now and then, especially in rotations and in consistency. But Chrono now looking to make his thumbs known as that's going to be a beautiful play. Astron demoing out the defender Caden and Chrono with the finisher. Chrono, a beautiful ground to aerial play, but then he went for a dribble. Good demo here from Astron to open up the net, and that is something that we've actually seen a lot of in the semifinals. They go for demo plays on the defender, they go for dribbles, and then they just score the goal. They do nothing fancy, they just make sure they get the goal, especially when it's needed. And right now, it's needed more than ever.
It is. I mean, quite literally, this grand finals is now resting on if Vortex can win 4 games straight. Caden now kept up high. Chrono will keep this one away here as he'll get that second touch. Not a very good play there in front. It's Astron who will keep as he'll flick this over to Divine. Caden trying to keep the offense here, but Team Evo all running into each other. They're not even back on defense. Not a very good shot. Juicy will be there and will force out Chrono. 925 Vortex. Letting this time tick away. I mean, at this point, Team Evo Bananas, I think this is going to be a game that they're going to have to just talk up as a game that did not go in their way here. Game 4, the start of the reverse sweep for 175 Vortex, if they can manage it. Team Evo Bananas so far, I mean, nothing to worry about, but we've seen this before from Team Evo Bananas. They don't want it to happen again, especially not in a grand finals, where quite literally your whole season comes down to this.
Indeed, and right now 135 Vortex finally finding the break in the defensive wall that is Team Evo Bananas. And yeah, Team Evo Bananas, now the real question is, Sporty, do we see, if Vortex wins another game, let's just say they win the next game, do we see a timeout be used there, or do we see the timeout be used now? Because Bananas, they won 3 straight games in a row, and then the 4th game, once the game 4 comes around, Vortex finally gets their second wind, and they come back strong. Does the Team Evo Bananas roster, do they shut down that momentum right now with a timeout of their own, or do they just continue?
I think knowing Bananas roster, this is a team that doesn't use timeout until they lose 3 games. So far, they've used timeout right before Game 7 every single time, and it works for them. This is a team that obviously seems to bounce back from those timeouts a lot better, and a lot more immediately than a lot of other teams do. So you're not going to see this Bananas team use it until they absolutely have to. So far, it's been used to good effect, but yeah, I do agree with you. It's a bit of concern that they use it that late, but it's worked so far. I'm not on Team Evo Bananas, so I don't know how things work for them, but it works. That's all that they need to know. And well, if they can just and knowing them, they're not going to use it until we go to Game 7. If we do, and I mean, that question now is up to 175 Vortex. Can they do what they did in Game 4 all over again? They did it once, but they've got to do it again. Game 5 here. Bananas are still on match point, so 175 Vortex. Championship rests, if they can win 4 games straight, and they're already off to a good start. 16 seconds in. Astron with a finisher. And you mentioned it, Falcons here. Astron has been quite the goal scorer so far.
Yes, he has. And Astron, he's been kind of like the push forward here for Vortex. When they need it in the most dire moments, he's been that push forward. He's been the one supporting the team, whether it's passing plays or whether it's creating opportunities and scoring for himself. He's been a very well-rounded player all throughout, and last game and this game, definitely. And like I was mentioning in the last game, we saw how they took the advantage on that last goal. They went for a demo on the defender when they're in 2v1 scenarios. That is their bread and butter. That is the only thing that they're missing right now is just a little bit more aggression when they do have the possession, because that is the thing that they are missing, I feel like, a lot right now. What a angle. Juicy almost getting a double touch off the sidewall, and Divine there to finish the play. But yeah, we got to speak about that goal real quick. Juicy, a beautiful touch off the sidewall, a redirect, almost like a Devo shot, setting up Divine on the follow-up. That was a beautiful way to soar.
That was the pass to make there, and I mean, you can't ask for much better. And reminder, this is our lowest division this season. We've got 2 more divisions. They're even higher ranked than this one. So if you think this is crazy, we've got a lot more to show. And again, in all the championships coming in the next couple of days as Team Evo waiting back. Vortex trying to clear this one out. Chrono waiting as Juicy. Light tap, it's Astrid. Trying to find their way upfield. Ohmster. Juicy. Second touch, not there as Chrono will pinch this one all the way back. Team Evo Bananas. Not exactly in a great boost position here. And Ohmster trying to take this one, but it's a great block there for Juicy. And for Team Evo, again, who just got that goal. Running low on resources. This is a team that likes to play a solo-based style, so that boost, that matters for them. And I mean, we've already seen tonight, these teams are generally doing pretty well in the low boost, but you don't want to be that team that is forced to play that way.
Indeed, and right now we saw a little bit of miscommunication from Team Evo Bananas, but just like that, they bounce back very quickly. Even if they do make a mistake, they do bounce right back. Chrono in the corner, he's on the left side, gets bumped off the ball by Juicy. Ashram now looking to take it down the field here. As Juicy, he's been a very consistent player, not only defensive-wise, but he's also been a very consistent player in pushing the ball down the field. Even when it's on the half of Team Evo Bananas, he's the one to send it back usually, as you see here right now. Juicy not only getting the save, but pushing it back into the corner, and immediately that sway of momentum has changed. Vortex now in defense, dangerous position here. I don't know what they were thinking of clearing it in front of the net like that, but Juicy now looking for a shot down the field. Ashton is there for the play. Soft touch down over to Caden. Caden, half volley, ground dribble, aerial play. Looking for a double touch off the corner. Couldn't get it. Ohmster able to clear it down the field. Juicy, again, being that presence on the defense here. Chrono shot on target. Another save here by Juicy. It's a second to his name. The shot down the field is on target as Caden off the back wall. Caden, controlled touch. Trying to get a pass over to Juicy. Center field is Chrono. Don't let Ashton take over. That might have been a miscommunication there. With Ashton now rotating back. Chrono gets demoed from Divine. Divine looking to take it down the field, but now Juicy. After the play, goes for a ground to aerial setup here. Tries to force the challenge past Chrono as Ashton now. Shot to the back was Chrono, or it's Caden. Clearing it now to the left side of the field. Flicks past one Chrono there for the follow-up as we are still tied 1-1, and we are now less than 2 minutes on the clock here. This is still very dangerous opportunities here for Vortex.
Oh, I thought that was going to be it as well. Astrid from the back wall, and that's not a shot that he can't make, that's for sure. Emu Bananas, they've really been stuck back here. This Vortex team has brought that offense, but now they gotta go the other way. Ohmster will keep it off the back wall. Divine looking for net, but that shot needs to be better. Team Evo trying to play patient here, but Vortex is not giving them time to think. Caden, who I feel like is that player that needs to be clutch for them when they need it now. Divine, Juicy. That's going to hit the back wall. Ohmster whipped on it. In goes Juicy, but the shot not good enough. He was hoping for the early challenge. But Vortex just have not been fooled by the tricks of Team Evo. And now it goes the other way. Caden, a minute to go. A minute to see if Team Evo Bananas can win it here. Juicy. Chrono doesn't have this one. Left across Divine, unable to get there fast enough. Now goes Caden. Chrono on the block. Vortex sending a lot of players to these challenges, but it works. That's all they care about, and they'll go to offense now with some plays of their own. Can they just find a chance? Caden, time falling away for both these teams, but it's still tied. Overtime looming. Do we go there, or does somebody bring in some late game heroics?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a late game heroics. If you're Vortex, you don't want to be the you don't want to pull the Superman card. You don't want to pull an all-out play, risk it, put too many eggs in the basket, and then all those eggs hatch, right? You don't want to risk too much stuff, because then again you're at match point territory. If you make one mistake, if you make one mess up before overtime happens, even in overtime, then you lose the game. Bananas, on the other hand, they have a very comfortable 3-1 lead right now, and all it takes is one goal to win. Right now, Divine is a good kickoff here. Juicy immediately looking for a bump or demo on the cheat here. It's going to drop it down from Caden as Umster. Now ground to aerial play. It's a pass to defenders, but Caden there to clutch up on defense. Now is where defense shines. We talked a lot about how offense shines through, especially with the early leads, but now in overtime, especially of this caliber, you want to focus mainly on defense. Not only creating opportunities, but making sure you can defend all the opportunities of your opponents. As we are already almost 30 seconds in here, shot saved away by Caden, as every player now from the Bananas roster, 2 saves to their name, where right now the main defensive player has been Astrid for Vortex, already a savior medal, 3 saves to his name, 2 for Homester. And right now both teams somewhat evenly matched. Here's a team pinch to get the overtime goal. That's a way to end the series there. Astrid, a beautiful team pinch play with Chrono. A beautiful way to finish it off as well. 108 kph top right bin, 2-1 game. We have a guaranteed game 6 on our hands.
We go to game 6 all over again. This night will never end. Falcons, I think this is the night that will never end. We're gonna go to game 7 all over again. It feels like that, but yeah, you mentioned it as well. Vortex finding their stride at this point. I have to think that they found their stride at this point. Falcons, I mean, they've played so incredibly well just to get to this point. We go to game 6. I mean, at this point, it feels like Game 7 is just in the cards on this stream. We have gone here twice already tonight with the Bananas. It just feels like whenever they're here, it has to be close. But, I mean, talk to me about this one. Is this just Vortex finding the stride, or this Bananas starting to fall apart?
Hey, look, I gotta ask one thing. This is the lowest cup that we have.
This is the lowest division, yeah.
And we have this much intense game. Oh my goodness. You guys are going to be in tune for some good series ahead of you. That's all I'm going to say. Team Evo Bananas, they had a phenomenal start. That's not a doubt. But we're in a potential step for a potential reverse sweep here. We're going to game 6. Vortex on fire. Can we talk about that overtime goal? Can we just talk about that overtime? A team pinch from Ashton. Ashton gain awarded. Of course, Chrono, he did get the assist off that, but a beautiful overtime goal on team pinch, 108 kph as well. But yeah, I mean, stats-wise, Vortex, they're a calm, cool collective. You said earlier as well, Team Evo Bananas, they don't use that timeout until the very, very end. Will we go to the very, very end? Will we see a Game 7 Champions Field night?
Feels like that this series has been leading up to Champions Field, to Game 7, but to go there, Vortex needs to win once again. Neo Tokyo now, Game 6. This is a big moment for these teams to show up. Bonus 35 Vortex, they've already proven themselves so far. The question is, who's gonna show up here? It's Divine! Goal 1, the Bananas start off in the lead.
And that is a disastrous start here if you're for Vortex. Ashton, you see him expecting a high challenge, but it's a smart placement. We've seen it from Divine time after time after time. He gets the shot exactly where he needs it to be. Whether it's shooting below the defender, whether it's shooting into that far post to get it right around the defender, pinpoint accuracy is basically what Divine is. He's a pinpoint accurate shooter, and if he needs to score, he will score. But one thing I want to touch on as well is how comfortable Team Evo Bananas is when it comes to these Game 7 series. They've had not one, but 2 different matches in the upper quarterfinals and the semifinals where they went to Game 7. Vortex, they've only had experience with only Game 6 and a clean sweep, which was technically a forfeit win in their upper quarterfinals. So they haven't technically gotten to a Game 7 so far in this bracket, unlike Team Evo Bananas. They have more experience in those Game 7 stressful series. So we are back to a tied series, so back to an even ground here, as this is definitely the momentum you would want to see if you're a Vortex fan, as Chrono does miss that challenge there, a little inconsistent there. Ashton, good boost grab there from the midfield, stalling out for it to spawn in. And again, yeah, we are tied back up 1-1. 4 minutes exactly on the clock here as Ulster trying to center the ball in midfield as Astron there for the challenge. And yeah, again, right now it's just a matter of if we go to a game 7, will Team Evo Bananas use that trick up their sleeve, the timeout in the very last moment to regain that momentum in their favor, or will they just end it in a game 6? Because they can very well do that right now, but still, 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't call Game 7 just yet, Falcons. We still have Game 6 here, and it's still tied. 1 each here, no one... Oh my! I was gonna say no one looking to be able to make the mistake, but Caden just whipped an open chance. Vortex will take the lead in just surprising circumstances. And this has been the biggest issue for the Bananas tonight. It's been those mistakes. It's been those whiffs. That's plagued them all nights in these kind of games. It feels like this Game 6 is no different than the others because, my, that is not a mistake you want to make if you're Caden. Vortex gifted the lead, and for how slow this game has moved, that lead could hold for a while.
Indeed, and yeah, I mean, it's all it is really 1 goal differential. I mean, 100x35 Vortex, they now have the lead again. I mean, right now it feels like a very back and forth series between these two teams. It depends on really who can get the goal kind of first, who can get like the most like flashiest momentum-based goal. That was an almost close attempt here. A follow-up here by Homester. That's going to be a 2-goal differential now. And one thing I want to touch on as well, every single player from this Vortex roster has a goal to their name now. Homester gets the goal. A beautiful setup here by Astron as well. 3-1 game now. 3 minutes on the clock left to go. But now we're at a 2-goal differential. New kickoff will begin. Homester and Caden on the kickoff. It's going to be a shot back into the corner. Chrono left out of position. Shot on target. Homester has to get the save, but it's not on target. Divine sets up Juicy. Juicy there for the play. It's going to waterfall down into a double touch read. Caden unable to get the angle he was looking for. Homester, 0 boost to his name here, 50's Divine. Homester, down the corner, Caden looking to center the ball, midfield, Divine has to rotate back here, Chrono, now shot down the field, Juicy is there, Juicy. Going to the right wall, Chrono, just trying to keep it in play, trying to waste a lot of time. If you are for Vortex, you have a 2-goal differential, you want to play the keep away game away from Team Evo Bananas in their roster. Ideally, you want to keep the ball as close to your side as much as possible and not do stuff like that. That's a very dangerous play on the defense there, but yeah, ideally you want to keep the ball as far away from Team Evo Bananas. Give them less space as possible on the field to make their magic happen.
As you said as well, 2 minutes. Vortex, 2 minutes away from going to Game 7. We have not... I don't believe we've ever had a playoff match end in a best-of-7 reverse sweep in ATS history for any of these ATS regular seasons. Oh, and we've definitely not had a grand finals end this way. Can Vortex make history? What a save! Oh my, Homester! What an incredible block. Vortex keep their 2-goal lead, courtesy of Omen. We haven't mentioned too much about him, but he has been a rock on defense so far. I really feel like we feel bad that we don't talk so much about Homester and what some of these other players have done, because when you got players like Astron and Chrono, it's tough to talk about you, but Homester has been a solid rock on defense. He's been a great rotational player, and even though we haven't talked much about him, he hasn't scored the goals, he's been there for them. He has been consistent tonight.
Definitely. I mean, even when he's not on defense, he is scoring as well. He scored 1 goal this game already, and yeah, I mean, Homester, he's a very well-rounded player on defense, on offense, but he also has the mechanical aspect as well. We saw in one of the games that I had in my semifinals, he had a flip reset past a defender to score the goal. Like, it was a delayed flip reset play to get the victory, and I mean, yeah, that's Homester for you. Vortex, 3-1, still a 2-goal differential, and if we are making history, then I'm glad to be a part of the history. Caden going for the aerial plays, the pass over to Juicy. Juicy with the redirect. Chrono has to clear back to the right side, but again, it's looking more and more like Bananas will be taking a Game 7. 34 seconds left on the clock. The window of opportunity is closing rapidly. 30 seconds remaining. You see it on the screen right now. Chrono looking for the clear to the right side. Wall Caden ground to aerial play, puts it into the corner. Juicy is waiting in the sidelines as Homester out of the play here. Forcing the 50 is Chrono. 17 seconds on the board here. Chrono looking to set up a counterattack play. Caden quick to put it back into the corner. No real breakaway plays so far in the second half of game number 6 here, but Team Evo Bananas again just getting shut down at every single opportunity that they have here. We are going to a Game 7 Champions Field night. Shots to the back roll will go to the ground right now, and 100x35 Vortex, we have Game 7 on our hands.
Champions Field one more time, why not, I guess, Falcons. And as expected, timeout has been called. So, No surprises. I mean, they've done this the last 2 matches they played. They've called it right before Game 7. They've won Game 7 both of those times. This is it, Falcons. Game 7, Champions Field for the championship. And as RedFalconSS loves to say, for the content. This has been an exceptional night, an exceptional series. It goes the distance again. I mean, tonight, Falcons, this stream has seen a Game 7, a Game 6, a Game 7, and a Game 7. This has been one of the most
long night.
one of the longest nights in ATS history. But why not in the championships? Why not here? And why not between these two incredible teams? Team Evo Bananas, X35 Vortex. One more game, Falcons. That's it. And that's the determine everything.
The fact that we had only one forfeit win, other than a forfeit win, every single game has either been a Game 6 minimum or a Game 7 is insane. That just shows how determined these teams are to move forward in the tournament. Team Evo Bananas and Vortex, they've came a long way. Granted, Vortex, they had a forfeit win in the upper quarterfinals, but they took out Team Evo Vector. Again, I was talking a lot about this in the pre-show right now. If you are Bananas, you have to stop this reverse sweep at all costs right now. Vortex is looking to make a comeback, but Bananas, again, the reason why they want to win this Game 7 is not only to remind the Vortex that they are a pretty dominant force to be reckoned with, but they also want to get vengeance for their other org team, that is Team Evo Vector. Again, in semifinals, they lost 4-2 to 100x35 Vortex. So now it's just a matter of, will the tides be in their favor, or will Vortex quite literally make a Vortex and change up the pace here? Because this is Game 7. We're on the verge of a reverse sweep, Sporty. We have Game 7, and it's going to be right around the corner.
Is right around the corner, and you know what? That was perfect timing as well. The timeout is over. That's it. No more calls anymore. This is Game 7. This is Champions Field. The Ascendant Tournament Series Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. The whole season, all 3 months of it, comes down to this. 1 game, 5 minutes, 2 teams. So strange how a whole season can be summarized by just 1 field. But this is Champions Field, and as that name suggests, this is where those champions are made. Team Evo Bananas have been here before. They've won on this field twice already today. Vortex, this is their first time here, but it comes to the grand finals. A team that has already beaten the Bananas before and is on the verge of ATS history. Welcome to this moment. Welcome to the grand finals, and welcome Caden to the first strike, the first goal of the match.
And yes, Caden, welcome to the first goal of game number 7, on his way down, getting the follow-up goal from the heavens. And we got to speak about that early save as well, an early attempt at a goal. Chrono diving in for the save on the goal line as well. So not only the first goal, but the first save as well, going to Chrono. But yes, almost a minute in already. Astrid looking to take it down the field, a high flick, looking for a solo play. It's not going to happen. Juicy gets in the way. Now, you said it before, the time after time after time, we've seen game number 6 into game number 7, the timeout be called for Team Evo Bananas, and it's had a 100%, had a 100% success rate. Now is the question is, does that success rate get altered? Does it continue being 100%? And will they perform at 100% in game 7 right now? This is looking like 100% right now is Juicy. I mean, on screen it says hesitant, but he did not hesitate to get that goal. A beautiful long shot down the field. Juicy, he saw the opportunity, he took it. Chrono pushed up a little too far. You saw him slow down right at the end. He realized the mistake has been made. 3:51, still plenty of time left to go here, but Team Evo Bananas, timeout. It's looking so far pretty useful, and another kickoff. Juicy, second goal to his name here off of 3 shots. As this is a huge astronomical lead right now from Team Evo Bananas, a huge kickoff lead here. Astrid in that corner, not back in time, and still plenty of time, but still a large lead right now for Team Evo Bananas.
And you mentioned as well, I think the one mistake Vortex has made this series so far. Don't take Team Evo to Game 7. They've been too scary tonight. Can Vortex somehow weather the storm? Astrid, unable to get that one very far. In comes Omster. Caden flicks this one away. Juicy, another one. That shot never made, but understood by Vortex. 3 goals down. 3 minutes to go. They've got to score a goal every minute at this point. And I don't think history is on their side. Team Evo was so similar to their match against Vanguard they had in the semifinals. It went to Game 7 there, it went to Champions Field, and they dominated in that game, won by a multi-goal margin. 35 Vortex don't want to go the same way, but that's what happened when you take Team Evil Bananas to Game 7. This team knows how to play here. I mean, this is practically their new home at this point. And 135 Vortex getting an introduction to it in probably the most Team Evil Bananas way possible. What a start so far. 3 goals, half the game still to go, but Vortex feeling the pressure, feeling the burn. They need 3 goals. They need to work fast. They've got to start here, and they've really got to just find that net. They've got to find something that we have not seen from them yet tonight.
Indeed, and yeah, I mean, right now, Team Evo Bananas, they are looking super confident, but there's times, again, still right now, even with Vortex, how they keep building up pressure. You said Team Evo, they have Game 7 as their home right now. Well, guess who's trying to be the home wrecker? Guess who's trying to break into the house, trying to steal everything away from Team Evo Bananas? That's Vortex. Every single opportunity they have, they're knocking on the door. They're practically breaking down the door. But Team Evo Bananas, they got their screws. They don't have their screws loose. They have them screws secured, and the door is being secured. Nothing's breaking through, and especially their walls. Nothing's breaking past to their brick wall of defense right now. I mean, 3-0 lead, and we're already over halftime. Less than 2 minutes left to go here. Chrono shot to the back wall. Here's an opportunity. Will the door be broken down here? Astron gets the first goal here for 100x35 Vortex. Now on the board here. He did get demoed in the process, but Astron, good follow-up here from Chrono's initial touch.
It is, and it takes 1 hit. They've already put their first strike on that door. They need at least 2 more to knock it down. But Team Evo Bananas, I mean, they've been scary all night. They've been scary on Game 7. They don't let very much get through. Chrono. Boomster going to get that dunk in front, but 135 Vortex just waiting patiently. Astron, still Astron. It's Chrono now with the follow-up. Juicy wasn't ready. Pass midfield. Caden. What a save there. Astron jumps up. The shot not in, and the follow-up just not going to work either. 135 Vortex playing for time, or at least trying to play for offense, but the time is not in their favor. They can't wait too much longer. Chrono off the sidewall. It's Juicy waiting right there, and with a minute to go, the pressure is increasing tenfold here. Vortex, they're feeling it. They know. They've entered someone else's home without their respect, and it is coming back in a painful way. Less than a minute for the Bananas. If they can just hold this lead, they will be champions.
Yeah, I mean, right now we see, again, moments where we just see breakaway plays, but it's kind of like knocking on the door. You're knocking, but you're not breaking it down. That's what Vortex needs to do. I'm not talking about breaking it down like break dancing. I'm talking about breaking down and smashing that door open, going on the front lawn and saying, hey, this is my house now. This is my opportunity, my time to shine here. And right now, you only have 21 seconds to shine here. Juicy making sure that doesn't happen. He's going to flick it over past the last defender. Holmster on the rotation back here. It's only 10 seconds left. You have to make this opportunity now, but that window is closing, and it's looking like Team Evo Bananas are going to be taking home the win. The Potassium running strong, and they're not peeling at all. I see some comments in stream. No peeling is happening tonight. Team Evo Bananas, Potassium is running too strong in their veins. 1 second left to go, and a 3-goal differential. That will close out Game 7 with a halt at a reverse sweep attempt here.
Second time they've done it tonight. They entered this tournament on the very last day of signups. They entered as a throwaway team. There's nothing throwaway about them. Team Evo Bananas are your ATS Ascendant Cup champions. Sponsored by Variety Esports. A huge victory. Game 7 3 times in a row. And every single time they win it. They win it. And they go through, and this is no different. The grand finals, they defeat 100x35 Vortex, a team designed to win championships. Red Falcons, this stream is almost 5 hours long, and yet we still have the trophy ceremony to go to here. Still have the ceremony afterwards. It's, what a night it has been. Team Evo Bananas are your first of 3 champions of the weekend. But my goodness, what a night, what a long night it has been. I mean, this is only the start, as you mentioned. This is only the start, the beginning of the excitement.
We still have a lot of action to go to tomorrow. If you guys do not know what is tomorrow and what is on Sunday, Sporty, would you like to teach some people what's tomorrow? And on Sunday.
Yeah, while we look to get the bananas in our while we look to get the bananas in for a quick interview afterwards. Yeah, on Saturday, tomorrow, or I guess maybe at the end of the stream today, with how late it's been running. It will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Is the start of our ATS Season 3 Advent Cup, sponsored by Swiftnor. It's our championships for that. And on a Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern start time, our Apex Cup, sponsored by Team Evo. So we've got quite the night here as well. So what a night, though. I mean, we got to take a look at our bracket one more time here. 4 threes is I mean, what we see in this bracket is a lot of 4s, a lot of 3s, a lot of 2s, but no 1s and almost no 0s. And that should be a sign of just how scary, how close that everything is. This has been probably the, closest final bracket we've had tonight. That was incredible.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that every single upper round match, I mean, you look at upper quarterfinals, you look at the semifinals and the grand finals. If we're not including the forfeit, if we're looking at just all the upper round matches, all of them have been game number 7. You look at Team Evo Vector versus Bananas, Team Bananas versus Vanguard, and you look at Bananas versus Vortex, every single round of game 7, the closest tournament we will probably see for this cup. But again, we do still have Advent, and we do still have the Apex Cup tomorrow and on Sunday, and still a whole lot more action to happen. But I saw a lot. I'm still gonna call out people. You guys in chat didn't think I would do this, but I saw a lot of people thinking that the bananas were gonna peel away. You know, they're not peeling anytime soon. They had the potassium running through their veins. No peeling tonight. And bananas, they're gonna be taking home that first place prize tonight in the grand final. So again, I gotta say GG's to both teams. And Sporty, thank you again for having me on for the grand final best of 7.
Yeah, of course. Well, while we are giving each other those thanks, we gotta go talk to our champions here. Divine, Juicy, Kaden, all in a huge win on Game 7, or I'd say 3 huge wins on Game 7. You are our champions. I mean, I know it was exhausting for me here, a 5-hour stream with watching all your matches. I cannot imagine what you guys are feeling, but Juicy, you're champions. What do you have to say?
I mean, like, I've been sick these past few days, and it's just like, I feel like working with this team has really brought us closer, and I don't know what we're going to do next season, but I'm really proud of these guys, not only for stepping it up and for myself stepping it up. This all like 3 best of 7s, you can't define that. You can't at all. I'm really proud of these guys, no matter what, no matter if we go separate ways. I really thank all the teams. This is my first ever tournament I've ever competed in, so I'm really excited for more in the future, but it was really good with this team. I'm very proud of them. That's all I can say. I'm very, very, very proud of them.
And I gotta ask this question, because me and Sporty have been going back and forth talking about the strategy. Taking the break from Game 6 to Game 7, was there like some person in particular who had that like idea, or was it like a group thought to
It was
like, come up with
Kaden.
that?
I would say Kaden. Kaden had that all. Every time we would go into we would lose the 6th match and go into that Game 7. I feel like he would like be like, okay guys, like we got to call a timeout. We got to calm down. You know what I mean? He was our type of person to calm us down. So it was also the fact that he really did show up today, and so did Devon and me, and he really did calm us down more than we ever scrimmed before, and I thank him for that.
As you said, and yeah, it has been. I know specifically, remembering you, for you guys, you had, I mean, it almost started with the reverse sweep and almost ended with a reverse sweep. You guys faced the pressure. I mean, that's pressure that most teams don't handle very well. You guys have to do it twice, and you did it both times. Kaden, I mean, you were a clutch factor for the same team. Talk me through Game 7. Talk me through how you guys were able to come back, because that was impressive. Apologies, that was my roommate slamming the door. He I don't think he was happy with how late this was going. But Kaden, if you didn't hear me, it was an incredible night as well. And we talked about it again. You guys almost got reversed up twice. Talk me through, how did you guys as a team somehow manage to keep it together? Because most teams struggle to even do that once. You guys did it twice, and one of them was in the grand finals.
Well, we went up 3-0, and I'm like, okay, we just need one more game, nothing too hard, just like one more game, and then we lost the next one. I'm like, okay, that's fine. We got this next one, and then we lost again. I'm like, okay, if we lose this next one, we gotta take a timeout, refresh, regain, take that 2 minutes, like grab water, do whatever we need to do, and just like focus on what we need to do better and just change how we play it going into game 7.
It definitely showing it off. It definitely works out well. But I want to know one thing as well. Like you guys had a lot of game 7s. You guys had a lot of close series matches. What were the comms like? Was it like stressed out? Was it calm, cool, collective? Like how was the whole like series of things? Because if I'm in a game 7, right? If I'm in your shoes, I will be screaming out every single thing, like "Get back to the net, get the ball," like something like that. Was
Yeah.
it calm, cool, collective, or was it like more sporadic at times?
Coming from game 6, like I said, we took that timeout to regain and refresh, but then going into game 7, we just like calm down a little bit and like make sure our comms were like actually heard. So then we could go into it and just like, what are the words here? Just go into it ready for whatever is like thrown at us.
I love that as well. I mean, you guys just take whoever kind of is thrown at you guys here, and I mean, what a night it was. Champions here. I mean, you get to win this thing. But we gotta talk about your origin. This was meant to be a throwaway team. It's a team of 3 players thrown
Wait,
together
where's my interview?
as well. And yeah, we haven't actually asked anything to Divine. Well, this has been a kind of a throwaway team. You guys have been, I mean, insane so far. But to talk about like the beginning of this team, you guys were a throwaway team. You guys were added in on the last day of signups. Just kind of 3 players thrown together to see how it would work. Talk me through this whole season. Wait, maybe in a quick way. Talk me through this season, because I mean, your story is one of the most incredible stories I've heard. To see a team that, I mean, nobody knew of at the start of the season to now being champions, that's not something that happens often.
Divine.
Fine? You there? I think
Oh,
Divine fell
that
asleep
one's
on
for
us.
me. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious. Well, coming from the start, it was really like, it was interesting. I didn't expect to get this far, but Break found 3 random players the last day of signups for ATS, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty impressed with how he did, because I've never even found a tryout that's willing to be this active and literally play every day. So like, that's a thumbs up I'll give the Break. Good job. But I'm not gonna say it's been stressful, but like the workload that we've put in for like the first 6 weeks straight, we are scrimming every day, like 1 or 2 scrims a day after school, like in our free time instead of playing like ranked. And the chemistry that we built in the first 6 weeks was like so impressive to me, because we all had the common goal of just wanting to win. But the first bump in the road came when we got swept in week 3. But honestly, we overcame that very quickly and just showed up in the playoffs. And I didn't know if we would be here today after stuff that happened in the past, but I'm really proud of the boys that we pulled through, considering we had so many doubters. Even be top 5.
Oh, fucking many.
Now I got a question for like all of you, right? Just on a quick yes or no, right? Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, right? Who do you think or what do you think are the chances that we'll see a redo next season? Are we gonna see a rerun here? Are we gonna see a banana bunch rerun? We're gonna see
We
more
announce,
banana.
I don't know what. Okay, so the thing is that we don't really know what we're doing. Before playoffs, I mean, I'm really stunned by. Let me clear my throat real quick.
This guy's sacrificing for his own team here. He's
Yeah, I've been sick for the past 3 days, bro. It's been a work.
The fact that you played sick too and still performed. I just want to
Yeah.
throw that out there.
So the thing is that we were gonna split, or I don't know what the deal is with them. We were gonna split and go our own ways. Divine and Caden go one way. I go my way. But in all decision, I would like to keep going because of how we did, how we can improve. You know what I mean? I think when playoffs we started to lock in, we got a lot better. So, I mean, whatever they have to say, they can put their input in. It's not just me, boys.
Divine?
Why are you going first? The one? I have no idea. I think personally, I don't know what Caden thinks about it, but I think time's already passed. Like we've already Juicy's tried out for teams. We've already tried out new thirds. I think it's like a 4 out of 10 if we stay together. But I am impressed about Juicy because Juicy like improved so much in the last week. Like it's actually ridiculous. I didn't think we would even beat Evo in the first round, and like he really impressed me tonight.
It definitely
Secret to
is.
playing good is be sick.
It's ironic, but it's happened before here as well, where we've had players who just aren't feeling well find ways to get wins. But my goodness, you talk about it. Team of Bananas, though, the team that no one predicted coming into this one, the team that was thrown into the toughest group in the regular season in Group A, the team that was, had concerns about roster changes, about even forfeiting out of the final bracket. And yet, you guys pulled together, you stuck it out, and you're champions. 3 Game 7s in a row, but you take every single one. And all that matters is the fact that you've won. Congrats on being champions tonight. But we've got some awards to list here so far this evening. We've got, well, we've already gotten one, or who our champions are, but we've got 2. We've got a regular season MVP and a championship MVP as well. So let's start with the regular season here. They weren't able to play tonight, but we got to give shoutouts to a team that went undefeated, one of only 2 teams this season to go undefeated in all of ATS. It is Duber of the Wobblers, who will be our regular season MVP, our best player of the regular season as well, leading a team that, again, just could not and would not find a way to lose. Doesn't matter what people think about their group, this team found a way to win every single series in a division that was extremely difficult. But now we've got our MVP here, our championship, our championship MVP, our playoffs MVP, really, here tonight. And so often we give MVPs to the player to a player on a team that wins. Tonight's no different. For the LeBron flu game as well, we got to give it to Juicy. You are our playoffs MVP. Congratulations on that award. Just another extra awards that kind of add on to this, Juicy. What do you have to say now that you get to hear it yourself?
Honestly, I feel like as a team we were MVPs. We stuck it out. You know what I mean? Champions. Proud of you boys. This whole season, it's been a really difficult journey. I know we don't have to say difficult, but it really was trying to force that chemistry that we didn't have. Coming into the season, week 1, we were like, who are these guys? You know what I mean? I didn't know who Divine or Caden was. They didn't know who I was. They didn't know each other. Nobody knew anyone. We had to, I think first day we started playing ranked and we were like, scrimming, you know what I mean? So I feel like that forced chemistry really towards the end turned into actual chemistry. And I can actually say we started liking each other a lot more. I can definitely say that. And me being MVP is really an honor. This is my first tournament, obviously. I bet it is for Divine and Caden. These boys have stuck out with me, and I want to give them props as well. You know what I mean?
Well, but I mean, we'll save the shoutouts for night now. Actually, I was gonna say that you're already kind of moving the shoutout section. We're gonna be doing some shoutouts now, so let's start with Divine. Do you have any shoutouts? Any final things you want to say here? It's been a long tournament. I know you guys want to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep too. But of course, we gotta get some shoutouts. You guys deserve it. You won the season. We always give teams this ability to do so. So here's your chance in front of a crowd of of over 20 at this point. You have anything you want to say? Anybody out there that you want to shout out? Anybody out there that you want to mention who has helped you guys throughout the whole season? Just anything in general that you want to say now that you have the podium.
I want to say thank you to Savage Toasty for getting me back in the competitive a couple months ago. Obviously Juicy and Caden. TJ, I love you, TJ. Chrono is my goat. Me and Chrono teamed before the season, and we disbanded right before ATS. So I give props to Chrono. I'm really proud of that man. I think that's it.
Well, you mentioned as well, and now we'll go to Caden. Do you have anything that you want to add to that, Caden?
Fuck it. The boys, Divine and Juicy stuck together. We fixed, we kind of fixed all the stuff that was going on with like our play style and all that. You know, small shout out to Break for getting us together and putting us in the tourney last minute. And yeah.
Now we got to end things off with our MVP here as well. Juicy, the team captain, the MVP. I know again it's been I know your voice is probably feeling it tonight, but if you have a little bit of time, tell us, who do you have to shout out? Who do you want to mention?
So I want to give a shout out to my fans in the crowd, who is in the chat. Isaac, Noah, let's see, Ethan, Adam, everyone.
Your
They
school friends
stepped
aren't
it up
your real
tonight.
friends.
Those are not my school friends. Those are my best friends since 8 years ago. They've been with me for 8 years. I can call them my best friends. Those people have really shined a light on me to
Uh-oh.
They
I think
really
there goes his
shined the
internet.
light on his competitive game and made him better as a person.
All right, well, we'll see if we can get Juicy. Okay, there we go. You're back in, Juicy. I don't know what happened there. It might have been
I
the Xbox cutting out.
I accidentally pressed the start
Whoops.
party.
Well,
So yeah, I just want to give a shout out to my best friends who have been supporting me this whole tournament, the playoffs tournament. I want to give a shout out to my parents, and I want to give a shout out to Divine and Caden. It's been difficult, struggling the first few weeks. We started getting a little into it, but what really put us together today is the playoffs. I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate everyone. Also, on another note to Caden, small shout out to Break as well. There's just a lot of complications, I would say, with communication on scrims between his team and our team, but I think what really put us together is that scrim we played against them last week. We took a break after that. We got swept. Then we started new.
what a night.
Hey,
You
can
guys
I
are
ask a
champions.
question real quick?
By all means, go ahead, Divine.
Yo, Juicy, do I still get to do that thing since we won?
Yeah, bro, you can ask about my sister. I don't care.
All right, I will not be commenting on that. I will not be commenting on that.
So the thing
That
is,
is-
Sporty, let me give you an insight. So we were playing
Oh,
a
dear.
scrim, and we were low-key. It was actually against Vector, by the way. It was against Vector. We were just screwing around, and one of the conversations was my sister. And Divine said, if we win playoffs, I get to ask out your sister. I said, okay. So, I mean, I had full belief we were gonna win anyways. But yeah, go do it, man.
You know
Nice.
who else
Just-
had
just,
full belief? Break.
That's crazy.
Just remember what we talked about, Divine, with the P.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I-
Jesus.
No,
No, you
no,
can't do
no,
that on
no,
stream.
no,
Not
no,
on
no,
stream.
no,
Not
no.
on stream.
We're
Alright,
gonna
we're
end that
cutting
right
it
there
there.
before we say anything more explicit. Congratulations
Thank
on
you,
your championship.
Sporty. Love
I'm
you.
making sure you guys don't get to say whatever that is on stream because I
No,
doubt
we
that's
won't.
gonna
We
be.
won't.
Nah,
I doubt that.
won't.
I
keep it
doubt that our
simple.
sponsors are gonna be happy with that. But again, congratulations
Yeah,
on your win
There's nothing,
in
nothing
this
bad, nothing bad.
championship. While we're here as well, we got 50 joining us. You always get to say something, 50. So I know you've been watching all night, 50.
Ugh.
I know. Obviously, you've been rooting for Vortex. That was the team that you played on this season. But you get to see a team. I think that proves to be even better than them. This is only our first line of championships, 50. How are you feeling now that you get to see our first championships, come to its close?
Listen, I wasn't rooting for anything. I just kept rooting for great games and great series, and for the best team to win. It's unfortunate for what happened with Wobblers because I would have loved to watch them play some real competition today because they did have the easiest group. I'm sorry, but I did want to see what it looked like when they play teams like Bananas and Vortex. But I guess that's a story for another day. We got something set up for them due to the circumstances that they couldn't make it today. So we're going to try and take care of them. But enough of that. The story today is Evo Bananas, a team that, maybe wasn't the favorite, but they always believed in themselves. And as you saw today, they did what they had to do in the game that mattered most, and that was Game 7. Going to 3 straight Game 7s and winning every single one of them is no small feat. And the fact that they did it every single round that they played today, and it just seemed like they got better every series that as they kept going through this tournament, is a testament to the amount of skill that we have here. Because it's one thing for Vector to take him to Game 7 and for Vortex to take him to Game 7, but shout out to Vanguard for kind of making top 4, which was also unexpected, and then taking this team to Game 7 as well. I know Shiza was in the chat, watching the whole thing as it played out after his team got knocked out. So, shout out to all the players that continue to watch the tournament today. I saw a lot of the Wobblers players in there. All the fans that came out to watch their friends. That's literally what this esport is about, and how we can continue to grow and continue to prosper in the little sphere that we have. So, I wish there was more people out there like, the friends of Juicy that came and supported him today, and the friends of Bananas, and the friends of, whoever else was playing today, because that's literally gives every bit more reason for us to do what we do, for the casters to do what they do, and the players to continue to play and put on a show for everyone that, cares about this sport. So again, shout out to everybody that made today great. It was a bunch of great action, and this is just day 1. We got 2 more fantastic days. Moving forward, the culmination of season 3 for ATS. It's been a long journey this season. It's been a lot of ups and downs for a lot of teams. It's been a grind for sure. But just like last season, it isn't always about who the top team is through the regular season. It's about who has the hottest 3 when it comes to the final day, and that is a testament to today. And Evo Bananas was a testament to our Champions Cup. Was a testament to the previous Apex Cup. We've seen a lot of teams just kind of come from out of nowhere sometimes, and put on a show and take home the dub when they may not have been the unanimous favorites. So just play the game any given Sunday, and you never know what happens. Well, any given Friday, it stays Friday, but you know the saying. But it was just awesome to see, the different storylines play out today, and the players, do their thing, and the casters, Sporty, always putting on a show. Shout out to Red Falcons making a comeback this season. Love the guy. It was really awesome to just hear him motivated and excited to cast again, over the past couple weeks. And shout out to our sponsor, Variety Esports and Stitch. Shout out to Break for bringing this team in last minute when we needed another, and Evo for sponsoring all the things that they do for us, and shout out to Sporty for being one of the goats of the scene. And everybody deserves some credit here, so I just want to make sure, if I didn't mention your name today, I'm sorry. I love you, and you do an awesome job with whatever it is that you do, so I appreciate everybody. Thank you. I'm also sick, by the way, so I feel you, Juicy.
Well, 50, you know what? At least
I
50's
heard
in
that.
agreement.
I
here.
heard that.
But yeah, 50's having a tough time as well. But fortunately for 50, he gets to watch really good action. You know what? We've given it here, and I think another little fun fact for all of you. Tomorrow's my birthday, so this is like a birthday gift for me to get to watch
Happy
all this stuff.
Hey,
This
let's
is
wait.
your
Wait, I'm
birthday
on 3.
gift?
Wait, hold up, everyone. We gotta sing happy
shut
birthday.
You don't have to
We
sing.
have to sing. We have to
Everybody!
sing. No. We have to sing. It's about
Alright.
to be 12 o'clock, literally in 1
Oh.
minute.
Yeah,
No,
no,
hold
everyone
on.
is in.
1 minute, 1 minute, boys.
This
Hold up.
stream is
Alright.
not going to end until we all sing.
All right, ready?
happy
We're going.
birthday.
We're going. All right, ready?
All in
Hold
favor
on,
of that,
hold
inviting
on,
everyone
hold
in from ATS to sing happy birthday? All in favor
Yeah,
of
yeah.
that?
Whoever wants
Yes,
to
let's get 'em.
join right now. Live cast 1. If you want to get in here and wish Sporty and sing him a happy birthday, now's your chance. Get in here. We will start at 12:01, and we're gonna sing this man a very, very special happy birthday. All right.
30 seconds left, guys.
If
Oh,
no
look
one
at
else joins,
Gummy.
I'm gonna put on the greatest performance of my life.
Sporty,
There
I
you
know,
go,
I know
there
it's
you
your
go.
birthday
Oh,
tomorrow,
yeah.
but can you update your
Hey, Scummy
Wikipedia?
Wummy.
What about my Wikipedia?
There you go. Yeah, Retro's
update
here.
it
Let's
after.
go. Let's go.
definitely
We're all
update
gonna
it, don't
sing.
worry
Let's go,
about that.
Retro.
Everybody,
we all-
whoever else
I'll
is out
update
there,
all of you.
join. We need to sing this man a very special happy birthday. He deserves it.
Bro, my happy birthday is gonna go. Like I can't speak.
All you're gonna hear.
Happy.
No, the entire like
Oh,
series.
dude, and
Alright.
it's the whole day today. Almost like every 5 minutes or after every game, it sounds like Juicy's about to die. I'm not even kidding. He's like
Alright, let's get
coughing
this
up a
started.
lung.
Let's get this started.
Let's start it. Someone
Yeah.
count down. Someone count down.
5, 4,
Why
3,
Why'd you start at 5?
Two.
You started so high.
1.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sporty. Happy birthday to you.
Aria won. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, the most-
man Sporty, everybody.
the most-
Well, I think that's a nice way to.
This is the happiest Sporty's ever been.
Happy birthday in the chat.
I actually, yeah, this actually is probably this is gonna be something I'll remember because I've
Clip
had
that,
18
clip it,
birthdays
clip it.
already.
I already clipped it.
I've had 18 birthdays already. I haven't had something nearly this special, so I appreciate.
Hey, remember
Bro,
you're
Mark's
gonna
again, a
hear
reminder.
about-
We still got more action as well. We've got the Advent Cup tomorrow. We've got the Apex
Whoa,
Cup
we don't
tomorrow.
worry about them.
I'll be going to my first LAN tomorrow, which will be really nice. So you'll get
This
to see
was the
that.
crazy one.
So I don't worry. Hey,
TJ said we redo all the playoffs with every team at their strength.
Oh.
we'll see about that. But I mean, what you guys have said is
Hey,
that
one thing I do want to say for our team, since Wobblers didn't get to play, we do want to scrim them, no matter what.
oh, you're not scrimming them. We're going to be announcing that soon. But ATS is going to be running a show match with that. No, I'm not going to say anything else. ATS is running a show match with you guys against the Wobblers. Don't worry.
Oh,
Perfect.
buddy.
If you're hoping to play against them,
buddy.
you'll get
Go.
your chance. They've already agreed to it. So now the question is,
Yeah.
Perfect.
will you agree
perfect.
to it? Best of
Yeah.
7 show match? Sounds perfect. Well,
Yes, sir.
As long
Again,
as
it's
it's
gonna
in
be
the
an
next
ATS.
week.
well, it probably will be. Knowing us, we're going to try to get things sorted out for all of you guys. But again, we will work the best we can to get this show match done as soon as possible for all of you. But again, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun. We'll organize all that later. But for now, again, just congratulations on being champions here, TVO Bananas. What a performance tonight. Thank you all for the birthday gift, by the way. Again, it's going to be really fun. I've got a very busy weekend.
Remember who's all here, bro.
Oh, I will. Don't worry.
Yeah, I almost died singing "Happy Birthday" to you. Remember that?
I
It was
appreciate
the
it.
most
Remember
unsynced, like, song ever.
Well, I appreciate it as well. Again, thank you all so much for joining
sir.
as well. We gotta end the stream. The stream has been going on for almost 5.5 hours. So we
Yeah.
gotta end the
Bro,
stream
bro.
here.
Collect the money, Sporty. What are you doing?
You gotta
Well,
commit for the
making bank
24-hour
today.
one.
We're making bank
I'm
today.
not.
Bro, subathon.
I can't. I wish I could do a 24-hour stream, but again, as I told you, I'm going to Atlanta tomorrow, so I can't do that. But again,
Yo,
Have a
Atlanta.
good birthday,
you
man.
could.
Have a good
You're not
birthday.
escaping that sport. It's Atlanta stream.
what do you say?
Atlanta stream. You're not escaping that sport. Come on.
No, I am going to that. I'm gonna be casting that, so I kind of have to be there for that.
Oh,
But it's for my school.
Nice.
So shout out to RT. Shout out to RT Esports, great
Nice.
people. As well. But again, we're gonna end the stream here. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Team Evo Bananas. Thank you to everybody who showed up tonight, and to all of you out there who support ATS. Again, reminder: ATS Season 4 starting February 3rd. If you want to sign up, now's your chance to do it. Join ATS. But for all of you out there, thank you so much for joining the Ascendant Tournament Series Ascendant Cup, sponsored by Variety Esports. I mean, I'm Sporty FC. Again, myself and 50 as well here as well. Joining me was Red Falcons. Congratulations to Team Evo Bananas. And to all of you, thank you so much for joining as well. Have an amazing rest of your night. We'll see you all tomorrow when the ATS Advent Cup begins, 7 p.m. Eastern. For now, though, take care, be well, and we'll see you again tomorrow for more ATS action. Take care. Have an amazing, amazing night.
Bye.
And to all of you
Goodbye.
again, thank you so much for viewing. Thank you so much for showing up.